Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today on a lovely Monday. I think the final day of June? Yeah. How about that? Good morning, early birds. Welcome to the show today. See those wiggles? Wiggles in the chat, baby. Cheers and welcome to the broadcast here today. Welcome in. And good to see y'all back here for another wonderful Monday morning show. We got some Animal Crossing on deck this morning, but as all Monday morning shows, just chatting with extra steps. We'll have a game on in the background, but we'll be locking in here today. Catching up as a community. But first, let's lock in with some cat jams, baby. Lemons and Limes, welcome to the show. What's up, Oz? Good to see you. Lunar, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome in here, Faux for All. Good to see you, Simcetera. Sweet D, first in the chat. Legend, there it is. Welcome in here. Good to see you, Jen Not Jen. Good morning. Welcome in, Prof Unknown. Matt City, Ebony Bow, welcome to the show. Mike 84. Rain 5150, good morning. I see Manny Cat out in the chat as well. Super. Enjoy your lurks if you're lurking. Or jump into the chat and say hello. We love to greet you and welcome you on in here for the Monday morning show. We got Tamperp in the house. Kit Kat Calzone, Island Reptar. Yo, Ash 370, Mike 84. Thank you for your continued support here for the live broadcast. Prof Chaka Katie? Chocotee? I don't know. I'm close. I'm so far off. Simcetera, Sammy.Midge, DM Leech. Welcome in here, baby. Good to see you, Lunar. Welcome back to the show. Chell Dog's in the building as well. Quince 3. Good morning. All right. Good to see y'all here today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome in, Restless. Good to see you, Restless Meg. Tales from the Fandoms in the house as well. Allie Allen, good morning. Leia, good to see you here. Also, go ahead and grab this real quick and just take a quick peek before we get started. I think our Discord post has already been made, so we're good on that front as well. All right, everything's looking okay. Yeah, all right. Go ahead and grab this and throw it over here. And it looks like we're gonna be locking in for a classic Monday show here today, yo. And I'm looking forward to it. What's up, Silver Blink? Good morning, Bernards. What's up, High Arcade? Welcome back. Ghibli Gal, good morning. Ostrich Breath, good to see you today. Aurora Sun Rising as well. Here we go. Fresh week, fresh opportunities, baby. No worries at all. Yo, Allie Allen, good to see you here as well. That 3-day work week. Oh, hell. It's because of July 4th, huh? Yeah. Because of July 4th. I forgot about that. That is a thing. Oh, appreciate you, Bernards. No worries, bud. No worries. I know those weekend shows are important to those who cannot participate as much during the week. I do know that. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And we'll continue to do our best to bring the heat on the weekends. That is, in fact, the goal for sure. But good morning, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast here today. How was everyone's weekends? Speaking of weekends, Past Hylian knows. Past Hylian gets it, dude. What's up, man? Holy heck, Kalika. Lock it in with 24 here on a lovely Monday. First sub of the day, baby. The high energy 2-year. Holy heck. Holy heck. That's what we do with our subs. All of our sub years and 0.5 years, I put a clip that represents something that was going on during that time of the show. All the way back to the first year sub. 12 months, and then from there in 6 month increments, I like to put a clip that represents that era, something from that era of the stream journey, and I like to make an alert out of it. It's a lot of fun, dude. That 2-year one is bonkers. Let's freaking go, baby. Holy heck, dude. Thank you so much, Kalika, for the 2 years. Yo, Mike getting the hype in the chat. We love to see it. Where are you at, baby? What's up to Real Panka? Good to see you today. This is an interesting badge. That's the Majora's Mask Mirror Shield. And it is one of the most interesting badges for sure.
30. Hi, everyone.
Yo, what up? GC coming in with the 28. Good morning. Welcome in. You're off on Mondays already too. Okay, nice, Allie. Nice. Sounds like you got a good 3-day week here to lock into. And we love to hear it. Yo, Cozy Chicky, good to see you today, of course. Hostage Breath, of course. Good morning. How was our weekend's chat room? What'd y'all get into this weekend? If you didn't get a chance to tune into the show, I'm definitely talking to you over there. But whether or not you were here hanging out with us, I'm sure you got into some shenanigans post-broadcast. What kind of games you've been gaming on? What kind of journeys did you go journey on? I'd love to hear from you. My weekend was pretty chill overall. Lots of Iron Chef. Yesterday was meditation day. Kicking back, really trying to lock in and do my best to prepare for this week ahead. So I just did a lot of Iron Chef. Oh, I've been watching Iron Chef Japan. I think it's like early 90s, and I just can't stop watching it. It's just too much fun. A little bit of TCG Pocket, you know, we got the new set. A little bit of Fantasy Life in my free time. You know it, baby. You know we're going for 100 farmer. I'm getting there. I'm almost at 95. And a little teeny bit of Diablo 2 Resurrected, but it was about a 15-minute session. And that's about it. Felt like a bit of a bump on a log this weekend, but I guess weekends are the best for logging. What's up, Miss Spankum Nasty? Good to see you today. What up, Red Museum? Cozy for Assassin. What up, Keisha? Welcome back, Keisha. We played some Skyward Sword this weekend, and that was probably the highlight of my weekend. Skyward Sword, dude. The Ancient Cistern. One of the most beautiful dungeons in Zelda history, dude. Probably top 5 dungeons ever made. Visually, musically, atmospherically, combatally, you know, gameplay wise. The puzzles are fun. The puzzles are so simple that you overthink them, and that's like the best kinds of puzzles. They're not actually hard, but they're designed in a way to just make you think really hard. Those are the best puzzles, man. Thank you, Bernards, for the gifted over to Austronautical, bringing them in and badging them up on a Monday morning, baby. Yo, let's go, baby. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Bernards, dude. Thank you for that. I appreciate the love coming in. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude. Cheers, man. Bringing them in and badging them up. H does cheers in the chat. Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. What's up, Dual Master D? Welcome to the show. M Voltage. Good to see you here today as well. You started a new file of Supermarket Simulator. Oh, so you got a new job at the supermarket. Oh, great, dude. I love working while I play video games. I mean, but you knew what I mean. You know what I mean. Started Link's Awakening this weekend. It's so good. It's almost like an old point and click adventure vibe. So many secrets hidden in a very cryptic way. Yeah, Link's Awakening is one of the most beautiful games ever. I'm curious if you're playing the remake, or if you're going all the way back to that crusty old era, the DX edition, or even older. The remake, yeah, the remake is beautiful. It's honestly one of the most faithful remakes that I've experienced. In the sea of video game rehashes and remakes and ports and whatever, I think Link's Awakening is one of the most true to form and one of the most pure remakes. A real hardcore fan will tell you there's some subtle differences, especially in like movement and combat, but I think all in all, it's really true to the original. It's almost a 1-for-1, dude. It's so good. Red Museum, good morning. They say good time zone, Hylian and Chet. Am I really glad for stream today? Had a rough day at work. I got called into a meeting with my department director. Oh, meetings, director. Oh, we don't like that. I've been very stressed and broke down in front of them. Oh, which is always a great impression to make. Yo, can we get some love in the chat for our friend Museum here, dude? Listen, man, we're all built the same, and sometimes you have a moment, dude. Like, just be honest with yourself. Be kind. Be gentle. Don't sulk. Right? That doesn't do anything. You can be straightforward with yourself. Like, hey, man, that was probably a little bit rough. You know, you can joke around with yourself, but be kind, be patient, man. All right, take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself, chat room. All right, please. Good morning, everyone. LPK, welcome to the show. Elephant, Random 18, good to see you as well. What does checking in do? Classy Saya, good morning. And where do the rupees go? Checking in is a new feature we added when I switched bots. I got forced to switch to a different bot after 5 years. And while we lost our quotes and a couple other things, we gained access to new systems that I could create myself or with the guidance of the internet. And one of the systems I decided to start with was a little daily check-in system. My inspiration for this was actually Twitch, because Twitch has a watch streak system that I still don't have available. For the record, I don't know why I still don't have it, but you know, that's for a different day.
This moment to say that I've had a rough few months, and I really appreciate everyone here welcoming me back into this community. Who knew all I had to do to feel better was start tuning in here daily again. HDLUL.
HDLUL. HDLUL. I like that. I like that a lot. Yo, Wonder Waffle, thank you for 72 months. Thank you so much for 72 months. By the way, I think that was an accident, for the record. Anyways, thank you, dude, for 72, man. Thanks for sticking with me. And I hope you feel better soon, man. I do think that while I'm not gonna go as far as saying I think that tuning into my broadcast will solve, you know, any and all rough patches in life, I think it's really cool that it did for you. And I think it's really cool for you to take the time to share that with me and to put that into the chat today. Thank you, man. Like I said, I hope things get a little smoother for you, and I really appreciate you sticking with me all these years. I say it a lot, but I really do hope you internalize people like you returning year after year. Doesn't matter how much time you take between returning, or, you know, whatever. You could take years away, but coming back is truly a sign and a testament to my broadcast and my journey. So I really take it as a compliment, and I just want to say thank you for sticking around, man. Yeah. And as I always say, no matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're gonna welcome you back with open arms, dude. All right. Yeah, dude. Much love. Love in the chat. If you got a free hand, don't be shy. Get them HDES loves in the chat for our friend Wonder Waffle here, coming in with a beautiful resub. That's a prime, a 72-month primer, which is a beautiful thing here. A beautiful thing. And as I was saying, so anyways, you know, my inspiration, the check-in, the daily check-ins, whatever. So I wanted a way for people to be able to say, I was here for this many streams. Because Classy Saya, we have the follow age command, but the follow age can be messed up when you accidentally unfollow a stream, or maybe I pissed you off and then you come back later, or so. And then we also have the watch time. Yo, get your shower on, Wonder Waffle. Yeah, we'll be around. But again, the watch time doesn't always correlate directly to people's ability to watch the show and engage. Not everyone's a lurker. Not everyone has the ability to lurk. So I started thinking there has to be a way to maybe give people a little something so they can say, I was here for this many shows. I've tuned into this many Hylian broadcasts. Welcome to the daily check-in. The daily check-in can be used anytime I go live, even if it's multiple times a day. And you collect these little rupees and you can flex and you can be proud or whatever. And you can say, hey, you know, in a year's time, you can type rupees in the chat and you could say, wow, I've collected 200 rupees. And that means I've tuned in for 200 Hylian experiences. That's really what rupees are about. It's just silly. It's just a way for people to kind of keep track of their journey alongside me. And I'm glad you asked. I don't currently have a way for you to like spend money on those rupees on anything, but maybe one day I will. Like there could be an opportunity down the road where I could write some code and you might be able to spend the rupees on like goofy little interactions. I can't say more than that, but like you could in the future be able to spend those rupees if you wanted to. That might miss the point of the whole system, but I don't know. Just for the record, down the road, I might even be able to make the rupees actually be able to be spent on like lighthearted, goofy interactions in the broadcast. And I'm kind of working on that. I've been kind of waiting because the bot I'm using is supposed to get upgraded. But yeah, just look out for that in the future. So keep collecting them for now, and there might even be a day where I do something more with them. We'll see. Good morning, Brodan. Good to see you. Enjoy your lurk if you're lurking. By the way, if you hit that daily check-in, you might get a good morning from me, but that doesn't mean you have to say anything to me. Please enjoy the lurk if you're lurking. Good morning, Courtney. What's up, Miss Caliente? Hey, yo, good to see ya. 1,000 rupees equals Hylian calls your boss and gets you the day off. Yeah, precisely. Yo, enjoy your breakfast, Allie Allen. Ham and cheese quiche with roasted potatoes. Man, I haven't made a quiche ever at home. I have to do that, huh? I've only ever made one once in an official kitchen like I've worked. What's up, Bomb? How you doing today, dude? Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hitting that follow button, and welcome to the show today. Happy Monday. Welcome to the Monday morning show, baby. And we have Carnage Wolf. Welcome to the show here. Hello. HDES waves in the chat. Wave them on in. Good to see you today, Carnage, man. Welcome to the show. What's up, Bernards? I want an HD PTO. Yeah. HD PTO, dude. Yeah. Paid time off, yo. Delicious internet points. I can dig it. Don't call it a comeback. I was already here. LL Cool J style. That's right, Classy Saya. Let them know, Saya. Let them know, baby. Chatbox still says you've been timed out for chat. Yeah, I think that was a misclick. Yeah, dude. I don't know, but you're fine, Wonder Waffle. Enjoy your lurk. Now, I did miss a message here from Keyblader this morning. I'm scrolling up in chat. If you guys are here for the first time, this is my Monday morning show. It's just chatting with extra steps. That's what I like to say. A live interactive podcast, if you will. It's focused on chatting and connecting with my audience. We'll do media shares. We'll sit and watch videos, whatever we want to do. But it's all focused around gaming. We'll have a game on in the background. A lot of times we will even play that game. But it's all about connecting with my audience. So I'm going to do a lot of digging into the chat. It might take me a second to get to your message, but we'll get there. I try to read every single message that comes in on a Monday, and I do a pretty good job of that. Do a pretty good job. What's up, Elima? Welcome back in here, Elima. Trickster asked, did you get your campsite villager? Yes. It's Eugene. Eugene is my campsite villager. Very happy about that. Very happy about that. Keyblader says, good morning, fam. I just got back from a business trip to Seattle. Yes, you were over in Seattle. I thought I saw a highly impersonator on the plane. He has a much less majestic beard, though, so I knew it wasn't him. So it was like the AI version of me, where the AI tried to recreate me, but they couldn't quite get all of my qualities perfectly because it's a punk. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it was like the trash AI version of me. Yeah, dude, get him out of here. Next time you see him, tell him to his face, you're not highly in descent. You're just a phony that looks like highly in descent. Be gone. Be gone. Yo, what's up, Card Shark? Good to see you today, baby. Card Shark coming in with the 15 months, dude. What's up, Card Shark? Good to see you today, man. Thank you for sticking with me, man. I appreciate you, Card Shark, and thanks for supporting a lot of the members of the Hyro Gaming Group. I see you poking around the streams and it makes me super happy. Thanks for taking advantage of our creative collective, our network. It's one of the things I'm most proud of as a creator. I managed to cultivate the creative collective, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around. What's up, Mrs. Pirate? Good morning. You're a big fat phony. I don't remember what that's from. Part of the reason I started watching your stream was because you look just like my brother. Correction. Your brother looks just like me. Oh, that was a Family Guy reference? Yeah, I wasn't sure. Sassy. Yo, High Arcade says, started a new island in Animal Crossing last week, and I forgot how chill the game is. Good for the soul. So good for the soul. It has been such a treat starting a new island, and I think it's because I waited to truly start a new island for a couple years. I think yearly was too much. I think bi-yearly was perfect. I think it's been about 2 years, maybe even 2.5. I cannot agree enough. Sammy Dot says, this is what it feels like when I'm working from home with all of you. It's the cat sitting very comfortable around campfire with its friends BTTV emote. For those that don't have BTTV installed. Thinking of moving my save over to my sister's Switch so I can start a new one on my main. The temptation is strong. Yeah, it really is. This whole time I thought it was a Space Jam reference. Yes, there was 2 different references happening in the chat. So our friend Random18 said, quote, you're a big fat phony, unquote. That's Family Guy. But my reference, you're not Charles Barkley. You're just a phony that looks like Charles Barkley, is in fact Space Jam, and it's from the scene where they get all the main superstars get all of their powers drained and they can't play basketball, and Charles Barkley goes to the basketball court and tries to play with some kids and gets schooled, and the kids call him a big phony and make him feel like ish, and it's real funny. Yeah, so you were right, Great Bambi. You were right. Man, I haven't watched Space Jam in a while. That's it. I'm watching. Do we need to do a community movie night of Space Jam, dude? We have. Ooh, but the original. I haven't watched Space Jam in years, dude. Everybody get up. It's time to jam now. Hold on. Oh, dude, we gotta get a little bit of that in our body. All right, here this morning, the Monday morning show jam session is brought to you by whoever wrote this song. Quad City DJ. All right, chat room, this is your Monday morning show breakdown, baby. I want to see what you got here. We got to get some good energy in this chat. We got to start our week off on the right foot, baby. And welcome to the jam. Dude, I love this movie growing up, dude. And then I got my little sister hip to it. And then she loved it. So I got to watch it for 2 generations. Hey, you, what you gonna do? Hey, you, what you gonna do? Oh, we're getting muted today, baby. Yo, Twitch viewers, enjoy the mute. In the overtime, turn it up. It's time to jam now. Welcome to the Space Jam. It's the Space Jam. All right. If you feel fine, into overtime, welcome to the Space Jam. All right, I knew these were a good investment. Oh, there it is, dude. Ooh, there it is. Oh my God, can we just talk about real quick intermission that this is the most 90s ever. This is so 90s, dude. Who there it is? Run, baby, run. This is so 90s, dude. And welcome to the jam. Come on and slam if you want to jam. Oh my God, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy that this song even exists, dude. That's some existential crisis stuff that we just listened to. Holy heck. And that was what you call a Monday morning show breakdown. Clap is in the chat. Y'all fucking killed it, dude. Y'all killed it. What's up, PJ Holmes? PG Holmes, what's up, dude? Supreme, yo. Good to see you today as well. Cozy's in the house. Good morning. Welcome to the show, baby. Yo, what's up? What's up? Holy heck. Spicy Sin Bun, good morning as well. Y'all absolutely killed it, dude. That's a Monday morning show breakdown, baby. Scoop, there it is. Not the scoop, not the scoop, there it is. What's up, Minty Mont? Good morning. Sorry to hear about the puppers. I hope they feel better soon. The little champion. The little champion. He's such a cutie. Doo-doo-doo. What's up, Rima? We got Violet in the house. Good morning, Violet. Good morning, Rima. Man, what a beautiful Monday morning show breakdown, dude. Yo, speaking of Monday morning show and breaking down YouTube, good morning. H-Des Waves in the chat. Good morning to the YouTube gang. If you're just tuning in, if you've been here the whole time, if you found this VOD in the future or you're watching live, all of it is appreciated. And I just want to say thank you. I should have timestamps on most live streams about a week after. Sometimes I get a little relaxed with it, but we try to make it happen. Utilize them if you need to. Otherwise, leave a comment. Let me know if you're watching in the future. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you so much for choosing my stream to lurk on. And those of you on Twitch, the same goes to you. Good morning. I do believe that my Twitch experience is the best experience I offer, and I encourage you over on YouTube to find my Twitch link, and you'll find it in the description, and pop over, say hello. If you're new to Twitch, this is the best place to get introduced to it. We have a pretty dope community, and I can guarantee you that. If you're gonna start your journey on Twitch anywhere, honestly, it might as well as be here. And I really do stand by that. Otherwise, again, those of you on Twitch, there's the YouTube link. If you didn't know, we do offer a Lurker Zone over on YouTube. If you want an explanation of what Lurker Zone is, feel free to ask. Regardless, thank you for tuning in today, man. Just remember, you guys don't have to do anything and you don't owe me anything. And the same thing goes for every creator out there. You tuning in, you're doing enough. I say this so often because I want this to be chanted in the halls of all social media. You don't owe me anything. You are doing enough just by enjoying my show. Thank you. And welcome to the Monday morning show, baby. Welcome in. What's up, Lucinda? What's up, Kuhn? Good to see you back in here, buddy. Good to see you. The person I just random wonder picked from in TCG was named Space Jam. I did not get the card I wanted. Wow. Should have been named Charles Barkley with this phony. I'm just kidding. I think having a zone with no comments is the best thing you could do for the zero distraction gang. I honestly think it's working out really well. And you want to know my favorite part about it is I've never seen any other stream do it. And I like turning over new leaves, unturned stones. Why not give this a try? I'm a slow-moving guy. Turtle is my spirit animal and my favorite animal, and I like to channel that inner turtle. You know, I try to think hard about my decisions. I don't try to make decisions that require me to jump the gun. Every once in a while, I get it. You know, in this metaphor that I'm going to continue, the rabbit sometimes does, in fact, strike while the iron's hot and make something happen, you know, before anybody else. First to market is a thing, but I don't care, man. I want to do things my way. And so far, the Lurker Zone has been great. And we're going to keep it going this way for a while. You know, I think focusing people on my Twitch show while offering alternatives. YouTube at this point is a podcast. And for years, I've wanted to have a way for people to just listen to my show. And in a lot of ways, YouTube's the beginning of that. Maybe down the road, I could find other ways to offer my live experience to just your ears. No video. You don't have to burn through your data. You don't have to burn through your phone battery. You can just listen. You're driving. We're slowly evolving, and we will always continue to slowly evolve. And the YouTube Lurker Zone is just one additional step in that direction, you know. So thank you for saying that. I think at this moment in time, it's working out really well. And while things could change down the road, I don't want to sound like, you know, I'm not open to changing my mind on things. But I think at this moment, it's going to stay the way it is, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So thank you. Thank you for saying that. Colby, good to see you today. Welcome to the broadcast, Colby. Good morning, Lazy Stoneheart as well. Good to see y'all here today. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Sunset Alpaca, hey, how you been, Sunset Alpaca? What you been gaming on, man? It's good to see you, dude. Hi Arcade says, got some peached iced tea and some pancakes. Got HD morning stream. We doing Monday right, baby. We doing Monday right, baby. Anybody have any trouble sleeping at night from the heat? Yeah, man, my whole last week has been a series of no sleep. Last night was the best night I slept all week last week. And I finally got like what I feel to be a solid amount of sleep. And I'm feeling good today. So yeah, the heat was definitely a little bit shocking, but I'm getting used to it. I'm finally kind of getting used to it. Takes my body a little bit to adjust. I was jamming in my living room, singing along. I've had that song on my playlist for years. Such a jam, dude. Such a jam, dude. Dude Supreme, I see you, dude. I see you, dude. Holy heck. Best way to start your week right here. Twitch.tv/Hylian Descent. I'm your host today, Hylian, Joshua, whatever you want to call me. And you are tuned in to the Monday morning show. We're going to be playing some Animal Crossing today. We're going to check out our island and get our farm going a little bit deeper. Continuing to grow our sugar cane. Check out Eugene. And we're going to start working towards 3 stars. Once we get 3 stars, we get KK Slider, and then the game truly opens up to us. From there, we can start doing all sorts of stuff. We might want to do 1 villager hunt, because getting 3 stars without an 8th villager can be really tough. dare say impossible. I don't think it's impossible. I'd have to do some research. But I think it can be pretty tough because the game is really expecting you to have more villagers. So we might end up having to invite another villager before we really lock in. And the reason I say this is because I would prefer to do the last 3 villagers later. I wanted to focus on decorating and just kind of enjoying the early game vibe. But our hand might be forced, and we might have to do one more villager hunt before we can chill out for a minute. So, but that would require us to create our list of villagers. We have to sit down and make a list of 10 villagers that are going to fit our farming theme. And we're going for barnyard animals. So that's something that we're going to have to do here. We're going to have to present a list of villagers, and then we're going to have to hunt for them. What's up, Chaotic Wonderland? I wanted to come in and say good morning, but I'm always lurking. Love your streams. Oh, thank you, Chaotic. That's so nice of you, man. Thank you for coming and saying good morning today, dude. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so nice of you. You know what, Chaotic? Feeling generous today, and I just want to give you a little bit of love back for being so kind to me and giving me a little bit of love today, all right? It really meant a lot to me. So thank you. You have a good day, all right? You enjoy your lurk. Thank you very much. What's up, Kai Bells? Good to see you, buddy. Honestly, I've been trying to get some more movement in every day, so I haven't been gaming much. I get my gaming fill here, lurking every day. Nice. Nice. I feel that, dude. I'm doing the same. I'm not really gaming a ton in my free time because of the exact same experience. I'm just trying to get out of the house and enjoy other facets of my life. I have this whole new apartment, and I like being out in the living room and just, I don't know, there's always something else I could be doing. So yeah, I feel that. I feel that. But I'm blessed because I get to play video games while I'm working. So my situation's, clearly a little different. So what's up, Rachel Green Tea? Are there other people who are still hooked on Fantasy Life? I think so. If you take a look at the Fantasy Life channel in the Discord, I'm seeing people posting in there pretty regularly. I think there's still a handful of people pretty addicted to Fantasy Life. I know Fantasy Life's still my main bag right now. If I'm gonna game, it's probably Fantasy Life, so. Yo, what's up, Amusing Ashley? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Food's in the oven. Let's go, baby. Yep, I'm 100 hours in and I'm still hooked. Yeah. Yeah, some of us are still in there for sure, man. Yo, what's up, Kuda? Welcome back in here, Kuda. Regardless, yo, Sunset, I just want to tell you, man, when it comes to the theme of our Monday morning show, it's fresh week, fresh opportunities. What opportunities are you going to snatch up this week? And don't forget, sometimes you got to make them happen. You got to make those opportunities. They don't always fall in your lap like we would prefer. I do want to say, Sunset, thank you for the inspiration this morning, and thank you for that reminder that we got to get up and we got to get more movement, man. Now we can't speak for everyone, and we're certainly not looking to give anybody advice. That's not my place, and that's not what I do here. But I do think cultivating good, healthy energy around you is such a treat, and I just love hearing that. I went back, I read the message 2 times since you posted it. Getting that movement in every day, man. That's so sick, dude. It's good for you, Sunset. Keep it up, man. Yeah, keep it up, dude. I got hero rank farmer today. Nice, dude. Chell Dog the farmer. I'm trying to get level 100 farming. I'm trying, dude. I'm at like 94, I think, or something, dude. Yo, Lucinda, let's go, baby. Yeah, it's been a bumpy couple days for me as well. So cheers. Just know you're not alone, and we got this, We got this, dude. What's up, Nick82? Good to see you back in here, Nick. Welcome in. And we got 4-Color Diva. Welcome back, Diva. Glad to have you back in the show today as well. Cheers to the coffee drinkers out there. I'm still sipping on my last cup. I did have about 3/4 of a cup before this. Big cup. So I'm not trying to drink too much more of it, but trying to get master on all your other lives in Fantasy Life. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I'm still working on that as well. Always happy to be here. Always happy to have you, dude, for sure. What's up, Tara from Gaia? Good morning, Christine. Good to see you today as well. Welcome in, welcome in. Do you do whole bean or ground? I do both. I do either or. I prefer whole bean. It feels like a better experience and it makes it more of a ritual. But ground is really nice when I'm feeling super lazy in the morning. So sometimes I'll try to have a bag of both. However, I try to keep one of them sealed because, you know, they can go stale. So I'm usually only rocking one at a time to keep freshness in mind. But I'm going to be 100% real to you. And if you can feel this, holler at your boy in the chat. I buy whatever coffee is on sale, period. I don't buy Folgers, though. I don't go to the Folgers camp. I don't do that. Anything that's in like a traditional like 12-ounce bag, you know, the bags with the little wire like clasp. So I do stick with the bags. I don't do like Folgers and stuff like that. And I buy whatever is on sale. I go to the store, whatever's on sale, that's what I'm drinking. It could be ground, it could be beans, it could be alien space rocks. If it's on sale, I'm buying it. That's just it, dude. So I don't think terribly hard about it. I drink a lot of coffee and it's a pretty heavy expense, so. Every once in a while, I do treat myself, though, to a specific coffee that I like, you know what I mean? I'll try to pursue something that I'm interested in every once in a while as a treat. I still have to hero paladin and angler, then I'm going to start the crafting jobs. Not looking forward to those. The crafting jobs take a while, for sure. You got this, dude. I stopped drinking caffeine, but it's hard sometimes. I like that boost. Yeah, man. Honestly, the main reason I started drinking caffeine was because I didn't like yawning during my Monday morning show. And it was all because I didn't like yawning. I was a yawner every morning. In my first 2 years of streaming, I was always yawning every morning. And I don't like the idea of yawning and entertainment don't really go well together. Without going any further into that, because like that's a whole conversation, I didn't really like that. So I started drinking coffee to kind of give me that slight, like to just cut the sleepies out. And now I yawn only like 1% of streams versus like 40, 50 or something. You know, I don't randomly throwing math at you, but the point is that I rarely ever yawn during my morning show. And so what's up, Crazy Ditto? Good to see you back. What's up, Coach Boyvin? And good morning, JR Prisma. Yo, welcome him on in, baby. Good to see you, Dolore. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Lazy Stoneheart says, I cut way back on coffee. Didn't think I could do it, but I'm feeling pretty good without it. And that makes it easier. The one thing that I think that I would like to cut back on coffee for specifically is I've started reading, and I don't know if this is true, and I would have to do more research. I always do my own research no matter what. Is that it messes with your gut biome and it messes with that microbe biome in your gut, and how starting your day off with a cup of coffee can actually be kind of detrimental to your overall like digestive system and track. And you know, I don't know exactly the details. Again, I have to do my own research on it, but it kind of makes sense from what I've read so far. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I think maybe there is something to that. Maybe coffee would be better in the afternoon. And maybe my first meal of the day should be water and like a fruit, a vegetable, you know, like a real breakfast. That should be the first thing I put in my body. And then as the afternoon comes, then you drink a cup of coffee. So that's what I'm starting to like realize, that it's not that coffee's like bad. It's that I think I need to do it different. But I digress. I don't know. I don't. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick, okay? I gotta scroll up. I gotta scroll up here. So I'm gonna miss a couple messages. Let me go ahead and see if I missed anything here. Bernard's jumped in the chat and they said, I don't usually speak on life here, but I'm currently working 2 jobs for 5 months to be able to afford a house and a nice place here in Brazil for my family, and it's starting to feel real heavy. I haven't had much time to do anything else, but gaming in the available time plus your stream has been helping me out with my morale or moral. Yeah, morale. Yeah. Thanks, dude, and keep rocking. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, Bernards. I appreciate you saying that, dude. And I've been there. I came from working from check to check in my life. So while I can't quite identify with your situation, which is okay, that's not how life works, I can still feel for you and empathize for you and say that I kind of understand to some extent through my personal experience. Thank you, man, for the kind words, and I'm glad that I can provide you a little bit of a reprieve. Keep it up though, dude. I think sometimes you have to push towards your goals even through the hardest moments. And as somebody who has always struggled with pushing themselves towards the things that they want and then finally succeeding in doing that with my broadcast, I can tell you that it's the light at the end of the tunnel is usually worth it. It can be tough. I'm still feeling the effects of the sacrifice I made to become a successful creator. Still to this day, I'm feeling the effects of the people that I ignored, the friendships that I let fall to the wayside. I'm still feeling the effects of that. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do to make your dreams come true. That Tommy Pickles, baby. A baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. Sometimes you just got to keep pushing, man. I think it does become worth it over time. Even if in the moment, maybe it doesn't quite feel as worth it as it could be. Keep it up, dude. Keep it up. Tea, Yorkshire tea specifically, has got to be my choice here in the UK. I don't think I've ever had Yorkshire tea, Wonder Waffle says, but maybe I can get some imported. I want the real stuff. I want the real stuff, dude. Maybe tea in the morning, maybe some green tea to start the day, and then switch into coffee in the afternoon. Maybe that's going to be my new secret. I'm gonna find the secret technique. Yo, what up, Soy Timo? Good to see you today, baby. Welcome in. Celestial Ray, good morning. Lillian, good morning as well. And Aelith Zana, welcome back. I also saw a couple daily check-ins I wanted to call out. Avril fan, good morning. If you're lurking and you hit that daily check-in, you don't feel the need to jump and say anything back, all right? But I do want to say good morning. I see some of y'all friendly faces, familiar faces. Celestial Alto Girl. Good morning, Alto Girl. Good to see you. I see you sneaking in there with the daily check-in, punk. Yo, Water Lily, good to see you today as well. And good morning. Yo, Shy Chai, Kells, Binary. Yo, Binary. We were talking about Kilobyte Keith yesterday. And the Sonic drowning music. It's still affecting me. I'm a wreck. You better let them know. I'm a wreck. Oh man, we were talking about that yesterday. It was fun, man. That was probably one of our best video game music request nights ever. It was so good. Such great shares. And we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, it was good stuff, man. You know, good morning, Binary. Good to see you today, baby. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, and I missed this message here from Lazy. I did want to read this. Yeah, I had to for health reasons for my gut and esophagus. Plus, if I went without it, I'd have terrible headache. Yeah, I kind of get, I'm at the point now where if I don't drink coffee, I'll get like a light headache as well. But usually I can fight that over a couple days. But you know, as actually one of my moderators reminded me, taking breaks from coffee requires a slow removal of the caffeine. And you really can't be drinking coffee every day to no coffee. Technically, that's not really how that's going to work for most people. So just keep that in mind always. And that goes to anybody. You have to slowly drift it out of your life. You can't just snap your finger and expect to feel okay. Yeah, exactly. So that's like, I know, like I'll skip. Like on my days off, I almost never drink coffee. Because it's like, I'm okay with skipping a day. Even if I get a light headache, I'll just deal with it. Because my body deserves a break. But after that first day, I'm usually going for a cup of coffee, right? Yeah. Yo, Blue Phoenix, thank you for 23, man. Hey, welcome back, dude. Yo, good morning. Welcome to the show today, Blue Phoenix. Welcome back, Neanderthals in the house. Good morning. Just Jackie, good morning. See you tiny bit stressed as well. My boss says it scares him that I don't drink coffee. Fortunately, I just have natural crackhead energy. So I think adding coffee might be even scarier for him to experience. Wait, is this the beat drop? Hold on, is this the beat drop I'm looking for? Good morning, LPK. Yo, Aria Vex, good morning, baby. What's up, Aria? Is this it? Dude, I love that drop so much, dude. Just saying, dude. I'm happy that you're saying it. I'm happy you're here, man. Thanks for the smiles this morning. Yeah, oh, there he is, dude. There he is. Kilo! Thanks, man. Thanks for popping in this morning. Good morning, buddy. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the broadcast, everyone. Welcome to the Monday morning show. We're just getting started here today. Just chatting with extra steps. We got some Animal Crossing on deck, but we're just going to be connecting as a community here today. Right now, we're just chatting about our weekends. If you want to join in, what'd you get into? What you been gaming on? How'd you spend your weekend? I was sharing some of my journey as well. I've been watching Iron Chef Japan like a monster. It's all I can think about. That's all I can think of. It's crazy. Otherwise, I've been playing TCG Pocket and just navigating a pretty strange week or two here on my part, but nothing bad, just some strange energy and the heat, navigating that as well. Did I forget my phone again? No, I did not. We actually got some cooler days though, man. I'm blessed because Ohio weather usually flip-flops pretty fast. So like we only have a high of 81 today. And it's going to go as low as 79 on Thursday. Like, how nice is that? Now, of course, this weekend it's going to go back up to the low 90s, but hey, a couple days away, the Hylians will play. And by play, I mean open my windows and experience fresh air outside of my time outside. I love fresh air. I've been cracking my windows at any opportunity. And I'll be opening my windows after the stream today for sure. Michigan's having a day that pops up hot this week, but otherwise same. Yeah. I'm sure Michigan weather's pretty similar to Ohio, like southern Michigan specifically. I'm sure, but I know y'all get a little bit harsher winters than we do on average, I think. What up, Stratocaster? Well, I worked all weekend without my AC since last Wednesday. Oh no. Dudes, in all seriousness, take care of yourself. Hydrate. Put a fan on your jewels, just sprawl out. Holy heck, man. I hope you're okay, man. Hope you're okay, man. Good to see you, dude. At least I got my PlayStation. Stratocaster, dude. Good attitude, man. I want to see how to train your dragon, but not this week. Not next week. You're going to see the new Jurassic World Rebirth. I didn't know there was a new Jurassic World movie coming out. I'm kind of interested. Honestly. So I got a comment that I wanna share. The comment says, "That's one plus side of warm weather. At least those windows are always open." Or you're a hooligan like me, who will put their windows open in the middle of winter. You think I care? You think cold weather's gonna stop me, son? Now warm weather will stop me, but cold windows are open all the way down to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Easy. It's not until about the 20s where I'm like, okay, maybe I need to chill out and put the heat on. No, I'm probably over exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point. The German in me has open windows in the winter. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Durbear? Good to see you, buddy. You're going to Michigan next month. You can't wait. go. Good morning, Chaos Queen. Hey, what's up, dude? I can have my windows open when it's snowing outside. Did I ever tell you the story of the Karen? And sorry to all the Karens out there. First off, I need to get some thank yous in order.
AMSBT dance.
Thank you, Cindy Alice, for 13 months, by the way, and enjoy those emotes, baby. Enjoy those emotes, baby. I appreciate you. And Code Hemi popped in for a 20-month primer. 20-month primer in the chat as well. Code Hemi, thank you for 20 months. Thanks for sticking with me. And Cindy Alice, I hope you're feeling good today. It's good to see you back in the chat. And same thing to you here, Code Hemi. What I was saying, so I want to tell this story real quick. So one time I was staying in an Airbnb. All right, and I've told this story before. I was staying at an Airbnb, and it was kind of cold outside, right? Like some snow, some scattered flurries were happening. But I'm a pretty warm guy, and you know, I was let's just say, without going too far here, that body heat became a thing, you know, and I'm already a space heater. When you include somebody else's body, and it's just, I get warm, man. I get real warm real fast. So I cracked open some windows, right? I'm like, I'm gonna open some windows up. And now, sure, I made a mistake and I left the heat on. I didn't think about it because I just needed a window open. So I left the heat on, but I'm in an Airbnb. I didn't think about it, you know, whatever. So it was maybe like 30 minutes to an hour that the heat was left on. I'm not like literally 30 minutes to an hour, maybe 2 hours, but maybe. Well, all of a sudden we're hanging out and we're playing video games and board games and watching Stranger Things, and I'm cooking food and we got these windows open. At this point, maybe 2 hours have gone by. And we get a knock on the front door, and the owner of the Airbnb shows up. And this lady is as orange as an Oompa Loompa and a Trump himself. She is like, she was the embodiment of a Karen. And she walks her crippled freaking, I wanted to say like Crypt Keeper, excuse me, Crypt Keeper self up the stairs. She was so old. She's all, and she gets up and she knocks on the door and she's like, "Are you guys smoking?" And I'm like, "What? Why would you say that?" "No." And she's like, "Well, you have the windows open and it's literally winter outside. It's snowing." And I'm like, first off, lady, I'm a Clevelander and I just wanted my windows open. You know what I mean? Like, I just wanted my windows open. Like, I'm warm. I paid good money for this place, and I'm a big guy. I just wanted the windows open. She's like, "Well, usually when somebody opens a window in winter, it's because they're smoking." And I'm just like, "We're not." And I'm like, "Do you want to come in?" I invited her in and everything. I'm like, "Do you want to come in and like see and smell?" Like, we're not doing that. And then she goes, "Oh, well, you left the heat on. Why is the heat on if the windows are open?" And at that point, I'm like, "Okay, you got me." You know what I mean? I'm like, "My bad. I didn't think about that. You know, I'm here on a little vacation. I'm not thinking about the electric bill. I'm sorry about that." You know what I mean? This lady comes and interrupts my weekend. Imagine, chat, being a millennial. Somebody who, even at this, when somebody pulls into my driveway, I'm diving head first into the freaking tub, hiding, closing the curtain, let alone knocking on the door. Right? This lady came and knocked on the door in the middle of my weekend, dude. We're relaxing, we're hanging out, we're like half naked, we're cooking food. And she came and knocked on the door, interrupted our 3-day stay, hundreds of dollars spent at this Airbnb. And when I asked her how she knew all this stuff, it was because she had a neighbor call her that the windows were open. A neighbor was spying on me, called her that I had the windows open. And then she assumed the worst and drove up to the Airbnb It was one of the worst experiences I ever had, dude. It was so bad, dude. I was so mad about that lady, man. Did you give her a bad review? Not only did I give her a bad review, I rode my bike down to the house later on, and I egged the place. That's right, baby. You messing with an OG, dude. What? Clean that up. All back. Clean it up. Oh my gosh, dude. You playing with me? You can't match millennial energy, son. You can't. Oh my lord, yo. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities, baby. Fresh opportunities. Yo, and thank you again for understanding. I did misspeak there. For the record, I do understand that that's not a word to throw around lightly. You know, I was looking for Crypt Keeper. It came out wrong. So thank you for understanding. Not the eggs. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Espresso Jeffro coming in with 9 months? Ow. Yo, thank you, man. Thank you for 9, baby. Thank you for 9. That's one of my longest running alerts, by the way. We were talking about alerts this morning. That's one of my longest running alerts. The KK Slider concert, man. One of my favorites, dude. One of my absolute favorites. I would have did the same. Not the egg crash out. Oh my gosh. I know it's Monday, but today's song is Tuesday from Malibu Ken. There's something you should probably know before we go too far. My neighbor found a mushroom going inside my car. I know the exact cadence and everything of that song. So my relationship with that song is very particular because...
Did someone say espresso? Coffee time.
Yo, thank you, JD, for the 5 months, dude. Yo, good morning, JD. Yo, loving the chat. Good to see you. So that's from an artist, Aesop Rock here, and he's one of my favorite music artists. He is my favorite musical artist. My relationship, Didius Maximus, good morning, with that album is specific because when the album first came out, I didn't really listen to it. On one hand, it was because it was a collab. No, unfortunately, not a car mushroom. Yeah, that's where you thought this was going, probably, but I'm not that cool. I would have probably, but I'm not that cool. So I'll be honest. I knew who Tobacco was. I knew who Aesop was. I actually knew about Tobacco decades ago. And this collab came out and I was like, you know, I threw it on once. I remember I was working when it came out. I was working at a pizza shop. I threw it on once and I was just like, okay, this is dope. But I honestly barely ever listened to it again. And then about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, I was like, did I sleep on this album? And I threw it on. And I fell in love. And it's probably one of my favorite Aesop albums, but you know, I'm a sucker. I like them all. They're all my favorite. But I just wanted to share that little story because like, that was like one of the Aesop albums that got away. That I didn't instantly put on repeat. And it wasn't until later that I came back to it and was treated with this absolutely gorgeous album. Tobacco is amazing. Raina B, I'm so glad you're hip. Good morning, Raina. Tobacco is such yo, what does this sound like, an ad for Camel Joe? Oh, Tobacco's amazing. We're talking about a music group. Smoke them if you got them. Yo, thank you, Cozy, for the 400 biddies, dude. I appreciate you. This is an alert I'd like to make bigger. This is one of those alerts, like, I'd like that one to be a little bit bigger so people can see that there's actually 4 Hylians on that alert. There's 4 different Hylians all looking around at each other. Here, I'm gonna play it one more time so y'all can prepare, all right? It's one of my favorite alerts because it's the Brady Bunch, but it's all me. It's look. Wait a second, Christine, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. What the heck? Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda, for 11 months. Yeah, look, there's 4 Hylians on the scene poking around, looking at each other. Look. Anyways, enough Brady Bunch. Yo, thank you, Cozy, for the 400 biddies. Thank you very much, Little Budum, for popping in today. Lucinda, thank you for 11. Good to see you today, Seaway. And Christine, thanks for the gifted over there, dude. Thanks for supporting the broadcast, dude. Yo, Chell Dog coming in with 38. All aboard. Thank you for the hype train, fam. I appreciate the support coming in. Bit subs, donations, YouTube members, Discord members, all appreciated. Never expected, but feel free to take advantage of a chance to get some emotes. Holy heck. Jan breaking her nose is vivid in my mind now. 90s Brady Bunch movies are some of my favorites. Honestly, the 90s Brady Bunch movies went hard for sure. Yes, my P.O. box is available. ! P.O. box. I got a message from Trips. I know I got a couple people that sent me some messages about stuff getting sent to the P.O. box. Yeah, I don't know if I have it set up to where they let me know if something shows up there. I think I can do that. But regardless, I'll try to start working it into my schedule to check it like every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. I think is probably fine. I appreciate y'all. You know, of course, you never have to send anything, but I do like to provide an option for those whose language of love is gifting. Thank you very much. Boo. Yo, Weirdo of Kings, good to see you. Yo, Raina B. Yeah, as I was saying, the musical artist Tobacco is so good, and that album with Aesop. If you haven't listened, Raina B, to Malibu Ken, you should go check them out. If you haven't heard the collab between Aesop, they go together like llama and tuna fish. Tobacco's very like unique style of production with Aesop's very, very unique style of rapping layered over each other is honestly such a pure experience, and it's totally worth checking out. Totally worth checking out, dude. I could go for listening to some of that right now. Malibu Ken is so good. Smoke them if you got them. Sometimes you have to enter your live at a certain time. Yo, Code Hemi, thank you again, man. I appreciate you, bud. Imagine you tell her, oh, we got the windows open because there's some raw farts happening here, and see if she needs proof. Yo, what? Leave me on. You can't. Does the Animal Village Redeem still exist? No. Animal Village is not set up currently, but I can set it up. I can set up Animal Village again. No, that's an old bot of mine. Yo, what's up? What's up, Just Ruby? Good morning. I know, I'm actually kind of jealous that I didn't think of that myself. I'm gonna be honest. I'm mad I didn't think about that myself in the moment. Yo, what's up, Aria Luna? Good to see you today as well. I love that album. I was gonna post Tuesday in the currently listening thread tomorrow. Didius Stole My Thunder. Oh my gosh. Stolen Thunder. Didius Thunder Stealing Maximus. Keep it in the back pocket. Yeah. Dude, I hope that never happens again though, man. Listen, if you're an Airbnb owner, please, you know, call, chill out. Don't be showing up. I mean, they have all the right to do whatever they want to do. You know, it's their house, but they did try to text or email us, but we were like not necessarily checking our phones. So like, to be fair, like I get it, but like still, man, I don't know. I know I mentioned it last week, but I went to see the Wiggles this weekend and the concert was so good. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. What's up, Caden? Yeah, dude, I remember you mentioned going to see the Wiggles live. I bet you the Wiggles live is crazy. I bet you they go hard, dude. I imagine the Wiggles go hard live, dude. I bet you they're crazy dope. Yo, good morning, Ann. Welcome in here, Starbrows. It was literally a rave. Yeah, I bet you they go crazy hard, dude. Fruit salad's a classic. All right. Let's go ahead and jump over here. All right, we'll hide this and we'll go ahead and we'll bring back this. Oh, I have it hidden. Aha, hey. I forgot that I started manually hiding it because OBS was crashing if I use my buttons. I think they just updated OBS, so hopefully they fixed that. I can go back to pressing buttons again. I've never heard the actual fruit salad song, only my sister-in-law who sang it to my nephew. OBS is like Paper Mario, using it crashes it. Yeah, it's pretty rough, dude. It's like a specific crash, but hopefully they patched it. 9:19 a.m. Nice Monday morning show intro. I like that. That was a good chatting session there. As we continue to go forward today, connecting as an audience, we'll go ahead and we'll play some AC in the background. I'm using my Joy-Cons today. Felt like mixing it up, getting another feel for the Joy-Cons. Maybe I'll like them more if I kind of force myself to use them. Nice. The Happy Room Academy has already given me a B rank. Let me show y'all what my house looks like. This is what the Happy Room Academy has dubbed B worthy. Oh wow, your house is excellent, dude. Oh, you deserve a trophy for this. Let me go ahead and open this up real quick. I literally have a bug in a bucket on the ground, but okay, all right, you know. Got that lucky cat. Sounds about right. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. The rattan wardrobe. Absolutely perfect. Put this away. That's the simple DIY workbench. Very cool. And the journey begins. I think the Joy-Cons in the grip are pretty nice. Yeah, I wanted to use them today. To be fair, their standards are based on villagers' houses. Yeah, I guess I never considered that. You might be onto something. How did you get the Lucky Cat item? I don't know. I think it came from a balloon or something. Yeah, I think it was a balloon. All right, we're probably gonna need another shovel to get through today. So let's go ahead and just craft that shovel now. Gulliver? Oh, maybe Gulliver gave it to me. Yeah. No, Gulliver gave me this horse. Maybe he gave me the Lucky Cat as well. Maybe I've gotten 2 Gulliver items. Well, aren't you a lucky cat? Yo, what's up, Petite Lapine? Good to see you today. What's up? What's up? Good to see Ann in the house. Yo, wave them on in. Thank you. Thank you for waving them on in, Cindy Alice. I appreciate that. Appreciate you helping to welcome the community into the chat today. The Lucky Cat does come from Gulliver. It is a Gulliver item in this game. Dude, I've played so much Retro Crossing where the Lucky Cat item is just a regular item. Ah. Been a bit since I've been here. I hope that your journey has been good. You know, no matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're gonna welcome you back. You just haven't gotten lucky with Gulliver, huh? I wonder if Gulliver naturally rotates to fresh items always. Like, can Gulliver give you repeats, or is he coded to always give you something new? I was walking around yesterday picking up DIY stuff and I came up with a great recipe. I thought it smelled good, so I wanted to share it with you. Nate, the large cardboard boxes. Ooh, we have Flick here. I guess we could do some bug catching and selling to make some cash today. Yo, what's up, Random? Good to see you. Random 18 Random Reject says, hello, Hylian and chat. I hit the gym today. The gym proceeded to hit me back. That's how that goes. That's how that goes, eh? It wouldn't be a good gym session if you didn't get beat up. Yeah. I like that one. What's up, Sister Honey? Good to see you. Large cardboard boxes smell amazing. Must share. You know, Nate's a little lost. You know, have you seen him? Have you seen those eyebrows? Dude, look at the sea. Look at the sea of sugarcane, and we didn't even come and water them a second time. Dude. This is so cool. I'm loving our farm, man. I'm loving our farm vibes so far. This is so sick. Dude, I'm so happy. All right, let's catch this bug real quick. Sugarcane Empire. I feel like I'm playing Minecraft with all this sugarcane. I feel like I just loaded up a Minecraft save file. Making paper over here. Making paper pancakes. Making paper pancakes. CNH is quaking. I work in 30 minutes, so let us nap for 10. That's the vibe right there. That's the exact vibe right there. That's me every morning. Every morning. Let me just get another nap in. I'm making my coffee. I got time to nap. Take some paper and you put it in a pancake. Paper pancakes. I think I can get any vegetable I want, but I just haven't had Leaf visit me again. It's all RNG, you know. I had Leaf visit me once and he sold me sugarcane. He hasn't visited me since. He's a punk. What up, J-Pop? Good to see you, dude. What up, J-Pop Johnny? Thank you for 13. That sucks. Yeah, but that's okay. We'll that'll just give us more stuff to do later, I suppose, you know? All right, we got to go turn these into blathers at some point. I just joined. That's a lot of sugarcane. Yeah, it's the beginning of our farming island. And as you can see, it's the only crop we currently have. So, you know. I thought I got all my crops and was planning accordingly. Completely ignored the fact that I had completely missed out wheat. Yeah. What is there? Tomatoes, wheat, sugarcane, potatoes, carrots, pumpkins, and then the 3 different varieties of pumpkins, right? I think that's it. All right, we're at 68 out of 120 in our storage. Boy, do I miss the days of having thousands of storage. I mean, my other islands still exist. All right, so we don't have any sugarcane saved. Let's go ahead and save a couple pieces of sugarcane. We'll save all 5 of these for future cooking. And then everything else we're going to replant and we're going to sell today. Joshua Escobar. Pure 100% Colombian sugarcane. Oh, there's 4 pumpkins. Sheesh. You should go to Harvey's. So Harvey's doesn't activate the co-op until 3 stars, right? But I could be wrong about that. But I think that's all behind 3 stars. I think so. I think at this point we just have to sit around and wait for 3 stars. Once we get 3 stars, I think everything opens up. Now, I do know that you do have to visit him like once before he activates the quests. I do remember there was some kind of quirk where like if you don't visit him at all ever, then he never calls you about the upgrade. I think if I remember correctly, there was something like that. Like you have to visit him at least once and then like I don't know. We'll just quickly visit him now just in case. But anyways, regardless, the co-op has not started yet. I'm avoiding him right now because I don't want to do the wedding thing. Yeah, me either. There's a quest to visit him at the first time, right? Yeah. Like, so regardless though, yeah, the co-op stuff, I think the co-op stuff is locked behind 3-star though. But you know, this game has been updated and changed so many times that like, I have no clue, right? All right, let's just skip through all of this dialogue and then we can go back to what we were doing. Just hanging out in her undies, weighing out sugarcane, but that's tomorrow's episode. I've been enjoying Sea of Stars. They got the vintage game feeling right. Sea of Stars looks good, dude. It looks like the kind of game I would play as far as RPGs. Yeah, it's after 3 stars. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because you got to remember that when they implemented Harvey's Island co-op, that was a late game feature, and that got implemented with Cap'n, I'm pretty sure. And Cap'n was also locked behind 3 stars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that all goes, yeah. I got tired for waiting for Gulliver to give me the lucky cat, so I went and got it myself. Nice. I need to play the free DLC they put out for it still. I know you were a big proprietor of Sea of Thieves Silver Blink. I know you were like super into it, so. Dude, this is a lot of dialogue. Sheesh, dude, get me out of here. That was a whole lot of words, dude. All right, I just wanted to like talk to him about whatever. Okay, cool. I'm out of here, dude. Now you better give me that phone call when I'm ready, or else. Yo, what's up, Alto Girl? Hope you had a good weekend. I feel bad. I've been sleeping on and off today, giving myself 30 minutes to get ready for work. You feel bad because you didn't give yourself enough time to get ready for work? Is that what I'm extracting from that? I do the same thing to myself every day, dude. No, I didn't enter the house regularly because I started this in the middle of wedding season. Neo. Yeah, so I couldn't. I literally started this in the middle of wedding season. So at this point, I just have to wait until tomorrow, and then I can actually enter the house regularly. Yeah, it's the last day. Yeah. Yeah, Alto Girl, well, you know, sometimes it be like that. You know what I mean, dude? You can still enter regularly? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, well, too late now. What's up, Atlantic Chaos? And good morning, Alto Girl. Good to see you, dude. Well, hopefully you have a smooth day at work, despite maybe a short morning. I do that to myself so often, and then all of a sudden I wonder why I'm like 15-20 minutes past the time I'd like to start my show. And it's because I just needed that extra 15 minutes of sleep, man. Very cool, very cool. Are you, despite work, are you going to be doing any broadcasting today, Alto Girl? I only ask because it's June 30th, which I think is the last day potentially of your Pride celebration. For those that don't know, Alto Girl has been killing it, dude. I think they've raised almost $1,000. Maybe you passed it for the Trevor project. It's been pretty crazy, man. So loving the chat, and shout outs to Alto Girl for creating such an awesome experience in June for the celebration and of Pride. And I mean, honestly, this isn't the first year they've done something like that, but I feel like this year was like one of your biggest. So yeah, crazy stuff, man. Absolutely bonkers stuff, man. Do you know how to fix the micro SD card isn't being read by my Switch? Well, if you're talking about the Switch 2, I think it has to be a micro SD Express. So if you're talking about the Switch 2, my first thought is that you're trying to put a regular micro SD card in, but it has to be an Express micro SD card. Otherwise, sometimes SD cards need to be formatted and they can be a little bit buggy and weird. There's the classic take it out and put it back in again kind of vibes and see if it tries to format, but I'm not surprised to hear that. SD card technology and Nintendo don't always go well together. The amount of times that bad stuff has happened when I was taking my cards out, taking them out, putting them back in, stuff like not working well. Yeah, it's just all a nightmare, man. SD card technology is overly confusing and it's all a nightmare. Right? So they said it's the regular OLED. It's not, it's a regular old Switch. So then my second comment is just, it might just not be a compatible SD card. I don't think every single SD card is compatible with every single Switch. Like, it does have to be a specific generation of SD card to work with a Switch. I can't give you all the details right now, but you might need to look further into the one you have and if it's supposed to be compatible with the OLED, and then from there, maybe. Yeah. Sorry to hear you're having trouble, buddy. What's up, Sonar? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. And what's up, Andromeda Stars? Good to see you as well. Thank you for sticking around, Andromeda. Good morning, and here's hoping it'll be a good day. Woof. I stopped by for a chat. I try to be a good listener. You can talk to me anytime. Dude, she's so cute. Goldie's actually a cutie pie. I think Goldie won favorite villager back in like 2022 or something for Pocket Camp, right? Like, Nintendo did like a massive like poll for who's your favorite villager, like in Pocket Camp, and I'm pretty sure Goldie won. Which, like, at first I was like, really? Like, Goldie? It's like, she seems like such a basic villager, but I mean, she is pretty adorable. Yo, and thank you to everyone who's attempting to help with that problem. Yo, good to see you in here, Thrasher. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it was Goldie. Goldie's the one who won. I can't remember who was in second and third place, but I know for a fact Goldie was high up there. I think she won. Yeah, she's hella cute. It really does make sense. It's just, I guess it was just something I wasn't expecting. The big farm's coming along well. Dude, it is though. Dude, it is though. Massive farm, dude. Massive farm. I'm very excited. It's the last day today. Thank you. Last night was the last one. Okay, so it was last night. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I just wanted to know if you were doing like a final like hoorah, or if last night, or you know what I mean. I was just kind of curious to kind of spread the word. I know you've been kicking your butt. I know you've been working hard on creating the best Pride experience as you could. And again, I think you've done that every year so far since you started streaming, and it's just a super cool thing for you to take the time to do and to celebrate and to help others celebrate. It's really cool, man. It's very admirable. And I do appreciate what you do over there. They said, thank you. I'm going to give myself 3 days of resting because my living room is like the backstage of a theatrical production. I got wigs and outfits everywhere. I know what that's like. That reminds me of my week-long marathon, my Zelda marathon. The Tiltify link is still active, but I'm very proud of the community raising $905. That being said, with the community over the last 3 years, we've raised over $2,600 in the Trevor Project. And even though I'm out of steam, I feel happy with how far we've come. Super cool, man. Well, congratulations. One more round of HDES claps in the chat. It sounds like you earned a well-deserved break, my dude. So take it easy. Be kind, be gentle, be honest with yourself. And enjoy some time off, man. Sounds like you earned it, dude. Sounds like you earned it, man. Yo, good morning, Mad Larry. Hey, dude, my morning's going well, buddy. How you doing today, Larry? What you been up to, buddy? My morning's going well, man. So far, so good. This is a nice for a passive income in Animal Crossing. I think so, Dual Master D. I think this is gonna lock in to be worth some good money here once we start to really, produce these crops and start selling them, right? So we're still kind of in the replanting phase, so we haven't made any real money off of crops yet, but it'll start happening fast. It'll start snowballing, right? It'll be we'll fill up all the space that I plan to give to the farm, and then it'll start to snowball for sure. So my plan is to give the farm, if you take a look at these 4 squares here, I plan to give the farm these 4 squares here. So you see B2, C2, B3, right? B3 here, and C3. These 4 spaces are going to be farmland. That's just the beginning. And that's not like decorative farmland. This is like money-making farmland. All these 4 spaces, this will be money-making farmland. From there, once we do some test and some science about like how much money you can truly make with an equivalent sized farm to an orchard, because most of my in-game orchards are usually about the size of these 4 squares. Over all my years of Animal Crossing, usually about the size of these 4 squares. I don't usually go too much harder than this. And I can tell you from my experience that one orchard picking was usually worth anywhere between 100,000 and 200,000 bells. Sometimes 250, sometimes, maybe closer to that 200 number, but 100,000 to 200,000 bells roughly every 3 days. So pretty decent income. So my question, my hypothesis, the question I'm looking to answer through my science is, my thesis statement is, can I make as much money, if not more money, with an equivalent sized farm versus a foreign fruit foreign fruit farm? That's what we're gonna find out, right? That's the whole science. So we're gonna figure it out. It's gonna take me some time. because I'm gonna need to get some I'm gonna have to get more crops. I want to get one of each crop so we can test. So here's the things we're gonna be testing. How much do they sell raw? How much do they sell cooked? How much do they sell grinded down? So from sugarcane to sugar, or from wheat to flour. These are the things we're going to be testing. So how much do they sell raw, grinded down, or processed rather? How much do they sell cooked? And is it worth it versus doing fruit trees? And more importantly, how much worth it is it? That being said, we're also going to be doing some science comparing against what I believe to be the best moneymaker in the game, which is diving. As of right now, I believe that diving is one of the best ways to make money. If you dive for a year, or sorry, for an hour a year, you can get roughly 200,000 to 300,000 bells for an hour of just straight diving. So I know also Sister Honey mentioned golden flower or golden roses. That I've heard is pretty lucrative. So there's some things that we're going to be comparing up against. And we're going to really be doing some science on the economics of New Horizons. Not only taking advantage of information that has already been available by the community of Animal Crossers over 5 years, and then I'm going to be taking a lot of my own information into account as well. I want to collect a lot of my own data because I think that's the most important part. There's a lot of data out there, but I want to get my own data. I want to do my own research so that we can really sit and talk about the science of it, right? So it should be pretty fun, man. So that's our plans right now. So at the moment, we're just growing crops for cash. At the moment, I'm just growing crops for cash. Eventually, I'm going to be turning this whole island into a farming themed island. This island is going to be transformed into the fields of Ohio. I'm even thinking about using some road patterns, and I'm going to be winding roads in between these massive farms. And we're going to do a farm themed decoration. So we are going to be doing a farm theme mine. So I just wanted to kind of explain what we're going to be doing, because right now we're just planting as much as we can to make cash, but we will be kind of like evolving this idea over time. Yeah, it's going to be super cool. I'm real excited. I'm real inspired, and I haven't been inspired to do decoration on an island in a while. And I'm excited to be back in the hot seat to like get back into some island decoration, because it's been a bit for me to like really lock in. The last one we did was our island overhaul back in 2023 on Gale Island, and there's VODs and stuff of that I'll be releasing on YouTube. But it's been about 2 years since I've really decorated. So what's up, Dobutu? Good to see you today. Welcome to the broadcast. And what's up, Call Me Muse? Good to see you here as well. Aubrey's in the house. Good morning, Aubrey. Good morning, Love Chloe Bear. You might as well as do a rock garden while you're at it. Dude, that's actually right. Wait, hold on a second. Cozy, you're right, dude. We might as well as do a rock garden, actually. I think you might be onto something. That's actually crazy, dude. Been cleaning my apartment, and I've been looking for an art designer to help me make a logo and a good banner. What's up, Mad Larry? If you need any help finding an artist for streaming assets, you're always welcome to reach out to me, and I could recommend you a handful of people from our community. All right, so don't be shy, Mad Larry. That goes to anybody. In the Hyrule Gaming Group Collective, we have multiple artists who would love to receive a commission from a fellow member of this community. And we have some very talented artists around us. So don't be shy to reach out. You don't have to use websites like Fiverr. We might have some options for you right here. I can think of 3 artists right off the top of my head that would likely be interested in taking a commission. So don't be shy to reach out to me if you need any help. Do 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 do. I probably should do a rock garden. I am playing on Switch too. Yes, correct. If you need road designs, go on Pinterest. Yeah, I'll probably do that at some point. I think we're kind of far away from actually decorating this island, though. I think we're kind of far out from that. That'll be something we do as the year progresses. But I'm excited regardless. I got a commission and did 3 tracks for a horror RPG with all analog synths. Nice. I didn't know you produced music, Aubrey. I didn't know you did music. What the heck, dude? You should send me a DM with some of your music. I'd love to hear some of it over on Discord. Yeah, I didn't know you did tracks, dude. I have a lot of synths. I want to pick up a synth or two. I want to start messing around with synths. I've actually done a little bit of research and everything on like what it takes to get a proper synth set up. And I think I want to start producing synth music, man. I think it's something that my heart really wants to pursue, and I think I'd be good at it. I'm a pretty musical fella. My Discord hacked? Oh no, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear it. Well, you can always find me. I'm just highly in descent 0001, but highly in descent. You can always just re-add me. Sorry to hear about the Discord hack though, dude. Be vigilant out there, chat. If you all didn't change your passwords recently, as a quick little PSA, if you didn't hear, Google, I think it was Google, there was a massive data breach about a week ago. A massive data breach. If you have not heard about this, it's time to change your passwords again. Yeah, 16 million users got hacked. I don't know the details. I haven't done a ton of research on this, so you have to do your own research. But what I recommend is it's probably just a good time to change your passwords. Again, if you just changed them, probably do it anyways. I try to change mine every 6 months to a year. And we're just kind of, I think it's going to just get worse, chat. If you want my opinion on where technology's going, the recommendation of changing your passwords every year should now be every 6 months. And then now I think you're gonna want to do every 3 months, because as Duelmaster D said, I love how they keep telling us to change our passwords, but they just keep getting hacked. Yeah, I think it's bad, and I think it's just gonna keep getting worse. So I think at this point, you're almost gonna want to do monthly password changes. Like, we're getting to the point now in our society where you're probably gonna want to start changing your passwords every month. We're probably already there. I just don't want to admit it. Right? Like, yeah, it's pretty rough, dude. Yeah. Is there a non-tedious way to do it? Well, you could get a password manager. Yeah, there is. Now, I don't have a lot to say about this because I don't use a password manager myself, but there are a couple options out there of password managers that you can use that keep them all and like cleaned up and make it super simple to kind of change all your passwords. I don't know a ton about this, but that's the best advice I can give you, is look into password managers, right? Now, if you're like me, the first question that you asked is, well, then what happens if your password manager gets hacked? So what's the point? And like, that's the problem now, isn't it? I've asked myself that question before. I'm like, what's the point? Like, what if they get hacked? Then at that point, it doesn't matter. So like, I don't know. I'm not convinced. I just changed them all manually. It sucks, but I just changed them all manually. Right now, my system is I use 4 different passwords. And all of my banking, PayPal's, emails, Twitch accounts, YouTube accounts, I have 4 different passwords that I use. So if I'm using one password on YouTube, I don't use the same on Twitch. If I'm using one on Twitch, I don't use that for banking. If I'm using one password for PayPal, then I don't use that for my bank. If I'm using a password for my bank, then I don't use that for my email. And I just rotate it all myself. I just do it all manual. I'm an old school guy. I don't need anybody managing my passwords but myself. What's up, Altanor? Oh, that sucks, Aubrey. That sucks, dude. What if I'm the human password manager for my family? I hate having to change my password. I know, dude, it sucks. That's why I recommend, and everyone says don't write your passwords down, but I don't know what environment y'all are living in that you can't write your passwords on a sticky note and hide them like under your mouse pad on your desk. And instantly all the tech heads in the chat go wild. Don't write your passwords down. What are you doing? What do you mean? I live alone. No, don't do that. Yeah, you see, every time. I live alone. Why does it matter? I live alone. I put it on a sticky note. I just put it under my mouse pad. I lift my mouse pad up and oh, okay, that's what that new password is. Bro, my house gets broken into weekly. Bro, your problem is not the passwords and the writing down of them. Your problem is that your house gets broken into weekly. That's not you. I think you're looking at the wrong problem and the wrong solution. Yeah, I think you need to check something else out. I'm not sure what's going. That's not good. I need locks, I guess. Maybe. At home's way different than an office. Thank you for clarifying, though. No, seriously, like, jokes aside, I wanted to talk about this because that's the difference. When people tell you not to write down your password, they're talking about in public places. If you're at home, you can write your password down. It doesn't matter. If you have a notebook you keep at your house and you never take out of your house and you guys struggle with remembering your passwords, write them down. It's fine. I think there's like this weird stigma on the idea of writing them down with a pen. Like, if you're at home, just don't take the notebook out of your house. Yeah, no worries, Wonder Waffle. Have a good day. And also, we'll see you later, Allie Allen. Right? It's not that big of a deal. Like, a lot of people, right? Now, I do agree with this statement in the chat. Don't put them on your laptop on a sticky note or a text file or something, because at that point, you're very vulnerable. There is a difference between that and writing it on a sticky note physically and putting it somewhere in your house that no one else can see. A big difference, right? Otherwise, to go back to the actual solution of a password manager, am I crazy? How does that work? So somebody mentioned something about an encryption. So how does it work? So the recommendation is you get a password manager, all right? And you make one super insane, super long, crazy, super caloristic, fragilidocious password. And that is like your true wall. And that's how you get into the password manager. And then from there, the password manager manages all your passwords for you so you don't have to think so hard. Right? So that's the idea behind it, right? Is like, this is how a password manager would work. So you're not necessarily, you don't have to be afraid like I was being genuine when I said that. The reason I haven't used a password manager, because the first question I asked myself was, how does a password manager stop itself from being hacked? Wouldn't it be stupid to have all of your passwords in one place so that all it takes is the one thing being hacked? I'm genuinely, that is how I felt. I've been on technology my whole life. I am far from tech illiterate. And I couldn't find an answer within my soul, right? In my own brain, I couldn't find an answer on why a password manager would be better than figuring it out yourself. Because I'm like, dude, at that point, your hundreds of passwords are in one place. And if one person gets into that one place, you're screwed. So like, that's why I've never used a password manager. It's like, at that point, I think you're making yourself more vulnerable. Right? Like, am I crazy to think that? At that point, you're just making the hacker's job easier. Like, at that point, you might as well just be using one password on every account you own. It doesn't matter how good it is. So Kalika says, password managers store the passwords on your system. They are not available to a central database. I see. So at that point, if my system's connected to the internet and somebody keylogs me, I'm screwed. A password manager can be locked using both multi-factor authentication and biometric means. Mobile phones are notoriously difficult to hack and provide pretty advanced encryption. Okay, cool. What's up, Nerd Dad? Yeah, and like I said, this was just genuine questions because I've wanted to use a password manager for a long time. But I sincerely was worried that it was not maybe... You know what I mean? Like, I needed to do more research and I just haven't done more research. With Google being hacked, if you use the Google keyboard on your Android device, isn't everything you type tracked? Just curious. Right, these are questions I have. Like, this information isn't like readily available without hours of research. I highly recommend LastPass. At least a password manager is better than a Google document. I agree with that. I think a password manager is probably the best option next to, I don't know, writing it on a notebook and then putting it in a safe or something. So here we have a link here, and it's a question. 1Password is secure by design. Learn how it encrypts your data. Your data is safe in 1Password. Fundamental design choices were made to protect everything you store in 1Password so you can trust it with your passwords, financial information, and more. 1Password protects you and your information in 3 different ways. End-to-end encryption leaves the keys in your hands and nowhere else. Smart features limit your exposure to threats outside 1Password. Full transparency. So these are all buzzwords. Give me the real thing. So what's encryption? I guess this requires you to understand what encryption is. So we're going to skip this and we'll have people do their own research. But if you don't have an understanding of like how encryption works, that's not something I'm going to go into. I have a personal understanding of like what encryption means. Not everyone here probably does, and don't feel bad about that. You might just need to Google it and try to wrap your head around it. Features, clipboard management, code signature validation, auto lock, watchtower vulnerability alerts, phishing protection, transparency. So, you know, one of my favorite systems of like 2-factor authorization is a physical device that provides a key. Do people still use those? Can you still get like a physical device that you like put on your keychain and that you like press a button on it and it gives you a random number and then you enter that number into the 2-factor authorization? Because that was my favorite way of like 2-factor. I used it for Star Wars: The Old Republic. I had one of those for SWTOR. YubiKey is one of them. I have one, my red token. So any of you experts in the chat, is that something that is still like a useful thing? Final Fantasy still uses those? Because like I want to get one of those for like Google or something. I'd love to have some like an extra layer of protection, man. I think those are sick. I like the physical. I like having like a physical thing in my life. Yo, thanks. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and share this link again for those that actually are curious and want to read about this. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make a point to bookmark this so I can read it myself later. Thank you very much for the information, dude. Thank you very much for the information. I like I said, I genuinely would love a solution to password management, because I find that having to change my password every couple weeks sucks. And I'm right there with everyone in the chat who said the same thing, man. It blows. But we have to do it. You know what I mean? Like, we have to do it. You have to keep up. Yeah, I'm low-key tired of trying to cast spells to get into my accounts. Well, I'm gonna be real, dude. It's only gonna get worse. And I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news, but it's only gonna get worse from here, man. Now, like, the technology is just getting to a point to where, like, it's only getting easier for people's information to get, you know, taken advantage of. So yo, good to see you here today. Overused, thank you for 20 months, man. Yo, I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, man. Yo, good to see you today. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to the Monday morning show. It's just chatting with extra steps. We got the game on in the background, but we're really here to connect as an audience. And we fell into a password security conversation due to the recent leaks. And I just wanted to let everyone know who isn't chronically online like myself that we had another data breach, and you might want to change your passwords, right? So consider that. So I guess I never considered that biometrics was the key. So me using my finger to open my phone or whatever is really, like, that's going to be the true way to preserve our counts and stuff in the future, right? Like, I guess, like, I feel like we're entering like a sci-fi movie. You know what I mean? Like, we're entering a sci-fi movie, dude. We're gonna have to, like, scan our wrists to buy groceries. Boop, 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 boop. What's up, Captain Fox? Good to see you today, man. Good morning, Taco. Welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, good to see you, Taco. Thanks for reposting your hello today, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Sometimes the conversations get a little lively. Yo, Kaisky, good morning. Golden Fawn, welcome to the broadcast. Detective Rach, Planet Kitties, of course. Nerd Dad, good morning, Nerd Papa. Good to see you. Thank you, Altonor. Thank you, Binary Digit. Thank you, Nerd Dad, for taking the opportunity to kind of give us a little bit of extra knowledge and education, by the way. I just want to say thank you to all three of you. Like, that means a lot to me. Thank you for imparting your knowledge here in the chat. What's up, Lady Oak? Good to see you today, Lady Oak. Welcome in. Thank us official and Zane. How you doing today, Zane? Welcome back, buddy. Adelaide Kate, good morning. It's Chic, by the way. And good morning again, Dobutsu. Dobutsu, good to see you in the chat as well. And Peachy19, good morning. Welcome in here, Peachy. And all right, Binary Digit, you've convinced me. I'm going to go ahead and start setting up a password manager here. You've convinced me, chat. It is I.
I missed this one.
Yeah, thank you for the 666 biddies, Chic. Thank you again, Overused. Thanks for the follows coming in today. And I saw a subscription over on the YouTube Lurker Zone. Thank you for that as well. And thank you to those of you that are hitting that lurk button over on the YouTube, that like button rather. Words. Yo, welcome in. What's up, the book cover? We've bounced from the wasteland to your island paradise. Time to trade pit boys for fishing rods and throw the biggest island party ever. Let's make Tom Nook go wild. Go monkas with our wild antics. Yeah. What a great raid message. What is up, dude? Welcome in, man. Beautiful, beautiful raid message, dude. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for the book cover. The book cover, have I met you before? Is this by chance our first time meeting? Perhaps so. And a Fallout fan at that. Boy, have I spent many a year in the wastelands, from Fallout 3 to New Vegas, to journeys with my boy Fox, the Great, the Giant, to punching heathens in my most recent Fallout 3 playthrough. We actually just finished, maybe about a year ago now, a fist-only playthrough of Fallout 3. We punched our way to Liberty Prime. I'm a pretty big Fallout fan myself. Welcome in here, y'all. Hope you guys had a good day over there. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. First time meeting. Nice to meet you as well, man. Thank you for the raid, dude. That was very kind of you. Let me go ahead and get you a follow also, and we can hopefully check you out here in the future. And welcome in, Raiders. I'm Highly in Descent. You can call me Hylian or Joshua, and you are tuned into what I call the Monday Morning Show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the theme of my broadcast here on Mondays. The best way to start your week off right here, twitch.tv/Highly in Descent. And we like to do a lot of chatting here on a Monday. It's just chatting with extra steps. We'll be playing some games. We got our Animal Crossing going, but really it's more about me connecting with my audience and chatting with everybody and giving us at least one day a week to truly connect and yap and share pictures and do whatever. So welcome to my show today. If you like Animal Crossing or Nintendo games, Nintendo variety, Stardew Valley, farming sims, that's what I'm all about here. If I'm not playing Animal Crossing or Stardew or a Zelda game, I'm usually doing something in that Nintendo camp. But I like to say I'm a Nintendo baby at heart with a variety gamer's soul, which really is just a way for me to say I like games. I like games. I was going for the I love gold. What is that, old Austin Powers? I love games. And I've been playing games for a long time. And I like to mix it up when I can, for sure. Yeah, gold member. Yeah. I heard farming sims, FS 25%. No, I've never actually played the official farming simulator, which is funny that you say that. Maybe we will on this channel someday, I'm sure. But I've been mostly focused on Harvest Moons and Story of Seasons. I grew up playing the traditional Harvest Moon games. Eventually they turned into Story of Seasons and I play those, and Stardew Valley is one of the main ones that I've played a lot on my channel here. But everything from the rune factories to the fields of Mystrias, the coral islands, I mean, honestly, to the Animal Crossings, because if you haven't noticed, we are actually doing a farming island. And I present to you my 100% pure Colombian sugarcane farm. So we farm even when we're not playing farming sims. You know. Yo, thank you again, book cover. Seriously, dude, I appreciate you. Fallout's awesome. You seem like a cool guy. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I love Fallout. I have to come check you out sometime. Thank you for the raid, everyone. I appreciate the love in here. And welcome to my show. It's Chic here in the Twitch chat says, my week is starting off chill. I had orthopedic surgery Friday, so my week involves a lot of laying down with my leg elevated, recovering. Yo, take it easy. Chic, you got this, man. One day at a time, one step at a time. Thank you again for the support. Yo, Silver Knight, good morning. And Dank says you can just call me Dan. All right, I got you, baby. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. Dan Official. Yo, excuse me, Sister Bliss UK. How you been, Sister Bliss? Good to see you. What's up, Princess Frosty? Good to see you, Princess, as well. Just Jackie, yo. Yo, what's up, Yumi Anova Wolf? And thanks for jumping in the chat today. Thanks for joining the raid. Nug Isles says, good morning, besties. Going to be driving and lurking to try to get this grumpy baby to snooze. Thankful for this community to keep sane during this season. I also was a baby who would fall asleep to driving. Is that just like a normal baby thing, or is that just like some babies? I was that baby as well. I heard stories of having to be drove around to fall asleep. I still am. Yeah, me too, dude. I'm a sleepy passenger. I'm a very sleepy passenger. Yeah, same. Aloha, aloha. I'd love to have a sugarcane field on my Hawaiian island. Nice, nice. Aloha. You have a Hawaiian themed island, huh? My baby only sleeps in the bed and nowhere else. My husband never grew out of that. Falls asleep every time we're in the car. I'm a very sleepy passenger. Yeah, man. I call it cartcalepsy. Cartcalepsy. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. What's up, Francis? Good to see you back in here. The rum farm. If I'm not driving and if I'm the passenger seat, I will easily fall asleep. But put me in the back seat, and for the most part, I'll struggle to not get motion sick. That's strange. The back seat makes a difference, huh? I'm the opposite passenger. I can't sleep no matter when I'm in a car. That's so interesting to hear other people's experiences when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I found out like these past couple years that for some reason people can't play Game Boys while they're in a car. I found out recently that people get motion sick reading and playing on Game Boys in cars. And I about fell out of my seat when I found this out, because I've been playing Game Boys while in a car my whole life. My whole freaking life, I was playing my Game Boy, back seat, front seat, trunk. You know, sometimes I got a little bit crazy and, you know, Pops had to throw me in the trunk for a ride. But, you know, regardless, I was in there with my worm light in the trunk, chilling. Yeah, it's crazy. I've never had a problem. I've never had a problem playing my Game Boy in a car. I could even read. I could even read while in the car. Now, as I get a little bit older, I think the reading is like a little bit weirder. But I think it's just because I need glasses. But yeah, dude, I could sit on my phone. It doesn't matter. I stayed in the truck from North Carolina to Ohio. It was awesome. I can say the same. Not the trunk. Yeah, dude, I lived in the trunk. My son unfortunately got motion sickness, so I have to hook my iPad up for him to look at. Aw. Yeah, that's scary stuff, dude. I didn't know that. My point is I never realized that was even a problem for people until like recently. I was so taken back by that. I used to be able to do all of it. Then I got my gallbladder removed and I get motion sick so bad now. Not sure where the link is, but here I am. That's interesting, huh? Maybe the gallbladder had something to do with like your center, your point of balance or something. The island is named Hukipa Hospitality. I've been wanting to do a Hawaiian theme for some time now. I'm a Hawaiian, so why not bring a bit of Hawaii into Animal Crossing? That's so cool, dude. Kohoko, that's Kohoku. That is so cool. That is actually so cool. Yo, what's up, Amusing Ashley? I had no problem as a kid. Now I can't read or look at a screen too long. That's crazy. I always love hearing about people's different perspectives and journeys. It's so fascinating to me. You love NC? I wish I would live there, but I like my state. I've been to North Carolina once when I was real young. Yeah, crazy. I couldn't imagine all the hours I spent playing Game Boy in the car. I feel like I spent hundreds of hours of my life gaming in cars, that I couldn't even wrap my head around the idea of not having that gaming time. You're in North Ohio? Nice. Yeah, dude, I've been in Ohio for most of my life here. Good to see you in the chat. I meet fellow Ohioans often. I have Ohio energy, and Ohioans just gravitate to my broadcast. I don't know what it is. I just have the Ohio energy. I'm an Ohio native as well. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I just got that Ohio energy. I don't know what it is. It's because Ohio's a cult. Ohio in here. What's up, Liz? But jokes aside, we have a lot of Ohioans in our community. We could pop off with an Ohio meetup. We got to do a meetup at like one of the events. There's always like really cool gaming events that happen in Ohio. That would be like the best place to do a meetup. You have a Bostonian here too. A couple Bostonites in the chat for sure. Pretty diverse, a lot of Midwesterners, but honestly, my community's pretty diverse overall. So when I started streaming, a little bit of channel lore for y'all, I used to stream at 6 in the morning Eastern time. So when I first built my audience, I actually had like 50% of my audience. At one point, it was literally 55% to 45% of my audience was actually overseas in Europe. And over time, I eventually did 7 a.m. And then I eventually did 8 a.m. And now my audience is more like 70-30, 75-25 Americans versus Europeans. So I cultivated a pretty diverse atmosphere because of that. Because of that time where I was up so early, streaming so early, I managed to cultivate like a pretty diverse atmosphere, and I think it just stuck with me all these years. And whether it's different parts of the states or different parts of the world, we have a pretty diverse atmosphere here. Introduced Mario Kart World to my kids last night and they love it. Oh, dude, I'm sure the kids are having a blast playing it. Surely. All right, let's go sell some stuff at the store, and we'll grab some coconuts to sell while we're at it. Started following when I lived in Florida. Now I'm in NC. Oh, nice. What's up, Miss Murder? That's cool. I love the idea that people's life circumstances change over time while being introduced to my show. Like, we've had people here who had fallen in love with each other. We had people here who've you know, over the years of watching my stream, they had their firstborn babies or their second, or we've had people who have popped into the stream over the years and, you know, they went all the way through college. Like, we had one person who found me at the end of high school and watched me all the way through college. And now they have their master's degree and they've been watching Highly in Descent the whole time. It's like you get to come along on people's lives. Yeah, it's really cool, man. It's super cool, dude. It's really rad stuff. Yeah, throw a log on the bonfire, baby. That checkpoint, that internet checkpoint, powered by Highly in Descent. Get out of here. Yo, good morning, Blood Raven. Good to see you, dude. Next year you're going to Cedar Point. Cedar Point's always a big one. The Cleveland Gaming Classic is one of the biggest events of the year. What's the Cleveland Gaming Classic? When does that happen? Here, let me look it up. Cleveland Gaming Classic. What is this all about? How do I not know this? September. So it's September 19th to 21st. That's a rough time for me. Is it always in September? That's probably why I don't know about it. Because that's a rough time for me. That's a very busy time of year for me, especially this year. I have a lot going on that last week of September. Don't call me Shirley. Former Michigander here and currently an Ohioan. Wow, so you came to the light side. And yeah, I just called Michigan the dark side. Correct. Yo, what's up, Acorn from eBay? Good morning, Hearts of Violet. A new horse girl racing gacha game. Really? Horse girl racing gacha. Sounds about right. My favorite thing in Ohio is Put-in-Bay. A lot of people love Put-in-Bay. Yeah, that's a popular place. That's a very, very popular place. Yeah, Put-in-Bay is a big one. I'm from the dark side. Leave Michigan alone. What? I can poke fun a little bit. Michiganders poke fun at Ohioans all the time, dude. I'll never forget this one. So I'm not a big sports guy or anything like that. I don't really care. And one time I was working at this, I was working at a restaurant, and we had this like special event at this like big food truck like place. I don't remember. Either way, we're vibing, and I'm wearing a Detroit hat. At the time, I was rocking a Detroit hat. I like Detroit. And you know what? The classic D symbol. And this lady walks into my kitchen. She also worked at a different food truck. And she goes, "Who do you think you are wearing a Detroit hat around here?" This lady had big boss energy. You know, like she had big kahuna energy. You know, I'm like, she's probably packing harder than I am. So I'm like, "Whoa, lady, calm down." And she's like, "You know what they say about Detroit, right?" And I'm like, What do you say? Like, what? And she's like, the only thing worse than Cleveland is Detroit. How dare you wear that hat?" And I'm like, get out of my face, dude. I'm like, what do you want from me? Like, I'm just trying to chill. Like, I'm just wearing a hat, dude. I don't get caught up in your games. Like, what do you want? This lady was like seriously in my face, dude. I'm like, I'm sorry I offended you. Like, what do you... She was so mad at me. I'll never forget that. Apparently, Detroit's the only thing worse than Cleveland. Some people want to argue way more than it's healthy. Yeah, true. What's up, Stormy? Good to see you today. I saw your post in the Discord. Where did the Michigan-Ohio rivalry come from anyways? From college football. So I don't know exactly the roots of it, but it was college football. College football, it's Michigan versus Ohio. Ohio State University versus Michigan University. And that's like really where it all started. That's like the heart of the rivalry. And now from there, from what I understand, there also was a subtle rivalry between our baseball teams. So you also had a rivalry that started producing between Detroit and Cleveland, the Cleveland Indians versus the Detroit, I think, Tigers. So that was like another layer to the lore over the years. Was baseball. It was baseball, and college football started it, and then baseball continued it, I think, and now it's both. We always joke about it so people don't come flood in and make everything expensive. Detroit is on the up and up. Detroit gets such a bad rap. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Honestly, Cleveland gets a pretty bad rap. People sleep on Cleveland. You know, when people think about Cleveland, the things they think about are either the old 20s comments where we were a smog city, or they think about Bone Thugs and Harmony and that they're going to get shot if they even like leave their car in Cleveland. Like, no one really respects Cleveland either. Yeah. Or LeBron James. Bingo. That was the third one I was going to, right? Or they just think of LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Like, that's pretty much it. I like to imagine right now that you're doing Breaking Bad levels of profit and your sugarcane farm is your cocaine farm. Oh yeah. Is that where we're at here? We're bringing a more mature theme to the Animal Crossing universe. This is sure to get me a great sponsorship with Nintendo. So, Highly in Descent, why do you think you're worthy of a sponsorship with us here at Nintendo? Well, one time I made a massive sugarcane farm and I made jokes about it with my community that we were producing cocaine. Yes, it was great, dude. So I looked into this a while ago because of sports, but I learned some history between Ohio and Michigan. In the 1830s, there was the Toledo War, which was a territorial dispute over the Toledo Strip, which was a piece of land where both states claimed. It was mostly non-violent, but it created a lasting animosity. This is a history lesson of the day. So it didn't start with football. It started in the 1830s over a strip of land. Wow, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you for dropping knowledge. Yeah, Captain Fox said it as well. I didn't realize what you were talking about. Oh, Neo, very nice, very nice. A war over Toledo. But Drew Carey taught me that Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks, Cleveland rocks, Cleveland rocks, Cleveland rocks. Da-da-da. Yeah, Cleveland is a great bar city and a food city, correct. If I had to give Cleveland a compliment for one thing over any other state, I don't think people realize just how much good food is in Cleveland. My waist size should tell you all you need to know. But, you know. Scott the Waz would be from Michigan if they won. Really? Scott, that's so funny, dude. I love Scott the Waz. He's great. Yeah, Cleveland. Dude, that's kind of a deep cut thing there, though, Captain Fox. Like, I didn't find out till recently that the world isn't full of retro gaming stores. We are. I've learned that through streaming. Like, I've talked to my stream a little bit about how I grew up with retro gaming stores on like every corner feeling. Like I could go to any small city within the greater Cleveland area and I just got retro gaming stores. And I was sharing those thoughts with my community and people were like, not here, dog. Even as close as Pennsylvania, they ain't got nothing on us. Apparently we have a ton of retro gaming stores compared to like a lot of the world. I didn't realize that. I believe there's other places, like you said, Michigan binary. Like I believe that. I'm sure we're not the only ones, but I didn't realize that. Like I didn't realize how blessed I was to grow up in Ohio when it came to retro gaming. Like we had access to a lot more than others had. Yeah, that's nuts. I thought it was just normal to have retro gaming stores like around you. Boom, boom. I'm sure nowadays it's pretty popular. To be fair, this conversation's a little moot now because retro gaming is like very popular. So like, you know, all the millennials have grown up and we all want to take back our childhood. So to be fair, I think nowadays maybe that conversation isn't as important because there's like a lot more retro gaming going on. A lot more people are trying to capitalize on it. So, but like a decade ago, I wouldn't be surprised if like Ohio was one of the capitals of retro gaming. Like a decade ago, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, me too, High Arcade. So we got an announcement for Super Mario Strikers. Did you hear about that? I think Mario Strikers was probably one of the lamest choices they could have chosen. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very disappointed at the first GameCube game that they announced. Now, you know, I'm being picky. I'm being a punk. I know, but like, really? Like, I think Mario Strikers is a great game. But like, come on, give me something with some more substance, all right, Nintendo? Mario Strikers. Yeah, like, what are you doing? Why are you giving me that game? We want Beautiful Joe? Exactly. Yeah, where's Luigi's Mansion? The literal launch title for the GameCube. Yeah, like, what are you doing? Like what? Like, where? Like, anyways, Nintendo's just so weird, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if the next Luigi's Mansion is a remake of Luigi's Mansion 1. That's one of my theories, actually. One of my theories is that we're not getting Luigi's Mansion 4. We're getting Luigi's Mansion 1 remade. That's a theory I've had for a little while. It's a baseless theory. It's a wish list theory. But I've thought about that for a while. I think they're going to do a full remake of Luigi's Mansion 1. And they're going to bring it to the modern era. So, we'll see. I thought they would have gone with Sunshine. Yeah, I think there was 100 other choices they could have went with than Mario Strikers. And that's all I'm saying. Again, Mario Strikers is a beautiful game. But like, what are you doing? There was better options, dude. And the big thing here is that like, it's not like you can really play those games online. You can play those games online with like one other person, but after that, it gets really laggy and it's really unplayable and it's kind of unfortunate. Like, they didn't really fix their netcode. Now, we're not going to turn this into a let's bash Nintendo conversation. As you all know, I'm good on that. But, you know, you got to call them as you sees them, and everything that I've seen and experienced so far is that if you try to go play Soul Calibur online, it's pretty bad. Right? Like, it's pretty bad. So, oh, fun fact. I remember when I first came in and I accidentally acted like a punk with something about Animal Crossing and you almost banned me. Probably true. Soul Calibur Online's really bad. Yeah, it's like I've heard that if you play it with like somebody in the same state as you or like the same like country as you, it's like not that bad, but even then it's pretty rough. So anyways, the reason I brought that up is the point that I'm trying to make is stop giving us multiplayer games. It's not like I'm going to be playing with anybody online. Stop giving us multiplayer games. I don't want those. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need those. Like, give me single player adventure games because I'm not going to be playing NSO games online. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I ask. Like, now I know Super Mario Strikers is very much playable single player. Like, I get that. Like, so, you know, again, just a personal complaint, but or give us more couch co-op. Yeah, Amazon hasn't been since like the first rush, I think. Hearts of Violet. What's up, Druck? Good to see D-Ruck in the house. Nembo Tavi, welcome back. Wonder Waffle, by the way. Exclamation point WB for the proper welcome back. Yeah, it's a premium service. It's cheaper than alternatives, but it's still premium. Give us the good games. Yeah, right. It's strange. Strange decision making. But, you know, it's obvious that they're just going for the long haul. To end this my input on this conversation on a positive note. It's very obvious that they're looking at the long haul. So it's just one of those situations where in 2 years, the GameCube library on the Switch is going to be really sexy. In 2 years. But right now, we're all kind of just waiting. But, you know, in 2 years, it'll be pretty dope. So, just like, it's like one of the, it's like, you know, so sure, you know, give it a couple years and it's going to be great. But flying to Georgia soon to get a Raven chick? A Raven chick? What, like a baby Raven? That's interesting. I've never seen a baby Raven before. I think they would sell more subs if they were just like, here's 30 games at launch. Yeah, right. I could not agree with that more, Druck. And, you know, I don't know about you. I can't speak for you, but I'm no marketing major. I'm no business major. But I think they would sell a lot more subs if they were just like, here's 30 games, right? It doesn't even have to be the 30 hottest games. They could mix in some doo-doo games too. Like, it would just be nice. Yeah, exactly. And I'm waiting for the Pokemon games for sure. Yo, Susha Lush is in the house, and May Michi is in the house as well. What's up, May? And we got Gil Wen rolling in. Gil Wen says, good morning and happy Monday. I hope you all have a great day. Also, highly in dissent. I sent you a question on Discord. If you get a second today, not urgent. Okay, cool. I'll do my best to get back to it. Yeah, not a problem at all, my dude. Thank you for letting me know. And let's go ahead and mix up our jams. I think today's the perfect day for us to throw a little bit of plugged in here. Get some good Monday energy. The Pokemon games will be their own sub. No, they did announce the GameCube games for the subscription service already. The GameCube Pokemon games. But I do agree with you that if they ever brought like gold, yellow, you know, silver, emerald, all that stuff, oh, that's totally going to be its own thing. I 100% agree with that. In fact, I think they're just going to release a retro collection or something. And it'll be like, you know, $20 for like the original 3 games, and then like another 10 or 20 for like Generation 2. Like, it'll be like some goofy system like that, maybe. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there at this point. Who knows? Who knows? I'll tell you who doesn't know. This guy. And probably most of us, because Nintendo's an elusive creature. What up, Shockers? Yo, good to see you back in here, Shockers. Welcome in, welcome in. Speaking of Nintendo, though, who here is pretty excited about next month and the prospect of the Donkey Kong game coming out? I'm pretty excited about that. Otherwise, we just got Tamagotchi Plaza, which is technically a brand new game for the Switch 1 and Switch 2. And otherwise, we got a release date for the Drag X Drag game that uses the mouse feature. So if y'all didn't see that, we did get a release date for the Drag X Drag game. And that'll be coming out, I think, August something? Isn't the 30th anniversary next year for Pokemon? I think you might be right. Yeah, we have a lot of anniversaries coming up. Right, chat? I think the Zelda 40th anniversary is coming up, potentially next year. We also have Mario. I think Mario's 40th anniversary is next year, right? We also have a Zelda anniversary coming as well. And Animal Crossing's getting their 25th anniversary next year as well. So we got 25 years of Animal Crossing. I think it's 40 years of Mario. I think it's some amount of years of Zelda. Somebody just mentioned Pokemon. Yeah, we got a lot. Next year could be a big year. You know, I would hope that Nintendo would take advantage of some of these celebrations. They've been doing a little bit more with their anniversaries recently, but it always feels like they don't quite do enough. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. You know, I try to stay positive. I try to stay hopeful. So I want a new Fire Emblem. It's been a while since we got a new Fire Emblem. I, however, did not get a chance to play Engage. Would you personally recommend Fire Emblem Engage? Golden Fawn, did you play that one, the most recent one for Switch? I haven't picked up Engage. I didn't engage with Fire Emblem Engage. I skipped that one. You did? You loved it? It looked good, man. It looked real good. Yeah, Mario Paint, dude. Mario Paint on the Switch would just be the most godly thing that Nintendo would ever do. Mario Paint would be the most godly thing ever. Did y'all see? Listen to this. Did y'all see this? Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull something up for y'all. Did y'all see this? I gotta dig it up. Give me just a second. It's an old video. Maybe this is 2 weeks old. Where's it at here? I thought this was really cool. Let me see if I can find this. I'm not quite sure when I saw it, but I think I know where I saw it. Dang it, dude. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this as easy as I hoped. Here, let me go back into the trenches of Google real quick, and we'll see here. Filters. Let's say the last month. Imagine if they do a remake of the first or second Zelda game. I think the first Zelda game could use could have a really cool remake. I do think so. I do agree with that. That would be really sick. A lot of Zelda fans are convinced that Breath of the Wild was just basically that remake, but I think they could go back and they could just keep it the way that it originally looked with just better graphics. Like, they don't need to make it 3D or anything, right? So I unfortunately can't show you the video because I can't quite find it, but what I wanted to show you all was somebody actually took the time to get the Mario Paint mouse to work on the Switch. Take a look at this. Now this picture is like old, but this picture here is older. I'm fairly certain, but just to kind of give us some context. Using a bunch of different like daisy chained cords, somebody was able to get the mouse to work on the Switch too. They daisy chained a bunch of cords together. They got a dongle that plugged the Super Nintendo cable into a USB. Then they got the USB to USB-C. Then they plugged that into the Switch, and it worked. It worked. It worked like a regular mouse. So all of you that have the Mario mouse and the mouse pad, you can use that on your Switch too. It just takes some daisy chaining of like cables. but it actually works. It's insane to me, dude. It actually works, dude. It was a Spawn Wave video. I'm pretty sure Spawn Wave put out a little blurb in one of his news updates about it. That's why I can't find the video on YouTube, because it was a segment within a news video. It was just like a quick little news segment he did. Yeah. It's crazy. It's actually so crazy, dude. Switch to Mario Paint mouse. Oh, I also want to say thank you to those of you over on YouTube today, because we hit our daily 20 like goal. Thank you. Thank you for hitting my 20 like goal over on YouTube. Every day I'm trying to hit a certain amount of likes over on the tube, and I appreciate y'all helping with that. Thank you so much. And I know we recently hit, let's see here. I know we recently hit a goal with subscribers. And let's see here. Let's see if I can pull that up really quick. Yeah, we did. We broke 2,500 subscribers. How about that? We broke 2,500 subscribers on YouTube finally. We're halfway through the 2,000s, on the way to 3,000. And like, just keep in mind that just 2 months ago, I was only at 2,300, which means that in just 2 months, I managed to get 200 people to find my YouTube streams and to subscribe to them. And it's not just people from the stream. It was at first, but people are starting to discover our community and the channel on YouTube, and they're hitting that subscribe. They're coming back for more, man. It's really cool, because I guess it just, for me, it shows that the work we're putting into diversifying our platforms is working out. Slowly but surely. Yeah, thank you, Stormy Run. I appreciate that, Gohoku. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that. You know, I don't always like to celebrate my accomplishments, and I'm trying to be better about it. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up, Lady Scientist? Good morning, Hex. Good to see you. By the way, Cushy Bear, welcome in. I didn't get a chance to say hi to you, Cushy. We got Porky Bird in the house. Good morning, Porky. Atomic Potato, Doge. Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to the Monday morning show. We're doing some Animal Crossing while chatting this morning. Of course, if you haven't jumped in and dropped a good morning yet, I'd love to hear from you. That's been the main focus of today so far, has just been catching up on our weekend dealings. What did we get into this weekend here on a pretty hot, pretty warm weekend for a lot of us. A little bit of a reprieve from the heat for me. And aside from going on a couple walks, I watched a lot of Iron Chef, and I've just been chilling. But what about y'all? What have y'all been gaming on? What kind of adventures you been going on? I'm looking forward to a couple days of kind of chill temperatures before the heat potentially starts coming back here. Bum, 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 bum. You've been playing a lot of Sims 4. I've been on a kick lately. Nice, dude. Yeah. Iron Chef is so sick. Trying to get through The Last of Us Part 1 on grounded mode, getting my butt kicked. Ooh, is grounded mode like a high difficulty? Here for a chill Monday. We're gearing up for a heat wave here. Yo, what's up, Lawseth? I have heard of the game Blueprints. What's up, LB? Yes, I have. Blueprints looks like a modern day, like, Myth kind of first person puzzly game, right? You binge watched Squid Game season 3. Did you like it? I heard that season 3 was basically the continuation of season 2, and they cut it in half. Did you like it? No spoilers, please. We'll never forget watching Iron Chef at 2 or 3 a.m. during college years and seeing the episode where the octopus tried to escape the tank. I just saw that episode the other day, dude. The octopuses were live. My work closes down the week of the 4th, so I'm off all week long. Wow. Started cleaning my storage this weekend. Gonna get caught up on some stuff around the house and mix in some video games and 3D printing. Nice. Dude, flip toast. Congrats on the week off. So much to celebrate, dude. Mike Travis with the 40 months. Thank you, Mike, baby. How you doing, my dude? The name of Blueprints is a pun on blueprints as you place rooms as a part of your gameplay. Really? We're looking at 112 degrees day today. 112 F to C 112. For those that are Celsius, that's 44 degrees Celsius. You could probably cook an egg on the sidewalk at that temperature. Holy heck. No spoilers. I thought the ending was good. I was just telling Irish yesterday. I appreciate when shows know when to end. Yeah, I agree with that too. Not often enough do shows know when to end. That's a really well said thing. I agree with that. Wait, really? Really? Wonder Waffle Prime? Seriously? They'll be trying to climb up into your space, dude? Yo, what up, Mike? Thank you for 40 months, buddy. Good morning, Burger Smalls, by the way. Jess MP, Susha, McKay Mac, Zella Zephira, Solar Wolf Storm. Welcome to the broadcast, fam. S-Poc says, so this year I've been catching up on Zelda games and finishing them. I beat 5 so far. Majora, Zelda 2, Minish Cap, Wind Waker, and Oracle of Ages. All of them had 20-plus-year-old save files that I had finally finished. Wow! Have any of you ever gone back to play a save file that was as old as 10 or 20 years? That is crazy. What? Starting school next Monday. Nice. Nice, Zella. Good to see you. What up, Sam Squatch? Is that a Sam Squatch sighting I see? Hello there, Sam Squatch. Welcome in. Lunar Fox. Your weekend was hang out and chill. Then all of yesterday I was working on getting the nursery done. Nice. Are you building a nursery for your currently approaching babe? Is that what you're doing? Lit Brit's in the house. Lit Brit says, I re-downloaded The Sims 4 after now playing it for 6 years, and it looks to have changed a lot for not playing it for 6 years. However, it's a downhill spiral for me, dude. Believe me, I somehow avoided installing World of Warcraft. Boy, do I know about those spirals. The other night, I somehow managed to resist resubscribing to Battle.net. And even though I had already installed WoW Classic, I managed to say no. I fought the spiral. Instead, I installed Diablo 2, which is just as bad of a spiral, and now I'm playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. But that doesn't matter, because I fought World of Warcraft. I can only win so many battles. Yeah, you're asking too much for me to fight them all. I mean, I can only win. At least Diablo 2 doesn't have a subscription. Overwatch 2 hooked me back last night. Oh, if you do it, I do it. Yeah. Yo, Lady Scientist, good luck on your journey of getting good at Mario Kart. I'm right there with you. Lady Scientist, good luck. Yeah, it's hard mode, high arcade. Nice. Yeah, I didn't know there was difficulty options on The Last of Us. Still working on kicking a fever. Aw. Dude, a summer fever is absolutely terrible. You gamed on Smurfs Dreams. Surprisingly good. What is that? What's up, Mistake? Smurfs Dreams. What is this nonsense? Oh, sick, dude. I have seen this game. What is up with these Smurfs games coming out that are actually kind of dope? Like, this is it. Look at this. Why does this game look dope? Like, this looks like some fun 3D platforming. Take a look at this. This looks like some classic fun 3D platforming. Or sorry, 2D platforming. Maybe a blend of both, I guess. I don't care about your story, Smurfs. Just show me gameplay. It's got some Kirby and Forgotten Land camera angles. Yo, S-Pac, congratulations on your journey of playing through Zelda games, dude. And thank you for reposting your message, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, better late than never. Dude, I could never go back to an old save file that old. Chat room, what is your time limit? What is your time limit on how old a save file can be before you give up on it? Doesn't that Papa Smurf don't cozy? I'm gonna have to draw the line somewhere. You better stop right there. It has Mario Wonder World as well. Yeah, Mario Wonder vibes. 6 months to a year is too old. I'm restarting. 6 months, then I restart. I'm a serial game restarter. I'll fire up any save file. If I feel lost after an hour, I gotta restart. If I come back to a game and forget what's going on, I restart. Gamer, dude, GameCube Fox? Dude, nice name change, dude. What the heck? Sneaky game change, dude. I'm also a serial restarter. Yeah, dude. Not necessarily me, but I think 6 months to a year is my cutoff. If I stop playing a game for about 6 months to a year, I'm probably not going to reload that save file unless it's something like Animal Crossing or Pokemon. Pokemon games and Animal Crossing are two examples of games that I don't mind going back to after a long time. So I think there are exceptions to the rule. I think that there are some games that are easy to pick up again after a long time. Exactly, Atlantic Chaos. Right, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, it depends on the game. Like, I can pick up a Pokemon game no matter what, because like the mechanics are easy to wrap your head around. I don't really care about the story, so I can just pick it right back up. Right? But like a Zelda game, probably not, dude, because I don't want to just pick up a Zelda game in the middle. Like, usually I'm looking for the full experience, you know? Yeah, hi Arcade. That happened to me to Fire Emblem Three Houses as well. In fact, I never finished Fire Emblem Three Houses, and guess where I stopped? Guess where I stopped? I stupidly stopped at right before the final battle. And now I've never beat the game. And I every time I try to go back to it, I'm just like, ugh, like, what do I do? Like, do I restart? Do I try to relearn everything I was doing? Do I try to remember all my different teams and setups, or do I just play it again? I think it depends on how many hours you've put into the game. Yeah, I agree. I think there's some variables for sure. Did you finish your yellow playthrough? So I was playing gold, but I'm still following, no worries. And technically yes, but technically no. I did take a break. My Game Boy's sitting right here though. Like, to be fair, it's still right next to me. But I did take a break. So when I say technically yes, it's because I got all 8 badges. I saw the credits roll. But if you don't know this about Pokemon Gold and Silver and Gen 2, it has a whole second half of the game, and your new challenge after getting the credits is to take on Red, the ultimate challenge, and you have to go get 8 more badges and yada yada. That's where I paused. That's where I paused. I haven't got finished getting all the 8 badges, and I haven't fought Red. But now that you called me out, I'm kind of like, dang it, dude. I should go back and finish. Where'd you get the transparent DS? So it's not quite transparent, but I love that question because I get it here pretty often. So what's actually happening here is here, hold on a second. What's actually happening here is it's actually a yellow Pikachu yellow DS. And it just green screens because it's too close to a green. Because there's a lot of yellow, there's a lot of green hues in yellow and a lot of yellow and green. So yeah, what you're actually seeing here is my green screen. Yeah, I love it. I love that DS though. It's one of my favorite DSs, dude. I love it so much. You always wanted the SNES 3DS, but now it's too expensive. Yeah, I know. Isn't this DS stunning, dude? For real, Chaos Queen. Thank you for saying that. Like this is like one of my loves. Sometimes I'll just sit and stare at it. Sometimes I'll just kind of sit. Yeah, just kind of admire it. Yeah. It even has the Pikachu tail on the back. Yeah. I bought that thing as soon as they announced that 3DSs were going out of production. As soon as they mentioned that 3DSs were going out of production, I was like, I need to buy one right now. And I bought that for like $200. It was like $250, I think, at the time. And I knew. I also needed it for streams. So like, if you don't know, this 3DS is actually modded. I have two 3DSs. One's the older one, and then this is the new 3DS. This one's actually modded. So I can kind of do whatever I want on it, which is nice. I do not remember the SpongeBob GBA. Wait, hold on a second. Let me look that up real quick. What? SpongeBob Game Boy Advanced? Oh, you're talking about the SP. Look at this. Whoa, I didn't know this existed. Whoa, dude, that is actually rad. That's actually so sick, dude. I didn't know this existed. I wish I had that. That's fine as heck. Dude, yeah, I don't remember that at all. What? Unlocking memories over here. 2004 in one picture. True. Get you a man that looks at you the way Hylian looks at this DS. Is it true? I do. Ooh. I might come steal it. If you could just hide it under your keyboard with your password sticky note. Chat's gonna come to Ohio for a Hylian Descent meetup, and the first thing they're gonna do is try to break into my house and find my sticky note of passwords. For the record, I don't have a sticky note of passwords anymore. All right, I stopped doing that on the last password change. I'm just trying to remember them. It hasn't been terribly successful. I keep forgetting one of them. I haven't been terribly successful. I keep forgetting them, but I'm trying. Who loves orange soda? I got an advantage over everyone here for that password. Hylian the streamer 123. What's up, Chazra? Chaza, what's up? What's up, Chaz? Chaza, good to see you back in here. I'd love to share some of my passwords that I've created over the years. It would be a bad idea because I think some of those passwords from my childhood I'm still using on a couple accounts. So like, but I would love to be able to share some of my like childhood passwords because they were so goofy. But I'm like, nah, man, I can't, because like I know for a fact that there's like still an account out there. So for example, my account for Animal Crossing Community. And you guys know about ACC? Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you know me. You down with ACC? Yeah, you know me. You down with ACC? Yeah, you know me. My account on ACC still uses the same password from like when I was 15 years old. We're also guilty of using the first password we ever made. Yeah. I love that site, dude. I love that site growing up. For a while, my phone password was the name of whatever book I was currently reading. Hey, Pirater, what you been reading lately? Just looking for some book recommendations. Tangy Lover 1992. Tangy didn't even exist in 92. Grasshopper head model. Okay, there it is. Here's the thing, I read about 5 books at once. Oh, I see. Except that he forgets her birthday. Whoa. I didn't forget her birthday. I just overlooked that her birthday was coming up so fast. You know, June escaped me. All right, June escaped me. Right, sure. Is there rumored a new AC next year? Yeah, kinda. So right now, the current rumors. All right, let's go ahead and do a session of catching up on the rumor mill with Highly in Descent. All right, so the current rumors around Nintendo. One Chuck Wood, aka Beat 'em Ups Gaming, went on the record on his podcast to say that he had a source, an unnamed source, an unmentioned source. Well, it was mentioned, just not named. An unrevealed source that said that there would guaranteeably be a direct this July, and that direct was going to have a one more thing that was going to involve Isabelle showing up on the screen presenting an Animal Crossing 2026 image. No trailer, not a first look at the game, just Isabelle showing up and saying Animal Crossing 2026. Well, that's it. That is the most current leak that we have. It's not a reliable source by any means. All right, it's not a reliable source by any means. It's literally just some guy who says that another guy told him about a thing that could happen. But we'll be here live during whenever that direct goes, watching it together, losing our minds together. And it should be a lot of fun. So, yeah. Best news anchor. I actually used to do gaming news on the channel GameCube Fox. I tested it out for about a year. I ran a thing called Blather's Broadcast, where I would actually do a news style segment once a week, presenting all of the gaming news that I thought was relevant to my community. And I did take a break from it. I realized that I wanted to cook some more with it, and I realized that it had ran its course for me as a creative, and that if I wanted to bring it back, I wanted to do it differently. But yeah, we used to do it every Friday. Like I said, it was honestly some of my favorite content I've ever done. It kind of just came down to it being a lot of work to keep up and do research every week on gaming news and to write scripts, like, because I was doing the whole thing. I was writing scripts, I was presenting it on the screen, I had slides, videos, I had guests come and talk. And after a while, I wanted to step away. I think it could be better than it was. And I pulled away from it. But that's just a little bit of channel lore for y'all. We actually used to do gaming news. And I really liked it. A lot of the community really enjoyed it as well. And hopefully we can bring it back in the future in some way, shape, or form. Because as you might have learned here, I like talking about video games just as much as I like playing them. Let me go ahead and turn on the music, my bad. I like talking about video games just as much as I like playing them, you know? Everyone report back here when it drops. Oh yeah, for sure. We're going to be losing our mind. My uncle on my granddad's mom's side said, my uncle on my granddad's mom's side, who worked at Nintendo briefly for 1 month 8 years ago, said, this is what's gonna happen. That's pretty much Nintendo rumors nowadays, right? Sounds legit, yeah? I like collecting more than playing sometimes. That's cool, man. That's actually really cool that you found a passion for the side of collecting. I'm starting to find my passion for collecting now. One of the community members sent me a copy of Beautiful Joe, and that's got to be probably one of my most prized possessions at this point. Next to, I have my GameCube collection has some of my favorite games. I have Melee physical. I have Animal Crossing. I have Thousand Year Door, original GameCube. Luigi's Mansion, but not with a box yet. I'll get a box later. And then Beautiful Joe, SSX Tricky. I just picked up Tony Hawk Underground. You were there for that. So my GameCube collection's getting there, man. Yeah, I gotta switch controllers here in a minute. We'll do it here in just a moment. Just a moment. And we'll just switch our controllers right now. Oh no, we got plenty of time. It likes to give warnings pretty early on, but we got plenty of time. Yeah, we're good. I don't own SSX Tricky. Yeah, it's pretty dope. I'm pretty happy about that one. It's a little bit, sadly, it's a little bit scratched. So like I have disc read errors every once in a while, but still a blast to play. I also have a pretty old GameCube though. Like the battery in my GameCube actually is dead. And it's not terrible to fix, but it does require some soldering apparently. So I haven't taken the time to fix it yet, but I probably will at some point. So Toad comes in. Good morning, Toad. How are you today, bud? Are you feeling all right? Did you already go through your procedure, or are you still kind of in that limbo waiting? It's good to hear from you. You're still at the hospital, possibly going home tomorrow. Okay. So you're in the hospital recovering, hopefully. Hopefully you get to go home soon, bud. I'm gonna hold out for you to hopefully get home and be able to get some normalcy back in your schedule. All right. Thank you so much for popping in today, and thank you for lurking and loving the chat. If you got a free hand, good to see you back in here. Exhaustion, of course. Why all the sugarcane? So this is the start of my farm, and sugarcane just so happened to be the first crops that I received. That's all. So when Leaf shows up, he only sells one type of crop, and he sold me sugarcane. So we're doing a farming themed island, and I'm doing some science where I'm trying to learn just how lucrative farming can be in this game. And that's why we're doing sugarcane. But to be honest, eventually it's going to be all the vegetables. I just only have sugarcane right now. So we'll get there eventually. Our nose sugar farm. Hearts of Violet says, so I'm playing the badge quest of Scarlet and I found a full odds Houndor. I can't even use it. And now because it's over the level cap, so I gotta go hunt a new shiny. Aw. That's the rough part of doing Nuzlocks and doing challenge Pokemon runs, is sometimes you run into that shiny and it's limited. Like when I did my egg lock Hearts of Violet, I made a special rule that said anytime I ran into a shiny, I was allowed to use it. So in Scarlet and Violet, I did what was called the Iron Egg competition, and I created it myself, and it was a set of rules based around what I called to be the Iron Egg, which was an Ironmon style experience, a Nuzlocke experience, but I was only allowed to use eggs that were given to me from the community, and I could only choose the eggs randomly. So the way it worked is that I was only able to catch a Pokemon once from each route. All right, I actually still have the rules to this day, if you want to check it out. Now, those rules are a little outdated. I plan to actually update those rules to make it more challenging. But it was a super sick thing. It took us 5 attempts, and we beat it on our 5th attempt. But the way it worked was that I could only catch one Pokemon per route, and every time I caught a Pokemon, I would switch it out randomly for one of the eggs in my box from the community. And I had to use those Pokemon to go through the game. I had level caps. I was only able to use the Poké Center a certain amount of times. I wasn't able to get XP from wild Pokemon, so on and so forth. And it was a really fun experience. The hardest part about it was getting all the eggs traded to my new save file every time that I lost the run. So it was like a 2-hour startup every time. It sucked. Because if you don't know, the beginning of Scarlet and Violet is very long. And in order for you to get to the point to where you can trade eggs, it's like a 2-hour, it was like an 1.5-hour startup time. And it was just brutal. So that's what makes the old Pokemon games so much better to do Nuzlocks and stuff. Because you can like ROM hack them and like you can like skip the intros and stuff like that. Nice. I just got whoa, look at this. Whoa, dude. I just got 38,000 bells for just this much of sugarcane. Not even a full inventory. We're talking not even a full row. And I just got 38,000. Not bad so far, dude. We're starting to really become the farmers that we were meant to be. Yo, what's up, macaroni and cheese? Hey. Yo, Artifice, good to see you here today, buddy. Welcome in. Booger sugar. All right, now I got blessed because it started raining. It started raining, so now as long as I harvest everything during the rain, we don't have to water today. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? It's 250 per one thing of flour and sugar. So what does it take to make flour and sugar? I unfortunately can't do any science until I progress my save files. So I won't be doing any science now, but out of curiosity, when you make sugar, is it just one piece of sugarcane? Is it just one piece of sugarcane to make one bag of sugar? I'm not sure. What's up, Alley Cat? Hey, congrats on your next photo. I saw you got your next photo. It's 5. Okay, so when we go back to the store, let's go sell 5 individual sugar canes. And let's go see what we get for 5 individual sugar canes real quick. Let's go see what 5 individuals worth. Yo, thank you, Science is Metal. Dude, Science is Metal, man. Science has failed our world. Na 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 na. Did you guys listen to this? Anybody here a fan of System of the Down? I recently saw an interview where apparently in the song where Chop Suey, apparently the chorus was literally just a line of a book. Listen to this. Apparently in Chop Suey, the chorus, so the lead singer, the lead writer couldn't figure out what he wanted to say in the chorus. So somebody recommended to him that he should just go find a line in a book and just use it. And he did. So the chorus of the song where it's like, self-righteous suicide, I die when angels deserve to die. That whole thing, that was literally just like a song from a book. And he just like pointed his finger and it turned into one of the most iconic songs and choruses that they ever made. Think about that. It's like when something goes viral that doesn't even make any sense, right? It's like, dude, we've been dealing with viral content our whole life. It's like when you make a random TikTok about a fart noise that you made one night after eating Taco Bell and you get 1 million views. It's like, oh wow, I just got 1 million views off a fart. This dude literally just pointed at a book and wrote one of the hottest songs of the 2000s. Like what? Like it just blew my mind. I'm like, you know, and here we are, you know, as teenagers, we're like analyzing all the lyrics and we're probably like, ooh, what does he mean by this deep lyric? Ooh, what could he be referring to? How does this song break down lyrically? Well, I'll tell you, from a book. It broke down lyrically from a book. Yeah. It's like so funny to me, right? Like it's actually crazy. All right, let's sell. So we have to sell 5 pieces of sugarcane here. And we're gonna just see, we're just gonna do some mini science. Just told you books are goated. Adds line to a book that could be used in a song. Yeah. It's officially my smug camper is on my island. Not gonna lie, I can't wait to kick these people out. I mean, I don't blame you. It's one of my favorite pieces of music lore. All right, here we go. Take a look at this. 5 sugarcane. So 5 sugarcane is worth $17.50. So converting sugarcane to sugar actually lessens the value of the sugarcane. So we're already beginning our science. Now, again, we're going to be writing all this down and we're going to do actual science like later with multiple variables and stuff. But this is just a fun little moment where we can look and say we're already learning that the 5 sugarcane by itself is worth $17.50, but the bag of sugar is only worth $250. Now, the next question we would ask is, now what if I use that single bag of sugar in a plate of sugar cookies? Does that plate of sugar cookies jump exponentially to the next level? And does it increase the price massively? Right? So like, that's like super interesting. Right, Neo, yeah. 1 sugarcane is worth $3.50, but it takes 5 sugar canes to make 1 bag of sugar. Oh no. Okay, so there was a misunderstanding. You get 10 bags of sugar at once. I thought it was 5 to 1. It's 5 to 10. Oh. So one sugar bag is $2.10. So it's worth more to turn it into sugar. Obviously, right? Because 10 individual bags of sugar are worth $2.10 each, but 5 individual sugar cane are worth $3.50 each. So yeah, you do want to process your sugar cane. Sick. Cool. Do you have a specific hypothesis? So my specific hypothesis, or thesis rather, I think it's I always interchange those words, unfortunately, because they're not the same. Regardless, to answer your question, my current hypothesis is, and this is like a little bit intricate, but like, hear me out. Does a farm the size of an orchard make more money over time? That's essentially the thesis or the hypothesis, or rather, if I were to make a farm the same size that I were to make an orchard, would I be making more money from the farm itself versus the orchard over time? And the original idea behind this is because when I play Animal Crossing, I've always went with orchards. Because orchards have always been the best way to make money back in 2002 on Animal Crossing GameCube. Because that was the only way to make money. You sold foreign fruit, you grew trees, every piece of fruit was worth 500 bells. You could get 7,500 bells per full inventory, 15 slots back then, 7,500 bells every inventory cell, and you would just pump out cash. Well, I wanted to do some experimenting, and I was wondering, can farming produce as much money, and can it compare alongside some of the best ways to make money in the game? So I decided to create a grid here. This is about the size of all of my orchards, roughly, from all of my Animal Crossing experiences. I usually make an orchard about 4 grids big. All right? Roughly, most of my orchards are about the size of these 4 grids in any game I play. And I can tell you from personal experience, I could make anywhere from about 100,000 to 200,000 bells, roughly, sometimes more, per harvest. So that's every 3 days. So that's what we're kind of basing our foundation off of. So we're going to grow 4 grids worth of crops. We're going to sell them all raw and see what we make. Then we're going to sell them all processed as sugar or flour, and we're going to see what we make. Then we're going to cook with all of them and see if we make more money cooking, which from so far what I've heard is cooking actually makes more money with vegetables, but we're going to find that out ourselves. I know there's probably data about this on the internet. I don't care. We're going to find it out ourselves. This is our science experiment. And we're going to go through the process of finding out what's the best way to make money off of growing crops. And then what's the best way to make money off of growing crops? Is it more lucrative than making money off of fruit trees? And then we'll even compare it alongside some of the other most known money makers in the game. For example, currently, it is my understanding that one of the best ways to make money is diving. If you were to dive in the right season, I think season might matter, for about an hour straight, just diving, selling, you would roughly make about 200,000 to 300,000 bells. So I will be comparing our results to some of the other money-making methods in the game. Diving, maybe growing gold roses. I've heard growing and selling gold roses is super lucrative. So we will be doing some further experiments, but our main experiment is going to be comparing crops to fruit trees. That's going to be our first main hypothesis, our main theory. That's the first goal. And it's going to take a while for us to get to the point to where we can do this, because we need to continue playing Animal Crossing. We need to raise our island. We need to continue to progress. We got to get access to all of the vegetables so we can try multiple different styles of vegetables. You know, who knows, maybe tomatoes are going to be worth more than sugarcane, or maybe sugarcane and wheat are going to be worth more because they can be processed. You know what I mean? Like, we're just going to go through all of that stuff. Even fruit can be expanded on, because there's one thing I've never tried with fruit is selling raw fruit better than crafting a furniture and selling the furniture. So there's even some experimenting that we're going to have to do with fruit as well, because I don't actually know exactly just how much money you could make off of fruit in this game, because I usually just sold it raw. So there's some information we have to gather to make sure that we have some controlled experiments, right? So what can you make out of tomatoes? So you can't process tomatoes, so you can't make wheat or sugar or flour or sugar, but tomatoes can be used alongside other dishes. So for example, let's say you want to make a pizza in the game. Well, a pizza is going to take flour, it's going to take tomatoes, and maybe something else. So we're gonna have to take the individual cost of a tomato into factor. We're gonna have to take the individual cost of the flour into factor, and the individual cost of the carrot into factor. And we're gonna have to identify what they're worth individually, what they're worth individually sold raw, versus what they're worth together cooked as a pizza. So tomatoes and cooking would still be effective. It's almost like running a real life kitchen, where in real life kitchens, you have to, compare your cost on an ingredient level, not on a whole level. Same idea, same exact idea. We're going to have to break it all down per item, and we're going to have to get all the information that we can so that we can have the best science experiment possible. Do you have a spreadsheet program? Yeah, sure. I just use Google Documents. That's entirely too much math for me. That's okay. I'll do the math for you. If you had a prediction, do you think the Animal Crossing will be more like New Horizons or the older games? What a good question. Before I reply to that, give me just a second here. Would you have to place the crops in the same placement as the trees, as they can't grow directly next to each other? No, and that's the point of the experiment. So trees can only grow in a gridded format. However, crops can grow next to each other. So again, the whole point of this is, are crops more lucrative than trees? I think we can all assume that maybe they are, because of stuff like you just mentioned, because you can put more crops in a square foot space than you could trees. However, again, that might not be true, and we're gonna find that out. Every piece of fruit is worth 500 bells raw as a foreign piece of fruit. So again, that's the whole point of the experiment, is to find out if growing trees is more lucrative or less lucrative than growing crops. It's also worth noting that crops require more time and effort, and we will be gauging the amount of time and effort put into each setup as well. For example, in order for me to handle my crops accordingly, I would have to log in and water them all 3 of the days while they're growing. Because if you want to get the most out of your crops, you have to water them for the 2 days that they're growing, from baby stage to stage 1, from stage 1 to stage 2. Otherwise, you don't get as many crops. But the trees can be planted and never thought about again. You log back in 3 days later, you have fully grown trees. So there's also a conversation of time versus money, which is always an important part of science experiments, but a different question to be answered. Separate from my experiment, but still just worth noting, there's also that as well. Like, these are going to take more of my time technically, and how much more time is, something that we'll have to potentially sit down and talk about, right? What if multiple people water in one day? Well, that doesn't matter for crops. Crops, the way that they set up crops in this game is that as long as they're watered once a day until they're fully grown, you get the maximum yield. That's it. So it doesn't matter. It's not like flowers. So just as long as they're watered once a day, but while they're fully grown, before they're fully grown, then you get the maximum yield. That's it, right? That's pretty much it. So You have to factor in the growth rate of the trees. You may get more out of the trees. You're right. So we're not going to be factoring the growth rate of the trees in because that would make the experiment a little bit messy. And that's not quite answering the question that I have. So when we start our experiment, we're going to be going from a point where everything is fully grown. This way we can just talk about purely cash. Now, if I wanted to go further and do a hypothesis based off of how much time it takes and how much money it's worth over, let's say, a week versus a single day, then I would want to take into account growth factor. But that's not really the question I'm looking to answer. Therefore, I don't really need to know that. We don't care about that. We just care about taking a certain amount of space and saying, if I have this many trees in this space, how much money do I make? If I have this many crops in this space, how much money do I make? Period. We're not looking to do anything else yet. Maybe down the road we'll do more and other things, but we're not looking to do anything else at the moment. So, what's up, Mo Donut? How you doing today, dude? Welcome to the show today. Yo, we'll see you later, Sciences Meadow. Welcome in. Usually spend about an hour to 2 hours shaking and gathering all my apple trees, which is 200 total. On my island to make bells, I have a forest of apple trees, which are not native to my island. On the top of the map, I have 5 rows of 40 apple trees. Nice, dude. How much do you make at full harvest? So let me just make sure I didn't miss any other messages. Technically, a hypothesis is a statement and not a question. And then you try to prove the hypothesis is true, but I'll give you a pass. Yeah, so you would present a hypothesis as growing crops in Animal Crossing is worth more than fruit trees, and here's why. Right, but regardless, we're still getting the same effect. Nailed it. Science was the only class I did well in school. So, you know, that and home ec. About 350K. That sounds about right. Okay. To my knowledge, it sounds about right. Yo, thank you for the follows coming in, by the way. Good to see you. So we got a question here I wanted to answer. What's up, Gabcat? You're starting to sound like Blade with all these levels of science and testing for efficiency. All right, so we're going for this question here. It was, do you have a prediction on what the next Animal Crossing will be like New Horizons or the older games? So I have a couple theories on that, but I think my main theory is that the next Animal Crossing game is going to be different than New Horizons in a lot of ways. I think the main way it's going to be different is that they're going to gut terraforming. Sorry, but I believe that terraforming is going to be locked behind New Horizons because terraforming made sense in New Horizons because we were taking over a deserted island. I don't think that the next Animal Crossing game will go in that direction because I think that terraforming doesn't belong in every setting. So like, for example, let's say the next Animal Crossing game is in the city. I don't necessarily think terraforming the city is quite the vibe. Whereas instead they could maybe focus on other elements, like you maybe building placement and, adding parks and, maybe it could be more of a city builder vibe. Who knows? So this is just a theory of mine. But I think that terraforming will be gutted from the next Animal Crossing game. And I think that's going to be the biggest difference between New Horizons and the next Animal Crossing. I think from there, we'll notice some other differences as well. For example, villager hunting might be gone. So all of the villager hunting might actually be done. There might not be villager hunting in the next Animal Crossing, because if you don't know, villager hunting was not ever in an Animal Crossing game ever in the past. This was the first game to include a feature in which you could go and hunt down villagers in a weird, shiny hunting RNG kind of way. I think just because the community turned villager hunting into a sport doesn't mean that Nintendo sees it that way. I think it made sense because we were living the island life, but I don't think that that's how it's going to work in the next game. And to just give you an idea of how it could work, I think villager hunting is going to more so be a group gathering event. Here's one example of many theories we could come up with. Imagine like city folk, you go to the city, and every time you go to the city, every day there's a group of villagers that are hanging out there. And you can invite those villagers to move into your island, your town, your city. So instead of it being going from island to island hunting, you go to a city and you adventure there, and then there's villagers hanging out and you can recruit them. So a similar vibe to villager hunting, but no islands, no Nook Miles tickets, no farming thousands of tickets just to get your favorite villager. Instead, we would actually have less control, and you would only maybe go to the city once a day to see who shows up. They could also just make it to where, actually like city folk, the villagers at the city rotate every time you go there. And people could turn it into villager hunting again by just doing repeated visits to the city. Every time they go there, it resets and you could find your favorite villagers. Either way, my point is villager hunting is going to be gutted from the game, in my opinion, as well as terraforming. These are two of the things that make my current theory work. I think the game's going to be pretty different from New Horizons. I do, however, think they're going to continue to lean into the overemphasis of decorating, and they're probably going to keep a lot of the features that we've come to love in the decorating department. Decorating outside, decorating walls, decorating ceilings. I think all that stuff is going to come back. I think decorating is going to be just as important as it was in New Horizons. I just don't think it'll be as important to keep terraforming. Right? But I think it'll still be a big part of the game. I think decorating's not going anywhere. I can promise you that. It's going to be a decorating focused game. I'm pretty sure about that. That's my main theory. Now, just to kind of humor a little bit further into this question, I have a couple theories though. I have a theory that the next Animal Crossing could in fact go as far back to the roots as actually kind of recreating the city folk or like Animal Crossing GameCube experience that some of us grew up to love. And they would maybe take away some of the features that they've added and in turn go back to the roots of creating a more life sim RNG kind of focused experience. You don't have as much control, and I know that would suck for a lot of people because a lot of people like the control of this game, being able to tell a villager no, you can't move out. But listen though, it could be presented in a really cool way. Listen to this theory. I call it the hotel theory. Instead of owning a city, instead of owning a town, what if instead we ran a hotel, and this hotel had tons of villagers as guests every single day over time? So instead of us having permanent residents and permanent villagers and dreamies, we have a constant influx of new villagers, and we have to take care of their needs by decorating for them, getting the proper room with the proper decorations that they prefer. And maybe the way that dreamies would be involved is the hotel staff. So instead of Tangy being your island dreamy, she's your hotel dreamy, and she works the front desk of your hotel. This way you can still fill your hotel up with all of your favorite villagers, but only the ones that work there stay. The ones that stay there temporarily leave and rotate giving you less control, forcing you to experience Animal Crossing the way that I personally think it should be experienced. Less control, more RNG, more fresh experiences. Some of you might not agree with this, and this is okay if you don't like this, but I'm gonna say it. All the control Animal Crossing gives you in New Horizons just makes you want to log into the game less often. When you log into Animal Crossing New Horizons in a 2,000 hour save file, you don't have anything to look forward to. Because it's 10 of your dreamy villagers that are never gonna leave. You've decorated their houses to the nines. You have every item. You have no reason to play the game. You're done. That's not how Animal Crossing was meant to be played, man. And I'm not trying to tell you how to live, but that's not what this game was meant to do. This game, in my opinion, was meant to be something you log back into to see what was going on. What's the special event today? What's going on with my villagers? Let's see who moved in. Let's see who moved out. Let's get a little spice. Oh, today somebody moved in. Oh, nice. Let me go get to meet this new villager. And a lot of people don't like this. Just like Dark Lord Pickles, a lot of people want control. A lot of people don't want their villagers to leave. A lot of people are afraid. They have their favorites. They get attached to them. So did I. That's the thing you're missing. So did I. I was attached to Tangy when she moved out of my Animal Crossing GameCube town. And it hurt when she moved. But it didn't make me any less attached to her. It was fine. She moved and I felt like it was a friend who had to move away in high school. Anybody have a friend move away in high school? It's sad, but it's like a part of the experience. People move. It's wholesome, yes. It's a part of life. People leave. So like in a weird way, I liked it. Call me a masochist, call me sick, whatever you want to say about me. Just don't call me late for dinner. I like that feeling. I like the feeling of my villagers leaving me because it gave me the sense of freedom. It was like, oh my gosh, as much as I loved Tangy and I didn't want her to leave, now I get to experience something new in my favorite video game. And a lot of people overlook that. They're so caught up in the control. Everyone wants the control. I would never want my villagers to leave. I decorated their whole yard. Now what if they leave? But what about their yard? Do it again. Decorate a new yard. Don't you want an excuse to play your favorite game? Why are you so attached to everything being the same? You should be embracing change. You should be looking forward to logging in and doing a new design. And that's my philosophy on Animal Crossing. So one of my theories is that maybe somebody in their team gets this. And maybe they'll release something like a hotel or an apartment building like that Tamagotchi game, the Tamagotchi game from back in 3DS, where it was like an episode of Real Life, Real World. Anybody know what game I'm talking about? I always forget the name of it. And you ran like an apartment building and there was like drama and these like me characters, it was like me something, and they would like talk to each other and like you would have to deal with the drama in the apartment building. Wouldn't that be like so much fun if you were like playing an Animal Crossing game like that? Like,
wow, I can't believe it's been 8 months. Thanks for all the work you put in to give us a great place to hang out.
That was such a funny game. Yeah. Tamagotchi Life. That's what it was. Yeah, like imagine like a Tamagotchi lifestyle experience or you know, like I said, the hotel idea that I pitched. Again, these are just theories though, man. And I honestly don't know. I think that more likely than not, they're going to try to recreate the New Horizons experience, but they're going to try to do it in a different way. Classic Nintendo. Reiterate on the experience, but make it better and new and different. So I know that's kind of contradictory what I just said, but like, imagine New Horizons with a different setting, with no terraforming, with maybe a new gimmick to look forward to, like space or something. I think that the most logical theory is something like that. Something very similar to New Horizons, but different enough to feel like a brand new experience. Right? I think that's probably where AC is going to go, and that wraps up my commentary on that question. Beautiful question, by the way. I love that question. Thank you for asking. Who was it who asked that question again? Shout yourself out in the chat. Who was that? Beautiful question. Yo, M and Beyond, thank you for 8 months. Thank you for the support here today. M, good to see you back in here, by the way. Thank you. What's up, BD baby? Good to see you, Defia. Oh, hey, it's Gene. Good to see you back in here, Gene, as well. Hylian the Scientist. Yeah, dude. Oh, it was L Bean. It was Ellie Bean. It was L Bean. Yo, what up? What up, Silent Shelf? Good to see you as well. Imagine we had a city town and a jail cell, and we could send not so nice villagers to the jail cell. Maybe that is, I don't know, man. It's so fun to think about where they could go. I can't help but think about Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty did it so well. A big open world map. A big open world map for us to just explore and just play Animal Crossing, but open world. Nintendo seems to be doing that a lot. And it could be cool. Right? I think it would be kind of neat. Like, I almost wonder, like, what if they could do something like here's a brand new theory for y'all. What if it was a city theme, and within that city, we only controlled a cul-de-sac, and everything else was out of our control? So we were like a city planner, and we only controlled one neighborhood, and that's where we had our dreamies, and that was like where we like really got to put our creativity. But there was still a bigger part of that city where other villagers lived, other neighborhoods where villagers lived and hung out, and you had no control over them. They would move in and out, you know, whatever. We had no control of them, but we did have control over our own like neighborhood within the city, something like that, right? Like that would be kind of cool, right? Fantasy life type deal where you could get different skills. Dude, I would love a fantasy, dude, a fantasy life blurred with Animal Crossing. Could you imagine? Beady Baby, thank you for 60 months, by the way. Thank you, Raccoon, for peace for 10 months. Could you imagine like Animal Crossing with lives? And you got to like choose lives. Like that would be sick, dude. That would be sick, dude. Like obviously no combat. I think you take the combat out. In my opinion, no combat, right? Everything else is on the table though. Crafting, mining, you know, whatever. What would you think of a more online focused AC? I used to have a theory that we were going to get a big open world online game where you could visit people's towns like on the internet. So like imagine like a big world map, and then all of the people on your friends list move into different locations, and their towns are on the map, and you could travel to their town and visit it anytime you wanted, whether they were online or not. It was like a perpetuating like world, and you could have, let's say, 20 people, 20 friends could like move their town into your map, and then you could go visit them anytime, check their shops. Like, you know, I think that would be like super cool actually. So yeah, I think an online focused AC could be pretty neat. Yeah, AC mixed with fantasy life. Gilwen, dude. Oh. I have no friends though. Well, you know, me either, but yeah, exactly, Taco. I like that, man. You're cooking over there, Taco. Yo, Rabies, thank you for 2 months, man. Yo, loving the chat for the support coming in here, dude. Yeah. Hello Kitty Island is great for AC lovers. Yes, dude. I can give you a personal recommendation. I'm gonna say this, and this is a pretty bold statement to make, but hear me out. I wouldn't make it if it wasn't true. Hello Kitty Island is actually one of the best games to come out over the past couple years. It's actually really well put together. It's almost as if the developers had a chip on their shoulder and they had to come out and prove something. It's almost as if they said to themselves, we're gonna take this franchise and this IP and we're gonna make this a great video game. Like they truly set out on a mission. I swear, man, listen, I've played it for a good amount of time, not a lot. I'm not playing it currently, you know, but like I'm telling you, dude, like it's way better than you might think at first glance. Like it's actually really well done. So yeah, I can give you a pretty decent, as an Animal Crossing fan, you'll probably like the game. Seen people online saying ACNH Islanders lack personality that they have from the older games. Do you agree? Yes. I don't think that the phrase lack personality is the way to word it though. All right. So hear me out, Exhaustion. They're not relatable in New Horizons. I think that the villagers have plenty of personality. I think they have too much personality. The jocks are jocks and the lazies are lazies and the peppies are freaking peppy. That's not the problem. Plenty of personality. Too much, in fact. They're not relatable. There's not a jock in the world that only talks about being a jock. There's not a peppy person in the world that only talks about being peppy. It's like a peppy villager never had a bad day in their life. That's not relatable. So I will argue that it's not about a lack of personality. I argue that that's people not being able to word the problem they're having. And I'm not calling anybody out. Sometimes we struggle articulating our thoughts. This happens to everybody, you know? I think the root of the problem is they're not relatable. Nothing they do relates to our real life experience. And that's the difference between the old games they were. Animal Crossing GameCube is still somehow relatable over 20 years later. Can you believe that? Over 20 years later, Animal Crossing GameCube is somehow more relatable than New Horizons. Because they weren't afraid to create villagers that like had a certain feeling. They weren't afraid to kind of push limits a little bit and to really create a relatable experience. Can you give me an example? All right, so an example of a relatable interaction with a villager. If you walk up to a cranky villager before 2 p.m. in Animal Crossing GameCube, they're actually cranky. All right, so if you talk to them too early in the morning, they say, "Oh, get out of my face. What is wrong with you? Can you please give me a little bit? I don't even want to be awake right now. This is crazy. How do you have so much energy?" Another example, when you talk to a snooty villager, sometimes they talk down on you. "Oh, darling, the clothes you're wearing are just a bit trite, aren't they? I think you might need a new outfit. Here, take one from the back of my closet. It's used and old." These are relatable interactions. We all know those types of people in our lives. The grump magumps that just don't even talk to them before they have their cup of coffee. Right? And then the lazy villagers, they weren't little kids. They were airheads. Sometimes a lazy villager would walk up to you and go, Bro, I forgot my name. Dude, do you know what my name is? Oh, dude, it's Tim. Oh, clear. I can't believe I almost forgot my name, bro. And that's like relatable, dude. That's a realistic, dude. Those people exist. There are people that are so airheaded that you can have a realistic interaction with them. We're talking about interactions that feel realistic. Do they recycle the same few phrases as much as they do in Animal Crossing New Horizons? Yeah, probably more, but that doesn't matter because we all know we're playing a video game. Would you rather have 50 lines of dialogue that are not relatable or 20 that are? Yeah, it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. It's a video game. Of course they recycle the same lines over time. If you play the game every day and you talk to the villagers every single day, you are going to see the same lines. But those lines are more relatable. They feel more grounded, more earthy. Therefore, they're more enjoyable to interact with. The difference is that the 15th time that a jock villager talks about doing laps around your island, you feel really stupid. But the 15th time that a jock villager in Animal Crossing GameCube shares a relatable anecdote about how they stumbled across an interesting feature in their workout routine for the day, or tells me something about a book that they read that has nothing to do with lifting weights, or talks to me about the meal that they ate earlier that day that has nothing to do with being a jock, it doesn't matter if it's repeated text because it feels relatable. And that is the biggest problem with New Horizons villagers and New Horizons dialogue. And I want to make it clear, old school Animal Crossing heads will sit here and try to pretend like it was completely different back then in the sense of repeatability. And no, that's not the case. I like to cut that myth out. Animal Crossing GameCube arguably has way less dialogue than New Horizons. I almost guarantee you that's true. I don't know for sure, but I almost guarantee you, if you took a peppy villager in Animal Crossing GameCube and you took a list of everything it could say, it would be less than the list of what the peppy villagers can say in New Horizons. I bet. But it's substance versus quantity. So I do like to bust that myth. I'm so glad you asked, because that's a myth. It's not like these older games have more dialogue. In fact, it's probably less, probably less. So it's not about that. Yeah, they're still gonna repeat, they're still gonna say the same things some days, and you're gonna scoff and say, you just said that a minute ago, you idiot, and you're gonna move on, like that. You're still gonna have those kind of shallow interactions because, it is a video game. So keep that in mind. I don't want to make it sound like these older Animal Crossings are gold and they cannot do any wrong. Like, for example, you have 15 villagers exhaustion in your Animal Crossing GameCube. So hear me out. Let's say 5 of them are peppies. If I talk to all 5 of them, they're almost guaranteedly going to give me the same exact greeting. So I just giving you an example of like, it's still an old video game, like if I talk to all 5 of those peppy villagers in Animal Crossing GameCube, they're all at the same exact time. Let's say all at 8 a.m. in the morning. All 5 are probably going to say the classic greeting for peppies at 8 in the morning. So yeah, let's make it clear, New Horizons has a lot going for it. There's probably more dialogue. It's richer in a sense that it can be more diverse when it wants to be, right? Like I used to tell people that you have to talk to a villager 5 times in a row in this game to get unique dialogue. Anybody remember I used to say that a lot? You have to talk to a villager 5 times in a row, back to back, to get a unique piece of dialogue in this game. That's the problem. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's taking the time to talk to their villagers 5 times back to back to get a single piece of unique dialogue? But the dialogue is there. It's pretty good at times. You know, it's like people who are big fans of New Horizons, you know, I don't want you to feel like your game is bad. That's not what we're talking about, you know? And I think over these years, it's important for people to realize, like, this game has beautiful dialogue. It's just hidden and weird. And like, they just didn't do a good job making the villagers feel alive. My plan is to draw visitors easily with the campsite has proven itself to be a masterpiece. We've laid the groundwork to increase tourism, and I hope the number of this island increases the number of island residents. Now, if that positive word of mouth marketing about YouTube will just spread, I admit though, this is the most difficult part of our whole venture. Don't worry, Mr. Nook, as long as we all work together, I'm sure we'll get KK to hold a concert here. Dreams do come true. All right, we're counting on you. All right, nice. We're up to the next step here. So now we're going to start working on getting a 3-star journey, right? I just came in here to pay my debt, but yeah, good question, Exhaustion. If you want any other details, you're always welcome to come and ask, but I imagine I answered your question pretty well. You know, I usually go into details. I really like talking about Animal Crossing, so I kind of took advantage of the question and dropped some extra knowledge on top. But I'm sure you guys are used to that by now. Ooh, nice. We can go ahead and pay off our loan here. Perfect. And we're up to 50,000. Now, I need to say thank you to a couple people for some hype that came in. Thank you, Go For It Pats, for the 100 biddies. They said, hello, everyone. How you doing today, Pats? And then thank you, Jess MP, for the 19 months. I know I got a little distracted there. I was really deep into a rant, a soapbox. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Go For It Pats. Thank you again, Rabies. I appreciate y'all popping off here this morning. I never heard of Animal Crossing growing up, so I missed out on the older games. Yeah, you know, and I like to be super fair and consistent when I say things like, I think New Horizons is the best Animal Crossing game. Ooh, throwback Skull Radio. I think New Horizons is the best Animal Crossing game. I do. I really do. I think this game has a lot going for it. I think it's a beautiful experience. And even though we have these talks about the differences between the games all the time, I want to make it very clear to the Animal Crossing community that I personally identify that New Horizons is the best Animal Crossing, in my opinion. For a lot of reasons. A lot of it has to do with quality of life. A lot of it has to do with giving people what they want, like more control over villagers. But it's not my favorite. My favorite Animal Crossing is GameCube. So I feel like I'm the perfect candidate to talk about these games. Because while my personal favorite is the entry to the franchise, I identify New Horizons being the best Animal Crossing we've ever received. Visually, it's stunning. The music is phenomenal. The systems are well placed. Terraforming is an awesome treat. Decorating outside has never been done like this in the franchise before. They followed up and gave everybody what they wanted, from control to villagers. People cried about getting control in New Leaf. You should have seen the stuff that people did in order to force certain villagers to move in and move out in New Leaf. Anybody here play New Leaf? Know what I'm talking about? Anybody remember the plot thing you used to have to do? Plot resetting in New Leaf? Yeah, that was a nightmare. Plot resetting? That was a nightmare. So you have to see, like, I think New Horizons really is the best entry to the franchise. It just missed a couple points. There's just a couple things that they could have did better. And I think that if you really like this franchise, you should go back in time and you should check out the oldies. I think New Leaf is a beautiful place to start. try to get your hands on a copy of New Leaf. If not, go ahead and emulate Wild World. You can emulate that on your phone, literally. Literally go download the Delta app. Send me a message. I can get you a copy of Wild World. You can start playing today. I go back and check the older games out. They're worth your time. But don't feel like you're wrong for loving New Horizons, because it's a beautiful game. It really is. Weird timing for the music to go all spacey when I said that. The move itself was actually quite dramatic. There was laughter. There were tears. I almost didn't go through with it, but you only live once, you know? That's English for Carpe Diem. Dude, I've never had Eugene. I'm really excited we have Eugene. All right, I do want to take a quick moment here to, let me go ahead. Let's see here. Let's do this one. This one will sure get a couple people riled up. Maybe this isn't exactly what I'm looking for. Is this it? I'll never forget this song. I never even played this game after a while, but I'll never forget the first time I heard this song watching my buddy play Final Fantasy VII. I think this is the song I'm looking for, right? I'm waiting to see it lock in here. Yeah. All right. Fam, we're going to lock into our checkpoint for the day here today. If you haven't tuned in for the checkpoint before, it's just a moment in the stream in which I would like to remind you to stand up, stretch, take a moment, deep breath, and save your game, baby, because that's truly what checkpoints mean to me in my heart. Save your game, dude. Hit that save, pop that tent, drink some elixirs, and get yourself reset here. Welcome to the checkpoint of today's broadcast. All right, welcome in. Let's take a moment here to catch our breath. If you jumped into the chat and you haven't had a chance to get a good morning from me, now's the time. That's the point of the checkpoint. Sometimes our streams are a little lively and you might have got lost in the sauce here. So before we step any further into our day, I just want to give everyone a moment to jump in and say hello, say good morning. What's up, Miss Luna? What's up, Lady Nightshade and Tay doing Disney? Happy Monday to you, Tay, as well. And welcome in here. I really do appreciate y'all coming and vibing here today. Yeah, here it is. This is the part of the song I was looking for. Dude, what a legendary song, man. What a legendary composer and franchise, right? And let's go ahead and let's poke around here and check out a little bit of some of the community shares while we jam for a second, shall we? Let's go ahead and hop off on a couple community shares here for our checkpoint today. We got LPK. They said, made my mom's favorite last night, shrimp risotto. Look at that, dude. I've only ever made risotto once in my life, and it was actually on stream. It was on Twitch. So you guys were there when I made my first bowl of risotto. Now, I did make some risotto in a big, huge pan in a kitchen once that I worked at, but it's not quite the same. We have a post here. from Zella Zephyrah, glow sticks, snacks, and Zelda while we wait for Mother Nature to chill out. And it says, power outage fun. Honestly, there ain't no better way than to spend a power outage, right? And I got you, homie. C to F. Are you looking for C to F 22? Is that what you're looking for? Yo, cute. Thank you for sharing that, Zella. We got a post here from Neo sharing their cosplays they've been working on. This is actually a Fantasy Life cosplay. Look. They're actually cosplaying as a Fantasy Life character. And I'd say that they got the vibe down pretty well, right? Look at that, dude. I'd say they got the vibe down pretty well. The Fantasy Life energy, right? Like I'd say that they did a really good job on that, actually. All right. Ooh, we got some people sharing in the currently listening to thread here. That makes me happy. Check it out if you're a music buff. And let's see, we got a couple posts in here. We recently moved the media share to the community center, by the way. So if you guys have been looking for the media share, it's now under the community center, which is a reference to Stardew Valley if you haven't caught that yet. So go over there to get your shares in if you're interested. And actually, one of the members of our community are making a game, and it's called Pogo Park. I think it's, I don't know anything about its status and if it's coming out or not or anything like that, but take a look at Pogo Park. My first thought is Pokemon Go, but I don't think that's what they're going for. But this is a cute little game. We got some game developers in the house. How cool is that, man? How cool is that? We got some game developers in the house, man. Which is really cool, dude. Good luck on your journey through your game, and you have to give us some updates in the future. LPK always comes through with the best food pictures ever, and today they're hitting us with spicy and sweet orange shrimp paired with miso glazed grilled eggplant, topped with scallions and cilantro from my garden, then some crispy shallots. Don't mind the uneven grilled eggplant. That was my husband's part. It's not that uneven. Don't give him a hard time. It's not that uneven, dude. Merci. All right, and then we got Dolore hitting us with some pictures from a Pikmin Bloom walk in Union Square, diverted to the Nintendo SF. So this is the Nintendo store in San Francisco, I think is what's being said here, right? Like they were on a trip recently. Yeah, dude, I really want to go to a Nintendo store at some point. I'm sure I should save up a lot of money because they're gonna be getting me. Like, look at this at the bottom. Look at this at the bottom. They got Animal Crossing canisters. Like, I need this in my life, dude. I need some canisters with KK Slider on them. And here, let's go ahead and jump into one more. And it wouldn't be a daily checkpoint without, you know, a classic Monday morning show peek at a couple cats, right? Just a couple cats, nothing crazy, just a couple cats here. So we got Christine hitting us with kitty time. And this is a classic. If it fits it, yo, I sits it. If it fits it, then yo, I sits it, dude. Look at that little cutie. Look at this little gem of an orange cat, dude. I love a good tabby. I think this is a tabby, right? Here's another one. We got the paws stretched out. Look at this masterpiece photo. A lesson in masterclass cat photo taking right here. That's what we're witnessing right now. A masterclass in cat photo taking. Take a look at that, dude. The stretch-a-doos. Yeah, dude. The stretch-a-doos, right, man? Absolutely adorable. Let's get a dog now. I want to get a dog in here for the dog lovers. This is our friend Sage the Spirit. Best boy. Best boy. Best boy, baby. There he is. There he is. Thanks for joining in for today's daily checkpoint, fam. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully you got a second there to take a breath. Don't forget to practice a little bit of mindfulness every day. And if you're tuned in here today, welcome to the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the theme of our broadcast here today. Just chatting with extra steps. We got a game on in the background, but you know, we're just kind of yapping, my dudes. Dude. Yo, UK Net, dope. We'll show it off here at some point, possibly. If I walked into a Nintendo store, my entire house would just become a Nintendo advertisement. Your kitchen isn't complete yet, dude. Oh my gosh. Yo, what up, Quelth? Good to see you, by the way, UK Net, man. Thanks for popping in, dude. Good to see you today. All right, nice. We finished our farm today, by the way. Farm has been finished and we paid off our debt. Let me go ahead and take a walk through the farm again so that y'all can see our progress so far. Here's the progress on our current farm here. All right, so let's go and check it out. So here it is. This is the start of it. Take a look at all of the sugarcane all around the screen, and it doesn't stop there. It actually goes all the way up here as well. Welcome to our brand new farming island. Things are really starting to come together here. We're even doing a little bit of decorating as we go so we can slowly build on top of it. That's the kind of decorator I am. I like to build on top of a foundation. I like to start somewhere and then move and iterate from there. So this is what we've got access to so far. Speaking of, let's go shopping and let's go check the Happy Home Paradise shop out today. See if there's any new furniture to check out. And before we do all that though, let's go talk to Tom Nook about getting our next house upgrade. And let's go and see what's up with this new 3-star journey. Because we just unlocked the ability to finally check our island rating. What's up, Hazel? Sup, chat? We haven't spoken in a while. Glad you stopped by. I miss talking to you. You're such an awesome listener. Cute. It's not that I'm an awesome listener. It's that I can't stop staring at your unibrow. It just so happens to look like I'm making eye contact. But girl, I ain't looking at them eyes. It just looks like eye contact, but it ain't. Sorry, homie. Oh my gosh, dude. What's up, Quelth, man? The mailman was wearing a Snorlax button down. What a legend, dude. What a legend, dude. Ooh, is that a repost, Duel Master? I did miss the original. Is that a repost? Thank you if it is. It is. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll see you later, Chaos Queen. I might have missed you leaving. If you're still listening, Chaos Queen, have a wonderful day. If not, I'll catch up to you tomorrow. We got JV in the house. What's up, JV? Good to see you as well. Gilwen says, I will say my log I finally started something this last weekend that I've dreamed of doing since my dad passed away, and I never felt so much joy in ripping the band-aid off and doing it. Wow. Gil, man, you're welcome to share. Of course, you don't have to go any further. The energy around that comment was enough. That is such a powerful and beautiful comment. The sentiment around that, the idea of pushing yourself, the idea of finally having enough and saying, I need to do this thing, I'm procrastinating. That's just so special, man. I love that so much, dude. Thank you, Gil, for sharing, man. And good luck on your journey, dude. Good luck on your journey. What's up, Caitlin? It's good to see you today, Caitlin. Welcome to the broadcast here as well. So Duel Master D with that repost, they said, if we didn't have the amount of time most of us all had to play during the pandemic, do you think ACNH would have hit the OG ACNH fans the same way? I think for me, if I wasn't able to spend 10 to 15 hours a day playing it, I would have felt very overwhelmed progress-wise trying to catch up to where I felt I needed to be. Just my 2 cents. I think I understand why you would have felt that way, and I think that you might be on to something. just in general, right? Like we can even step away from your personal experience and just talk about the fact that because we were able to sit and play Animal Crossing for, as you said, 10 to 15 hours a day, I think it truly affected how we look at New Horizons. I think you're right. I think the comment you said there is true, no matter what, and no matter how it affected you differently or me differently. I think it did affect us all differently. It did make our perception of New Horizons all very different, and how we navigated the game and how we approached it was all so different because of that era. And you're totally right about that. I would say as well that I wonder if the overwhelming feeling might have been a little bit put at bay for you because of the trickle feed of content that they gave us. I will say that New Horizons did a pretty good job trickle feeding the content. So maybe even if you were just playing casually, it might have been okay. Because it was like every couple months that we got another piece of content. And maybe that sense of progression would have felt okay during the 2 years that the game released at the beginning. But on a note to further my thoughts there, the idea that if you pick up Animal Crossing for the first time now, maybe there could be kind of that energy of overwhelming because there's so much content and you're trying to keep up with people who have been playing for 5 years. So that's kind of my thoughts on your statement. So just to kind of reaffirm, I think you're 100% accurate when you mention that our perception of New Horizons has been skewed by that time of our journey. And whereas I don't think it might have been as overwhelming as you have mentioned there, that's your personal opinion. So of course, for you, it could have been that way, right? And sometimes I sit back and I wonder, how would have Animal Crossing felt without the pandemic era? To go along with the question you asked. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I can't help but wonder, how would we feel? I'm going to turn down the music. How would we feel about New Horizons if we didn't have that initial, year straight? For me, it was a year straight. I do think about that from time to time. I do. I was going to say that was such a nice compliment from Hazel and you went and ruined it. I saw UK Net, you mentioned you unlocked your level 3 house. Yeah, dude. Are you excited? Is July the next update for Mystria? Congratulations, you are the proud owner of a luxuriously sized paid in full home. I can't imagine the feeling of satisfaction you must have. Truly, what could be better? Well, I suppose you could have another room. That might technically be considered better. Yeah. It's a great game overall, no doubt. Yeah, hot take, I'd probably like it more. COVID was mad stressful for me, and sometimes I tend to correlate that stress with the game. Wow, what a kind of interesting take. Almost kind of touching on the psychological side of the era and that game and our feelings towards it. And yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know if I have the same feelings, but I also don't think I tend to correlate times in my life with media. That's something I don't do a ton of, and I think I'm very unique in that sense. I think it's very normal to correlate like times in your life with like music or TV or media. I don't do a ton of that myself. For some reason, my brain just doesn't work that way. And maybe that's a good thing, right? Maybe that's a good thing that I don't attach media stuff or even smells, right? There are people out there who attach smells to certain times in their life, right? I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy. My brain, for some reason, doesn't work that way. I don't like get a smell of something and I don't get transported back. I'll get a memory. A memory might pop up in my brain, but it doesn't like affect me that much. I'm very unique in that sense, I think. Yo, what's up, Ginger King? Good to see you. Yeah, when I'm going through a rough patch, I refuse to take in new media because I don't want to ruin it. I identified the hand soap my grandma used too just by smelling it. Yeah, that's like, my brain doesn't quite work that way for whatever reason, you know. Or maybe it does, but it's not as powerful. That's probably more the case. It probably does work that way. It's just probably not as powerful. You want to know where I think... So this is really interesting because you're making me think about how this has happened to me before, but only in specific circumstances. It has to be the perfect scene. And you want to know one that gets me so much? Sound. The sound of people mowing their lawn Saturday and Sunday morning and afternoon transports me back to my childhood and all of the positive and negative feelings that come with it. I almost feel trapped. Sometimes on the weekend, I'll feel trapped. I'll feel like I'm stuck in the house and I'm at my dad's and I don't want to be there. And I had a kind of a rough childhood with like my houses. We all have, whatever, conversation for another day, but I start to feel trapped when I hear people doing their lawn on the weekend. I start to literally feel like trapped for a second. It's a weird feeling. And here's one more. When light creeps through a window and you can see dust in the beams of the light. So in a house or in a room where most of the light is blocked off and a little bit is creeping through and you can see the dust particles, for some reason, it's like a brain blast for me. And I get transported back to my living room from high school, playing Game Boy, watching Dragon Ball Z. And it also transports me back to this feeling that I used to get this feeling a lot as a kid. So I used to go to see my dad on the weekends. And my dad would take me back home on Sunday, and I always hated coming back home. I always hated coming back home. And for some reason, the light beams going through the dust makes me think about coming back home on Sunday and feeling like I didn't want to be doing that. Because that meant I had to go back to school the next day. That meant that, I could no longer hang out with my pa on the weekend. It was a lot of negative things attached to that. It meant that I had to go back to school. That was the big one. It meant it was time to go back to school, and I hated school growing up. So I have some weird visual things for sure. But yeah, I guess media is not a big one for me. To go back to the original conversation, for some reason, I don't do that a ton with games. I don't do that a ton with music. I don't do that a ton with movies or television. But it's certain sounds and certain sights will get me though, for sure. Sunday scaries, but for kids. Does anybody know if there's a universal term for vivid memories sparked by the random stuff? PTSD flashbacks. Whoa. I hate seeing dust and light beams. I always feel like I need to hold my breath. There's a name for the light thing. I have this feeling also. Yeah, dude, it's a very powerful form of nostalgia for me. Let's see here. I want to upgrade my home again, buddy. I want to expand. Yo, what's up, Cinina Mini and Pessimosaurus? Good to see you back in here, man. What's up, Nintendo? That's the way the news goes nowadays, huh? Certificates and degrees, but no job to be found, huh? Good luck on your journey, man. Hopefully you end up finding some work that works for you. Deja vu. Yo, beautiful discussions, dude. Beautiful. I posted the roadmap and gaming discussions. Thank you, man. I'll have to check it out. COVID era both feels like it never ended and it happened 20 years ago all at once. Well said. Yeah, well said, well said, well said. All right. What's the next step here? Getting 3 stars, right? So let's say what should I do? Yes, I'll explain the last major task for Project K. We've started gathering feedback from folks on and off the island, and our focus should be improving the image of the island and gaining the all-important feedback, okay? Have you ever had a cheeseburger pizza with mustard on it? No, but I have had a pizza with mustard on it. It was a Cubano pizza. Yeah. It was ham, pickles, classic Cuban mustard, which is, I think, a form of Dijon. And there was something else I'm missing. Cheese, Swiss cheese. So it had regular pizza cheese, but then it had Swiss cheese as well. I think there was something else, because normally a Cuban has 2 different forms of pork. So it had both forms of pork. That's what I'm forgetting, I think. But I've never had a cheeseburger pizza, no. Yeah, regular yellow mustard, just not too much, just enough to give it some tang. Yeah, I'm a huge mustard fan, so sign me up. You won me over at the word mustard. I love mustard, man. Yo, what's up, Team Nintendo? As Mr. Nook mentioned, I'm leading a task force that compiles feedback related to the image of our island. Island evaluations. All right, I don't need you to give me the whole thing. Just tell me the star count, Isabel, and then curse at me for having too many trees. Oh, 1 star. Oh. Yep, they're focusing on growing the population. That's exactly what it, and I told y'all, until we get up to at least 8 villagers, it's gonna be hard to get 3 stars. So right now we have 6. It's really hard to get 3 stars with 6 villagers. It might even be impossible, but I don't remember the details, so I'm not sure. I think you need 6. You need 7, but 8 helps a lot. I think so. I think you need 7 to get 3 stars, and 8 helps out. You don't need 8, though. I don't remember the details, but I know it's something along those lines. What's up, Dolly? Hey. Bam, 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 bam. All right, nice. Good to see you today, Starling, as well. Popping out a lurk to say that vapory mustard is great. It looks like you need 8. Is it? Is it a need for 8? Yeah, it's been a while. I just remember, like, we talked about the science behind this a long time ago. And I remember the conclusion was, like, you have to have a certain amount of villagers or you're just not going to get a 3-star. So we are going to have to invite a couple more villagers, which means we're going to have to make a list of villagers we want to invite so that we can make sure we're getting our farming themed villagers. So that's the next step, is making a list, and then we can start talking about, you know, hunting. We're going to be doing barnyard themed villagers. So farming themed villagers is what we're going to be focusing on. And we'll go from there. Frigga is farming themed, right? Not over my dead body. Norma or Tipper? Definitely a cow. Definitely a cow for sure. Looks like there's some people claiming 7, but most say 8. That was exactly what happened with the conversation back in the day. Do you still have a forest toilet? I sure do. Calling a cow a tipper is so goofy. Yeah. Trying to build decks in Pocket from guides, and for some reason the game named it New Deck instead of the name of the deck. Weird. Teddy could be cute as a farmer. That's cute. Yeah, so like we talked about it. Like I want to do the classic farm animals. So probably like a pig, a cow, a sheep, a goat, a horse, which is already 5. And then from there, I'd like to have a barnyard cat, aka an excuse. Sorry, a chicken as well. So yeah, chicken, cow, sheep, goat, horse. So 5. Chicken, cow, and then pig. So 6. Then I wanted to have a barnyard cat. So that's 7, and that's just an excuse for us to get Tangy to move in. Then I wanted a barnyard dog. So boom, that's now 8 villagers. I'm stuck on what the last 2 could be. We could do a mallard and a regular duck. So we could have a boy duck and a girl duck. And that's 9 and 10. Or we could do just one duck, mallard or not, and then a different villager for 10. Yeah, I did say goat. I did say originally I wanted to do a chicken and a rooster, but I'm thinking just at least a chicken is enough. I also was considering a bull and a cow. So like rodeo, a bull and a cow. But again, it's tough because we're doubling up and we only have so many spaces. Cindy Alice. Right? You know what I mean? So like, that's tough, right? It's like, but I think a bull's on the table for sure. Right? That's definitely on the table for something that we could do. Right? So if we just go basics, we do cow, chicken, sheep, goat, pig, horse. That's like the basics. Then from there, again, cat, dog puts us instantly up to 8. And then the last 2 are up in the air. Do we do another chicken? Do we do a rooster? Do we do a bull? Do we go for a duck? Do we, get creative with it and do something like that doesn't normally show up on farms, but could, like an ostrich? A rabbit? Right, like we could do a rabbit. We could do like an ostrich. I think there's an ostrich villager. Right? A barn mouse, right? Like we got some freedom, right? Like these are all great ideas. Yeah, a mouse makes a lot of, we talked about a mouse originally. A little mouse running through the fields. Yeah, a mouse sounds like a cute idea as well. Yeah, right? A wolf. Yeah, Jalen. What's up, Jalen? Right, so we got some ideas here, right? So, but I think 2 villagers are the ones that we can't decide. But we have the first 8 covered. One more time. Chicken, cow, pig, sheep, goat, horse, dog, cat. Right, that's as far as I've gotten. And then from there we could decide which villagers are the best to choose from. Right? So I like the idea of doing like Stardew energy for sure. That's where my brain's going, which means like we could do a bunny and a duck. We could do an ostrich. There's definitely some options there, right? And I'm sure there's some stuff that we're not even thinking about. Like there's a couple of villagers that are kind of like, that are like rare versions of villagers that are one animal, but they're meant to be another. Maybe there's something we're not even thinking about. You know what I mean? An octopus? Yeah, like a zebra. I don't know. Yeah. Tom Nook does give purple shorts energy. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does, dude. For sure. A squirrel? Yeah. Right, a peahen. Julia, exactly. Like, we could get weird with the last two, and that's my point. We could get weird with our last two. We could really lock in and do something real fun with the last two. All right, let's go check our shops. Yeah, I have the Hello Kitty amiibos, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll involve the community in some way. For sure. Alligator farm. Woo-hoo-wee. Let's go ahead and grab this lantern. That's all I really need from here, but let's keep buying stuff to make sure honestly, we're fine. We're going to be selling enough stuff that we'll hit the threshold for the shop upgrade easily. We just got to wait for the 28 days. Multiple pigs. Did I hear it? You did hear it. Audie the fox. Do 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 do. You don't even need the last two? Yeah, you're right. We don't. Oink. Okay, let's take this stuff to Blathers. I'm sure he'll be happy to get this stuff in. Imagine walking around town with a blown up piece of bubblegum between your lips for hours. Wait, what do you mean? You just described 9th grade. Ooh, nice. Lazy Stoneheart. Very nice. For me, I recently saw Final Destination 5 or whatever, the newest Final Destination at the movie theaters. And it was pretty much the exact same thing as all the other Final Destinations. But it was cool. Yeah, it was chill. A bear for the secret woods on the top of the mountain. For the maple, HDes Maypal. A bear for HDes Maypal. That's cute. That's a cute idea. It's the final one for the 5th time. The problem with going and seeing Final Destination movies is that then you walk out of the theater and you just start thinking about all the different ways you're gonna die on the way home. That's like the only problem with going to see those movies. It happened 20 years ago or whatever when I saw it with my friends, and it happened again this time. I walked out and I was just like, all right, how are we gonna die today? The log truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Actually, they referenced the log truck thing at the end of the new Final Destination. There's actually a scene, without spoilers, there's a scene where it's like the very, very end of the game, or the end of the movie, and yeah, like logs end up being a thing. And it's like funny because they were 100% like directly referencing that like old Final Destination scene for sure. Like I didn't even think about it until you guys just said it, but I'm like, they were for sure doing that. What? Cozy. TMI. Really? I can think, how can I better spend my money? Yeah, you know, I just wanted to see a movie, you know, it had been a while. And my guest had presented the idea and it was like, sure, let's go jam. it's nice sometimes to go to a movie theater and see some movies, you know, even if like I'm not like super hype or anything for like a specific movie. Her chat logs are crazy. That happens to me when I read too much Stephen King in a row. I start random dark thoughts, like where did that come from? That's why I'll never see the FD movies. I've seen enough clips of it to last me a lifetime. We like to go on Tuesdays. Yeah, the matinee. Tuesday matinee. But I agree with you though. I don't do a lot of movie stuff anymore, especially since a bottle of water costs $8 in a movie theater. Now, of course, you know, obviously you just sneak your own food and drink in. But like, yeah, the movie theaters ain't cheap. Oh, you saw the Formula One movie? Really? I actually think that movie looks not too bad. I'm not a big racing fan myself, but I kind of like old man Brad Pitt. And like he literally gets called old in the movie. And I just like love the idea that I've gotten to the point to where now I can watch Brad Pitt get called old as he plays the old man in a movie, and I'm just like, wow, where has time gone? Like, for some reason that whole concept is like crazy to me. I'm like, wow, dude. I remember watching Brad Pitt in Ocean's 11 and he was like a little baby, and now he's the old man in the movie. I'm just like, oh, crazy, dude. Like, what? Oh yeah, the new K-pop movie or whatever. Is that what you're talking about? I heard about some kind of sort of K-pop movie that just came out. Anyone care to enlighten us muggles? Anyone care to enlighten us muggles about the K-pop movie? What's that all about, dude? It's called K-pop Demon Hunters. So it's an animated flick, right? So it's an animated flick, I believe. Yo, what up, Pineapples? Good to see you. Baby Pit to old Pit. Hey, what's up, buddy? Hiya, welcome to my place, or as I call it, my snack shack. What's up, buddy? Are you rocking an oilskin coat? Nice. Looks easy to move in. Watching you move is making me want to move. It's like, oh yeah, I can move. I forget sometimes. Story's very quirky and light while taking on some serious personal issues, and the music bangs. I imagine really the movie is just a vessel for people who love K-pop to listen to K-pop music during a movie. I'm sure everything Kino Wolfie just said is true, but when I heard of the movie, I was like, okay, so this is just an opportunity for K-pop fans to hear K-pop on the big screen, which is cool. The music production is a very Western take, but overall feels so good. Interesting. I would assume that they would have played like super popular and known K-pop artists. Maybe they did, but that's kind of funny. I would have expected they would have like leaned into it further. Not exactly, because K-pop fans are getting a lot of their personal groups as concerts on the big screen. Kind of like the Taylor Swift thing. What the heck, dude? What's going on here? Oh, I didn't properly create the hole. I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's crazy. I just heard last night that the highest grossing movie of all time, I'm pretty sure, is now the Taylor Swift movie. Highest grossing movie of all time. Hold on. It's not of all time, I don't think. That I have to look it up. It's a highest grossing movie of 2025, is it? Let's see. No, is it 2024? I don't remember. What was the stat? Either way, it was insane. It was like the most viewed movie or something like that. And it was freaking Taylor Swift, the concert movie. Swifties go so hard, dude. Swifties go so freaking hard, dude. Like, that's crazy. Like, box office highest 20, let's just say, ever. Yeah, it's apparently Avatar. So whatever the conversation that I was reading, I'm not understanding what the stats were that I was looking at. But Avatar from 2019 is still the highest grossing box office movie. So I'm not sure what I was reading. I jumped into a YouTube video like halfway through. And then it just said something about, I was just like, wait, what? Taylor Swift? I think it's pretty crazy. Like, how popular is it to have live concerts be a movie? Is that like popular? How often has that happened in the past? To have like a movie of a concert be put in theaters. Is this something that is like is this like a new concept, or is this like something that like I just didn't realize was a thing? Like, is this a new like, to me it's new. I don't ever remember ever hearing about a musical artist putting a live concert in a movie theater. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. So like, when I saw the Taylor Swift thing, I was like, whoa, is this like what is this? Elvis did it. Really? Elvis did it. Really? Didn't Michael Jackson do it? I don't know. Did he? Rolling Stones did an IMAX years ago. So this has been a thing. Because I think it would be cool to see my favorite artist at a movie theater. Like, I think it would be super sick, dude. Oh, nice. Eugene's hooking me up with some loot. Thanks. Like, that would be sick, dude. I would be so happy to see like a live concert of like a favorite artist, but at a movie theater with other fans. Like, I think that would be a really cool experience. I saw Coldplay in a theater a couple years ago. That's crazy, dude. I think that's cool, man. Hannah Montana and the Jonas Brothers did it years ago. Really, dude? No way, dude. I feel like it was a huge thing in the early 2000s. All these old concert movies around the house. Really? So like in the old 2000s, that lines up with the Hannah Montana comment. That lines up right there. The early 2000s. Yeah, Kita Bonita might be onto something. Wow, I didn't know that Elvis did it so long ago. So how about that? So, I mean, this is clearly not a new concept. I mean, Elvis may have done a movie, but U2 made sure their album was preloaded on every iPod. Isn't that true, dude? Isn't that crazy? Everyone knew who U2 was. That's nuts. The Eras tour was so good in the theaters, though, real talk. So, was it literally just a concert, or was it like a documentary about the Eras tour? I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. I love this track. This track has such a funky vibe to it. This track makes me want to dance awkwardly. Just the concert. It was a big recording of her entire tour. Boom, 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 boom. Critical Role does that too. Wait, Critical Role is in movie theaters? No, they're not. Like, what? Is Critical Role been in a movie theater before? No, I've never seen that, Lazy Stoneheart. When they have a live show, they put it in theaters. Really, dude? Critical Role is insanely cool, dude. Why is Critical Role so cool? I literally feel like a little brother when I think about Matt Mercer and how cool he is. Like, why is Critical Role so cool? It's the coolest thing, dude. They're way too cool. They're currently making a video game. That's nuts, man. Madonna did it as well. Madonna also put a movie out. I didn't know that. And like, again, we're strictly speaking on taking one of your concerts and making it a big bill movie. I know that there's been a ton of movies about musicians, but the question at hand was, I didn't realize that music had been mixed with movies like that. I guess I've just been living under a rock. Like, I didn't realize that. I don't think I ever knew that was a thing. I don't think I ever even seen a concert. I never heard of a concert at a like, what? Like, it just kind of blew me away, man. Do 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 do. Pack alert. Ooh, picks. We got picks, baby. Are the concert movies just broadcasts of the full concert, like 2 or 3 hours? So I think so, but so what the Eras tour was a hodgepodge of all of her different tour stops. So I think it's been done in multiple ways. I think the Bruce Springsteen one that somebody mentioned, I think was literally just one concert. But I think the Eras tour was multiple different concerts edited together to make one concert, but it was like different stages and different people. Was it? Oh no, so the Eras tour was just her show in LA. Okay. So I was wrong. So it was just her one single show in LA. So there you go. It was just 3 hours of a single concert. Okay. That's nuts. That's nuts to put on a concert for 3 hours. Did she have an opening act, or was it literally 3 hours of her music? Probably the latter there. That's insane. I can tell you right now, that is a lot of hard work. To sit there and sing and dance and do whatever for 3 hours straight. Most musicians go out for maybe 2 at most, dude. That is crazy. All right, I'm just checking my picks. Sorry, I'm addicted. Nothing worth it right now. Most of it was pre-recorded though. That's why she has the following she does. I mean, yeah. Taylor Swift has earned all of her fame, dude. I think if there's any artist out there that's kind of earned their fame, like, I'm not a Taylor Swift fan and I don't know anything about Taylor Swift, but I can tell you that I think she's earned all of her fame off of her music and her music alone. I think she's a hard worker from what I understand. Yeah. So I think she's an example of a musician who, you know, before she was popular, she was pumping out music. After she was popular, she was pumping out music. I know she changed up her sound at some point though, which, I mean, you can't necessarily hate that, but like, you know, I'm sure some people out there could probably comment on it. I think she went from kind of a country gal to a pop star at some point. She kind of transitioned, but I think most Taylor Swift fans were okay with it. I don't really blame artists for transitioning their music. I think as long as it's passionate and from the heart, I don't think it matters what they do. So, but she certainly found the formula. That secret formula, that secret sauce that just for some reason makes some music popular and some not. She figured it out, that's for sure. She She figured that one out, dude. That Beatles special spice. Plankton needs to see Taylor for the secret sauce. Yeah. She was, how you say, relatable, always writing songs about breakups. You know, one of my favorite music artists commented on how easy it is to write music about sad things. And while I don't think that means you should take away the effort that goes into it, I do agree that it's a lot easier to write music about sad things than it is happy things. Yeah, I think it is easier. I think it's easier to write a song that's relatable about sad things than it is to write a song about like happy, relatable things. Because like people, I don't know. I think there's some truth to that. I think there really is some truth to that statement. One of my favorite hip hop artists made that comment one day, and I was like, you're kind of right about that. Much love from YouTube. Just another hang around. Yo, Nate Slayer coming in from YouTube, coming to say hello. That's right. My Twitch link is in the YouTube section below there, dude. And Nate popped in to say hello, dude. Thank you so much for popping. I hope you enjoy my broadcast. I'm going to be doing my best to get some YouTube content pumping out again outside of the live streams. I took a little bit of a breather, but thank you for your support, Nate. Appreciate you popping in, man. Yeah. Thank you for support. I'm not sure if you're a big Twitch user, but take a sub on the house, all right? Take a sub on the house, man. Thank you so much for letting me know you're out there. That's super cool. Cheers, dude. Cheers. Cheers, man. That was super kind of you to come in. That's awesome, dude. That's so cool, man. I have seen the originals Ocean's 11. I love Ocean's 11. Yeah. Thanks for double posting. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of heist anything. I'm very manly in that sense. I say that as a joke, but for some reason heist and men are like a thing. And sometimes I laugh at myself because I'm like, yeah, I fall straight into that stereotype. I am literally that dude. I'm Tim Allen grunting my way to every heist movie possible. I love me a good heist. Yeah, the original Rat Pack. That's a classic movie. I was actually talking about the 90s, 2000s one, but the Rat Pack one's good too. Yes. Ooh, take a look at this VCR TV combo, dude. Holy heck. I gotta buy it. Dang, he's not offering me to buy on credit yet. Dang it, I'm not far enough into HHP to buy this on credit yet. Dang it. At what point do you get the ability to go to HHP? After Resident Services was fully built. Have you seen the movie, seen The Money Heist? Isn't that the name of the movie when they're in the apartment building with Ben Stiller? I think so. Did you see the Tim Allen grunts in memes this weekend? I did see the Tim Allen grunt post in memes. Yes, I did. And it was pretty funny. We're talking about the meme channel in the Discord. It was pretty funny, dude. Design a house real quick. All right, we'll do a couple scam designs real quick. Sure. I wasn't gonna, but sure. We'll do a couple scam designs real quick. Oh, I forgot about my crazy outfit. Imagine this guy walks up to you and asks you if you want a vacation home. Will you stop talking, Lottie? You got a lot to say for somebody who doesn't want to hear it. Look at, imagine this guy walked up to you. Hey, I'm Shiloh, and I'm going to be your island representative for today. Yes, I'll take 2, please. Timeshare. Shiloh sounds fantastic. We can't trust you with a credit card yet. I like bikes. What's up, Walker? All right, we're gonna get you some bikes, buddy. We're gonna do a couple scam designs. All right. So if you don't know what a scam design is, you're about to learn. You grew up listening to Frank Sinatra? Yeah, Frankie's dope. I like some Frankie. My favorite Frank Sinatra song is My Way. It's such an epic song, it brings me to tears almost every time. And I did it my way. Song gives me goosebumps, man. Do I have to do all the stuff with Harvey first? No, not at all. No, not at all. If you have HHP installed, once you finish resident services and put down the campsite, maybe. Either way, Tom Nook will introduce you to Lottie via a phone call. I don't exactly know what triggers it, but all I know is that it happened sometime after I installed resident services. It might have been after I paid off my house or something. And then Tom Nook gave me a phone call and activated it. It's not, you don't have to do all that stuff. You just, yeah, it's not that. Yeah, all I know is I had the museum, the shop, and resident services. It's definitely not locked behind anything else, I don't think. Yeah, she'll just wait. I think so. I'm sure we could Google it, but wow, that's it. That's what you get. You get a bike. All right, is that all you wanted? Should I have checked the furniture catalog? I think all he wanted was a single bike. All right, buddy. Do you have to purchase a separate HHP? So wait, what do you mean? No, I think the answer to your question is no. So like, if you own Happy Home Paradise, you can use it on any island that you own, as long as it's connected to your Nintendo account. Does that make sense? So like, for example, I don't actually own Happy Home Paradise. I use Nintendo Switch Online's version because I have the expansion pass. And all I had to do was log into my Nintendo account on my new island, and it just gave me access to HHP. I gotta take a picture, I guess. They sure are making me do a lot of stuff that I don't feel like doing. Not the lone bike. I told y'all we're doing some scamming here for now. I'm actually going to be doing some Happy Home Paradise decorating at some point, but today's not the day. I'm just trying to get some pokey right now. Oh, got what I needed. Peace. Oh, Nisi Star. That's cute. I didn't know there was a fast and slow version. I'm thinking of the slow version, probably. Paid you 6K to put a bike in a room? What kind of hipster art is this? Now go buy the TV VCR. That's what we're going to do. Man, they have so much to tell me here. Now we have the Happy Home Network. I've literally haven't read a single word on the screen. Okay. Perfect picture. Okay. She's still going. She's still yapping, dude. Sheesh. bum, bum. How much is this table? 6,700. Highway robbery. I'm out of here. Ooh, nice. I forgot we have an orange plane this time. I don't think I have an orange. I've ever had an orange plane, so it just looks so different. What is my island's? What is Gale Island's plane? I think it might be green. Maybe yellow? I really don't remember. Yeah, I have no clue. Nice. We still got some casual rain going. You got yellow on your new one. I'm stoked. All right, let's go put our new TV and VCR in the house. All right, and then how do we make a new cardboard table? Let's craft, baby. All right, we need a cardboard table. Actually, I need one of these. For sure. I'm going to want to put one of these over at the old farm. All right, and then here it is. Cardboard chair, cardboard bed, rip. All right, so we don't have access to a cardboard table, but we do have access to a cardboard box, which in all reality is all you need. Who said you needed a table if you just got a good box? Perfect. Yeah, nice. It's the original 1990s version of Pokemon. You see, that's Ash Ketchum. That's his mom. That's Professor Oak banging his mom. Wait, I don't remember a gun. That's Gary. That's Gary's entourage. Oh, I see. What's up, Dalamar? Good to see you today, Dalamar. So the frame rate is better on the Switch too. Yes, for Animal Crossing. It's a more consistent 30 FPS, and the loading screens are better as well. All right, I'm gonna stand up and stretch, and I'm just gonna leave y'all with this vibe right here because it's hilarious. Enjoy this vibe, chat. Enjoy. Okay. We're back. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay. Cannonball. Yeah, thank you for the clips coming in. Oh, heck. Just unlocked a memory. I was hanging out with some buddies and we were all fairly buzzed. Someone was playing meme songs and decided to blast a song. Didn't realize he connected it to the house speakers. Oh my gosh, dude. What's up, Midnight Scout, dude? What's up, dude? What's up, Elliot? Good to see you today, buddy. And welcome in. Okay. All right, nice. Locking in on the Animal Crossing front here today. Beautiful Animal Crossing vibes. Sorry, I gotta adjust my chair here. Let's get some DDV going here today. So we'll do a little bit of a game switch here. If you guys are going to be sticking around through the game switch, I'd appreciate it. If you were here for just Animal Crossing, don't be shy to hit that follow button. Animal Crossing will return shortly. We'll be doing plenty of Animal Crossing here over time. So don't be shy to hit that follow. And if you're over on YouTube, don't be shy to hit that subscribe or like button, as we will be locking into some good old Animal Crossing throughout the whole week. Some deluxe edition, some New Horizons, you know, baby. All right. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and get our titles and stuff switched. So give me just a moment to get my titles and everything all switched up. All right, let's go. Do. What is it called? Storybook Vale. Storybook Part 2. I think that's what it's called, Storybook Vale. Preparing for Storybook Part 2. Yeah, of course, Duel Master. Thank you, man. Yeah, Storybook Vale is definitely a vibe. I'm actually doing pumpkin math right now to see if the veggie platter is better than the puffs for profit. Dude, we got some science going on in here. I love that. All right, just gotta switch my titles and stuff real quick. Bum 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 bum. And we'll go ahead and we'll throw up just the classic Hylian Descent for now. All right, and that should be good. And then I guess over on Twitch, we can make sure we let people know about the code as well. Let people make sure that they get themselves some free stuff. All right, let's dive into some DDV. Looking forward to playing throughout this week with y'all. I'm not going to call it a week of DDV because I'm going to be doing a lot of Zelda as well, but this is a pseudo DDV week. So we're not calling it that because not everything can be a week, but this will be a pseudo DDV week. So what you guys can expect from the channel this week is Animal Crossing, Disney Dreamlight Valley, Legend of Zelda, Mario Kart. We're going to kind of clean it up and get back to the basics. I've been trying to do a little bit too much, and as fun as it's been, need to take a deep breath. Probably some fantasy life as well. But again, there's a reason why I don't have a schedule. And you know, I'm keeping things 100, but this week we'll be focusing on Zelda, DDV, Animal Crossing, splashing a little bit of Mario Kart, and we'll maybe try to splash in some Fantasy Life because I'm still not over that game. So that's like a rough idea of what to expect. I'm just gonna try to chill out. I know people would like to see more Rune Factory. I'm gonna have to ask you to wait. Be patient on that. I know some people would like to see more Cyberpunk. Please be patient on that. I know we never even got to go back to Oblivion. Please be patient on that. I'd like to go back to Odyssey. These are all things that are on my mind. I realize we started a bunch of them and we didn't finish them. And that was a fun vibe for a couple weeks there, but I think it would be best for me as well as everyone else if we kind of take a deep breath and kind of pause here for a second and make sure we're not trying to do too much. Sometimes I get a little ahead of myself and I'm trying to keep up with all the different things going on and all the different events happening and game releases. And let's take a deep breath and let's just kind of have a week here to just focus on some of the games that, you know, are good at this very moment in time. Again, AC, Zelda, DDV, we have an update coming out next week, so I want to play some this week to lead into next week. So on and so forth. So I didn't want to talk about this too much today. I didn't really have anything planned to say. You know, on Mondays I like to do like, you know, updates. I like to do I call housekeeping. This is not so much a housekeeping moment as it is just kind of me airing out a little bit of the plans for this week. So I might be making a Discord post about it as we go forward this week, just talking about again what you can expect, but just kind of wanted to like give you guys a heads up on that. So yeah, it should be a nice consistent week and we should be able to just enjoy some games. We'll finish up Skyward Sword, you know, so on and so forth. So another update. Yeah, I think they announced the DLC update next, right? July 9th, which is already next week, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not getting ahead of myself, right? I think they already announced all that stuff. DDVers probably know. At the same time that they announced the update last week, the free update that included, you know, all the content we did for our sponsorship, they also announced part 2 of the DLC, Storybook Vale. So you would have to own the DLC to participate. And that comes out July 9th. So if you don't have the DLC, you don't have to worry about that. But if you do, you are getting more content. And we actually snagged the sponsorship for next week as well. So you guys are getting a 2-parter sponsorship with Disney Dreamlight Valley. So the first update that was free, and then the update that I know, look at Olaf like behind me, look at him. And then the July 9th. So big shout outs to Game Loft and big shout outs to all of you for respecting the space and allowing me to take these sponsorships and get myself a bag here and there. For those that are new here, we don't actually run ads on the channel outside of the pre-rolls that I don't have control over by Twitch. And we make up for that lack of ad revenue by taking sponsorships every once in a while. I try to keep them tasteful and I try to keep them focused on things we would enjoy as an audience and as a community. So I'm blessed to be able to get those opportunities handed to me, and I just like to every once in a while make it clear that all that stuff wouldn't be possible without all of you, because without you none of this works. So thank you, and I appreciate you sticking with me. Yo, we'll see you later, gamer lady. Yeah, so we're gonna be playing. I'm gonna be doing some of this off stream as well. I'll be doing some off stream stuff as well. We are currently going to be doing Flynn's quest and Merida's quest. Those are the 2 characters we have to focus on for and then Hades. And then we have to work on getting Hades' quest as well. So we have 3 characters to work on, and then we have 3 zones that we need to unlock. or sorry, not 3 zones, but multiple zones. So we're gonna have to unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas, which is gonna take some grinding, right? Which is fine. That's kind of a part of the deal. So a little bit of grinding for whatever the currency for this zone is called, the book points or whatever, scholastic book points or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna be playing a good amount of DDV this week because we have to try to catch up. All right, nice. Let's go. Your favorite color, green? Yeah. My favorite color is green. Yeah, sister honey. I honestly prefer like aqua or turquoise, but green is my favorite for sure. Like if I had to be more specific, I do like that turquoise kind of aqua energy. All right. You can also convert snippets into Storybook magic if you need more. That's the plan. I think I'm going to be fine. I will have to play a little bit off stream, assuredly, but I'm okay with that. I like playing DDV off stream. It's comfortable. It's a very cozy game. I did want to catch up on something. I thought I missed something here in the chat. Did I miss something here? Let me see. No. I think we're good. There was something. The Tony Hawk comment. Next week is Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Is it coming out on Thursday or Friday? I'm really excited about Tony Hawk. Oh, it was Sister Honey's question. My friend said they're getting rid of it because not many people bought it. Yeah, no, I think DDV and all that stuff's going to be around for quite a while. Will you be around Friday? Yes, I will be around Friday. I stream all holidays at this current time in my life. One day in the future, I might have a reason to take off holidays, but at this current time, I actively stream every holiday on this channel. Christmas Eve, doesn't matter. Thanksgiving, Halloween, Kwanzaa, doesn't matter. I'm here, and I'm here to enjoy the holiday alongside all of you. I'm in all senses of the word, I'm a lone wolf. I don't have a lot of people around me in my life, and I think there's plenty of people who can kind of relate to that. I don't really connect with my family, and I don't really have many people in my world anymore. And you are the people that I want to spend my holidays with. And it's been that way for 6 years on the channel. This is where I spend my time on holidays. I'm here for every holiday. I try to make them long streams if I can, so that you have a place to come and spend time. If you can relate to those feelings of, maybe even kind of feeling sour around the holidays because you just don't really have people around you for whatever reason. I also think it's cool because we have plenty of people who don't celebrate the same holidays here. Not everyone lives in America. Not everyone's going to be spending July 4th holidaying it up. Well, that's okay. Come spend some time here. We got Canadians in the house. We got Australians in the house. So that, yes, I take a lot of pride. The point is I take a lot of pride. I like to be here on holidays. And I know maybe one day I will find a reason to, a way to spend my holidays outside of my Twitch channel. And maybe one day that time will come. But for now, this is where I want to be. Speaking, also, I have yogurt. Also, I have yogurt. Nice. It's coconut milk yogurt. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, Willoughby. Yeah, so good question, Dual Master D. I'll be here July 4th. Zero plans, no intentions of doing anything but hanging out with all of y'all. All right, let's go find Flynn's punk self. And let's go find ourselves a villager to hang out with so that we could level him up. And I think maybe we should go find Hades. I think that would be a good villager to hang out with here, since he's my lowest level DLC character. All right, let's go to Hades first here. We're having a party, I'm sure. I got some hot dogs in the fridge I might cook this weekend though. That's about it. That's that celebration I'll do off stream. You know, I'd like to do it on stream, and Scuffed Eats is returning, I can promise you. For those that didn't hear about the delay on Scuffed, I ran into some unfortunate issues setting up Scuffed. And not only might I have to replace the computer that I was using, I also need to get a table. That's the big thing. I have no counter space, and it sucks. And it didn't hit me that I had no counter space until I tried to set up Scuffed Eats, and I realized I literally have no counter space. I can't set up TV screens, monitors. I don't have anywhere to do that at all in my kitchen. And it was like real bad. I was just like, whoa, wait a second. This is not going to work the way that I want it to work. So we took a break on trying to set up Scuffed. I'm ordering a new table. I already think I have one picked out. And from there, I might need to get a new light, but that's cheap, $20. And then we'll see if the computer is functioning, and we'll go from there. So for now, that's the status of Scuffed Eats at the moment. Is I'm going to be picking up a nice counter height table to go with my kitchen, and it'll be the perfect thing. That's all I need, really, and then we can start experimenting. So just a heads up, I just wanted to talk about that for a moment. But anyways, to go back to what I was saying, I did get myself some hot dogs. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get myself a can of hot dog chili, the gut buster and all. I'm going to get myself some cheese, and your boy's going to make himself some glizzies for the new year, baby. Or sorry, for July 4th, you know, same idea, whatever. I don't know holiday. I don't care about holidays. New Year. What am I talking about? I don't know what week it is. I don't know what year. We're getting some glizzies, baby. Can you put a portable rollable cart on throne? I'll look into that. Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah, thanks for suggesting that. You're gonna have bratwurst and sauerkraut, dude. That's a classic in my life. Sister honey. I grew up. My grandma made it every year. So did my ma. Dude, we're a Polish family, and that's a Polish cuisine right there, man. Well, it wasn't bratwurst, it was kielbasi. But the sauerkraut reminded me. It was kielbasi. It was kielbasi and sauerkraut. But yeah, I'm gonna get myself some glizzers. That's how I'm gonna spend July 4th. I'm gonna make myself some glizzers, and I'm gonna hang out with all of you. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be delicious. Honestly, even a fund on Throne for updating Scuffed would be cool. Aw, chat. No, I really appreciate you. I'm okay with footing the bill and handling this one, because this is a part of my art, and this is a part of my show, and something that I want to pursue passionately. And thank you, though. That's such a kind thing for you to say, and you're right. If I wanted to, I know people here would support me and help me get Scuffed back on its feet again. You guys already do so much, though. Yeah, I got it. Thank you so much, though. You know, I just gotta. I took a little while to get locked in. Really, the only fumble here was that if I would have attempted to set up Scuffed Eats like a month ago, I would have realized this. So it's less about the money or anything, and more, I'm just kind of a baby sometimes. And I took forever to try to set Scuffed up because I was just procrastinating. And then when I finally sat down to set it up, I realized that I needed more equipment. Like, it's kind of just my fault for being a boob. Like we would already be good. And we would already be cooking. I procrastinated and it hurt me in the end. And yeah, so yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, we'll be good. Like I just got to order the table. It's not even going to be an expensive table, but I will have to put it together. And you know, I've done a lot of that since I've moved, so I'm not looking forward to putting it together another table, but you know, we'll do what we got to do. And then if the computer's broken, you know, maybe we can talk about something like that. I think the computer's going to be fine, but it's getting old. So I think for now we'll be able to use the computer. Meanwhile, I'm going to get my laptop fixed because I've been procrastinating on that for like a year and a half. And we'll have the backup of the laptop if the computer dies. And then from there, we'll start to look into getting a new rig. Like we're going to probably be doing a computer upgrade this November because it's time. Like my stream needs an upgrade. It's time. We're starting to fall slowly out of touch with technology, you know? It only takes a couple years nowadays to fall kind of, you know, to the slowly but surely my stream can do less and less, you know what I mean? So we'll be upgrading computers by the end of the year, and then I'll be able to take this computer and use this for scuffed eats, so it'll be great. Oh, appreciate you, sister honey. Thank you. I will take your recommendations and your words to heart. All right, and I will consider looking into throne stuff. All right, yeah, thank you. Hades, the Olympics are that way. I know. Look at Hades, dude. He's such a boob, man. Look at him. Look at Hades, dude. He's such a boob, dude. He's so good, dude. I'm so happy they put Hades in this game. Wait, where did Flynn go? Was he here? I need to talk to Flynn. Where are you at, buddy? Oh, there he is. He's over here. I hope they add Danny DeVito. What does Danny DeVito and Disney have to do with each other? Oh, wait a second. You just unlocked a memory. Was he the goat guy? Was he the goat in Hercules? No way. How did I not know that? Dude, I never knew that. Dude, I watched that as a kid. I didn't know who actors and actresses were as a kid. I didn't pay attention to that stuff. You just made me realize that Danny DeVito was Phil, dude. Wait a second, dude. What? I wasn't paying attention back then. Like, I didn't care, dude. I had a brain fart and only remembered it was Danny who voiced him. Yeah. That's crazy, dude. What's up, Blistina? Well, that's not a good memory for you, Flynn. You're pledging allegiance to Maleficent? It's starting to come back. I remember. Me kneeling at Maleficent's feet? No way, this can't be real. I'd never help her. Oh, you helped her, dude. Maybe it's not what it seems. Maybe. Or maybe it is. Oh, I'm so confused. I have an idea. Might sound a little out there, but what if I talk to Ursula? Dude, why do all roads go back to Ursula? Good grief, dude. I hate talking to Ursula. God dang it. 2 words. I am retired. Or Mother Gothel. Yeah, dude. What's up, Lovica? How you doing today? Lovitic, dude? Good to see you, bud. Chat, should I order a spicy chicken sandwich? No. No. No soup for you. Normally I always answer those types of questions yes, but I'm gonna start mixing up my responses on y'all. No spicy chicken sandwich. I'm gonna start mixing up my responses with you. Nah, I don't think you should do that today. There's got to be a better answer. Maybe tuna on rye with Italian dressing. That's it. Yo, thank you, Kels, with the gifted, dude. No soup for you. Yeah, tuna on rye. Yeah, get out of here. No spicy chicken. No. Thank you, Kels, for the gifted, dude. What's up, Kels? Bringing them in and badging them up, man. Kels is out here badging them up and bringing them in. Thank you, Kels. Kels, I saw something that I need you to see. Can you hang out for like just a second? Hold on. How can I see this? How can I find this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna find this. Dang it. There's no way I'm going to find this. Oh, I found it. Okay. Hold on, dude. So I'm not gonna play this on stream because it's a little bit obtuse for my show, but I'm gonna explain it to all of you while I share it with Kels here on Discord. So what it is it's all right, it's the sun. All right, it's the sun, and it says when you go outside during the heat wave, and it's the sun, and the sun is rapping the song "Sippin' on Some Scissor" from 3-6 Mafia, and it's really funny. Like, I can't. Kels might be the only person that really. That I would ever feel comfortable sending this to, because I don't know anybody else on that level, but I'm sure a lot of you would appreciate it regardless. So I'll go ahead and I'll post it in the Discord under memes as well. But it's so funny, dude. Kels, I just sent it to you. You have to see. And I'll go ahead and I'll post it under memes with a warning. Warning, vulgar language. And I'm gonna watch it again real quick for myself because it's so funny. Hold on. But essentially, for those that don't want to watch it, essentially there's this 3-6 Mafia song, and at the beginning it's like he's talking a bunch of ish. He's like, yo, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing? What are you doing out here? What are you doing out here with your weak self? What you doing out here? No, you better go back home, son. And it's supposed to be the son talking to all of us during the heat wave. And it's just so like obtuse, and it's like so funny, dude. It's like, it's how it feels, man. You walk outside and the sun's looking down at you like, what you think you're doing out here, boyo? You better go back home. Like, it's like oppressive and like hot outside. Like, anyways, thank you for the gifted sub, Kels, and enjoy the gift in your DMs. And yeah, I posted it in the meme channel as well. I'm not gonna play it on stream though. Yeah, sorry. It's just not quite my vibe on the channel. It's we try to keep things somewhat safe for work here. Somewhat. Oh, let's mix up this album though. Let's mix up this album. Let's do Animal Crossing music again. I've been obsessed. I've actually been mad obsessed with Animal Crossing music again. I don't know what it is. I'm like going through a phase. Could you make a comic? I would love to make a comic, yeah. Sip, 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 sipping on some scissor. Sip, 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 sipping on some scissor. Dude, that's such a jam. Let's go find Ursula out here in a place that I can't even go to because that makes a ton of sense, you dirty wench. Okay. Guess we need to go back to the mainland. That actually sounded great. Thanks. I'd like to get vocal training. I have a good voice. I sang in choir and I realized I have an affinity for it and I can keep a beat. I'll never forget when I had a teacher, a person in my life, not even a teacher, just a person. One day I was keeping beat with this song, even when the song wasn't playing. And I remember somebody walked up to me and they were like, how did you just keep beat with that perfectly? He was like, you literally kept perfect tapping in time, and when the song came back on, you were instantly hitting every beat. And I was like, I don't know. You know, like, I don't know. I'm just good at keeping rhythm, I guess. Do 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 do. All right, there she is. Yeah, I'd like to get vocal training though. I think obviously everyone who would like to sing can benefit from vocal training, you know what I mean? Because vocal training doesn't necessarily do much more than teach you how to utilize the voice that you have. And then it teaches you the basics and understandings of singing and like, you know, all the stuff around it. So I would really like to do vocal training one day. I've thought about it a lot actually, because over these years, I realized that the instrument that I'm actually most interested in is my voice, next to piano. I'd like to learn the bass guitar. I'd like to learn the bass, standing bass, like the string instrument. Like, so like I have a lot of interest in music, but I've just realized as I gotten older that I kind of enjoy the idea of like just focusing on just my chords, you know? All right, now we can go back to the map here. While we're here, though, we should probably pause and take a look at the star path real quick. What are we doing over here? Cook a 4-star meal. So we can do that in the pressure cooker, right? Finish some dreamlight duties. Feed the turtles their favorite food. I think that's seaweed. Chat with Mickey Mouse. All right, so if we go to the pressure cooker, can't we get 10 meals going and then we can come back later? It just needs to be a 4-star meal, right? Not enough ingredients. Select ingredients. Recipe. So we just need a 4-star meal here. Bum, bum, bum. Beam, bum, bum. Some classic gazpacho. This one, oh, we only have 8 tomatoes. Never mind. I guess we need to go buy some Tom-Toms. Yeah, we're low on Tom-Toms. That's not good. Do 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 do. Lioness Feast. And it says use your diaphragm. I guess I never quite feel it, so I'm never quite there. Yeah, that's tough. I did learn how to use my diaphragm. That's probably... Learning how to use my diaphragm actually helped me in so many ways outside of... The funny part about you saying that is that helped me like learn how to breathe better in general. You can apply the same lessons about learning how to use your diaphragm to learning how to properly breathe better. Just like in your everyday life. I would argue that's been one of the bigger... That was a pretty important part of my life. I feel like all that training stuck with me big time throughout my life. Well, that little bit of training I picked up on Inquire, like, it stuck with me. Now I feel like it helped me just breathe better. All right, sick. I hope the inventor of the crockpot is/lived a happy life. I love my crockpot so much. Dude, now you got me in the mood for a crockpot meal. Do 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 do. I sent you so much music, bro. Okay, cool. Kel's reply was perfect. Yeah, Kels, you literally popped up in my brain. As soon as TikTok came across my screen, I was like, I need to send this to Kels. And then I was like, no, I don't want to bother him. And I just was like, whatever. But you were in the chat and I couldn't resist. My fiance does that. He runs a music studio for a living. I'm the opposite and can't even tap along to songs properly. Everyone's built differently. When it comes to music stuff, we all have our own strengths. Whereas like if you can still make music and create beautiful artistic creations in the world of music without being able to keep beat. And there's a lot of people that do. Sometimes you just have to be willing to ask for help or do like collaborative efforts, or you just have to push past that and realize that like none of that will take away from the art of your music. Because there's so many tools out there and ways to make music that have nothing to do with like keeping beat. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different ways to approach the art of music is all I'm saying. So if you ever felt inspired, don't be shy. Did you know that Peter Pan was a bad guy? I mean, I guess in essence, Peter Pan is kind of a bad guy, sure. Mm-mm. 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 Do, 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 do. Yeah, I guess like I could see that. I could see that for sure. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Olive, lightning, salt crystal, monster tooth. Okay, I don't remember where to get olives from, but let's go ahead and drop some stuff off here. I think we have a lot of the stuff we need sitting in here. So let's... Boo, 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 boo. Do, 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 do. The only thing that Peter Pan is bad at is making peanut butter. Oh, got him! Peter Pan peanut butter sucked! Yeah, it's a brand. It's a brand of peanut butter. Yeah. No, it wasn't that bad. It just wasn't my first choice. Oh, what? Sister Honey, what? Wait, when did we even get a rolling cart? What? How did this all happen so fast? Wait, what do you mean, dude? Wait, what? Thank you, Sister Honey, for contributing to my throne by picking up the rolling cart. I didn't even know there was a rolling cart in there. I guess somebody's been working fast here, taking suggestions from the chat. Thank you so much. It's a rolling kitchen microwave cart. Honestly, like, this is really nice. I hope you didn't go out of your way to, like, pick this up or anything. Please always take care of yourself first, chat. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a very generous thing. I know a mod. Okay. All right. Fair. Yeah. What can I say to that? Yeah. I know a mod. That. All right, okay. You know, I can't really say much to that. That's a thing. Like Fred Durst, we gonna keep rolling. What? Something about hot dog flavored water and a chocolate starfish, or something like that. Freaking Fred Durst. Get this dude out of here. Fred Durst is fake. He's not real. I can't stand Fred Durst, dude. And it's not that I have a problem with him or his music. I just can't stand the concept of him. Like his existence is just confusing to my soul. Like I just can't. His existence just confuses me on every level. I just can't with him, man. Holy heck, man. He's an enigma, to say the least. All right, we got the petrified wood, check. We got the olives, check. Thank you again, Sister Honey. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. Seriously. Thank you, man. You didn't have to do that, Sister Honey. That's lightning cake. Well, I want that cake, sure. But I want the lightning bolts. There's no way this controller's already dying. I just charged this controller. What's going on with the technology in my house right now? It's all dying all at the same time. That's not good. Here, I better snap my Joy-Cons. I better snap my Joy-Cons to my Switch just in case I need them today. Some of them have bad batteries. Yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. No worries. Thank you, though. There's some very subtle organization here real quick.
Why'd all these folks wanna
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay. Let's eat these lightning cakes. I kind of want to use my GameCube controller all of a sudden. Dude, I just got a weird urge to use my GameCube controller. I'm doing it. I'm going to get it out of this box. Dang, am I going to need the minus button? What does the minus button do in this game? Oh, frick. It's super useful. Okay, we'll wait for another day. Frick. Do, 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 do. I need salt crystal and a sea monster's tooth. How in the world do I get that stuff? Salt crystal and a sea monster's tooth from fishing? Can I just fish anywhere, you think? All right, looks like we're doing some fishing, baby. Do, 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 do. Have you ever done a contest in Pokemon RSE? Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. I have done a contest. Yeah, you're talking about the in-game contest system. Ursula's tooth. Salt and tooth from fishing. Go to the Ever After. Go to the Ever After. Okay, the Ever After's this side. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the help, chat. I'm so out of touch. Thank you. The sea monster's tooth is a forged material which can be caught while fishing in blue or white pools in the Ever After. Blue or white pools in the Ever After. Salt is just outside of the pools. So the salt is the equivalent to the seaweed, is what you're saying. You just sit here and go boop. Okay, sick. Do 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 do. Thank you, Aelith. Do do. Boop 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 boop. Well, we might as well do some material grinding because we're here, and then we'll fish. We'll fish and we'll collect materials. We're gonna need all this stuff, you know, at some point, assuredly. So, might as well grab a couple things here. Do you know how to max all contest stats? Kind of. I think it had to do with Poffins, right? What is... It had to do with Poffins or something like that, right? I vaguely remember that system. I got into the contest stuff a little bit, though. I did enjoy it just a bit, just a tad. Yeah, the Pokeblocks. That's what it was. The Pokeblocks. Yeah. I don't know the details or anything, but I did get interested in the contest system pretty heavily, I'd argue. Nothing like, you know, crazy, just it was definitely something I enjoyed from that generation. Do 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 do. Thank you, chat room. Thank you, Simcetera. Appreciate you, Aelith. Thank you, L Rob. Thank you for the knowledge, my dudes. Yeah, we gotta go rip Ursula's tooth out of her mouth. Hey! Hey, we got it. Nice. Tooth acquired. All right. The more I listen to New Leaf music, the more I realize like New Leaf's soundtrack might be like the second best in the franchise. The more I listen to the more I hear it, the more I'm like, dude, it actually might be the second best in it. Like the best being Animal Crossing GameCube and for me. So level 5's the max level of the companion, right? So let's take Max with us because Max will dig up these holes for us and we want to level Max up to level 5 as well. I guess you want to level up all the companions, right? So the only ones that give you special stuff are the ones that are from like premium shops, right? But like if I level up the Sunbird, am I going to get something special at level 5? Probably not. But I'm going to level up all my special ones first. And then we'll work on our favorite like our Shadow Squirrel's one of my favorites. I love the Shadow Squirrel. You can see the rewards if you click more details. Thank you. More details. Oh, so it's like a furniture chest. Is that what that is? The red chest? Is that furniture? So you just get a piece of furniture? They're all the same. They're all just a red chest. So maybe you get like a special piece of furniture or something. Do. Looks like the footstool gets some sort of rug or something. Bum, 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 bum. Only the notable ones give you a special item, right? Just gives you a chest, and that chest can just have any random piece of furniture in the game, right? Yeah, I got my R2-D2 backpack. I'm actually about to equip it right now. Yeah, look, dude. R2-D2 backpack for me. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I actually wouldn't mind this book bag in real life. It'd be a little dorky, but it's pretty cute. I actually like wouldn't all the way mind it in real life. It's like, it's kind of fly actually. Need all the companions now? Do you know what the fastest way to level up your companions plus is? No, but it's been happening pretty fast just by playing the game for me. So if you're asking for advice, I'm not sure if I have any outside of that. And if you're looking to tell me something, I don't know. Yeah, you might be able to school me here. I've noticed it's all pretty natural. I just kind of hang out and it just kind of happens. See? The lure traps. Oh. There's a video on how to level them up the fastest. Nice. Ending Gerson. You've been playing this game since the update? You picked it up for the update? Nice. All right, let's get back to fishing. I just wanted to do some material grinding. I know I'm going to eventually need a good amount of this stuff. So if I'm going to walk into a zone, I'm going to just grab some materials. And I don't mind getting snippets because I can turn snippets into storybook magic, and that storybook magic's going to be a big deal so that we can unlock all the zones. So, yo, Max, can you unlock this for me? Thanks, dude. You are now my shovel, dude. I'm never going to pull my shovel out again. You are now the shovel, Max. You! Nice. That was a ton of whatever that was. Do 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 do. Let's go fishing. We're looking for some salt. So the traps, the lure traps are the secret. Well, you'll need your shovel for anything that's not a shard dig spot. Hey, don't ruin my dream of retiring my shovel, okay? I'm gonna retire this shovel. Just you wait and see. Yo, Shay Bips in the house. H does lurk. I love that lurk emote. It's my favorite. That emote is some of my favorite emote ever made on Twitch.
Consider a career in design. You have marvelous taste.
Dude, that was so scary. Daisy just came sliding to me, and as she got closer, I could hear like her words. Like she didn't run, she just slid towards me like a demon, and as she got closer, you could slowly hear her like starting to talk about designing or something. It was like there was like a proximity. It was like somebody was slowly turning the volume knob up. I got all my companions, 102 out of 104 to max in 4 days. Wow, croissant, dude, you're crazy cool, dude. What the heck? Her voice is off compared to the others. You don't want to be near me when my laser goes off. Dude, we don't have any salt. This is the first salt I farmed up, so I'm probably gonna have to farm up more salt, because I bet you we're gonna need this stuff for cooking or something. Let me try to get a couple. Let me get one more piece of salt so I can put it in my chest. At least you can see her coming when the small villagers approach you. You only know when you hear them next to your ears. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I like wasn't looking at this spot that I was fishing. Come on, let me get one more piece of salt, yo. Why couldn't they make Max dig the bones in the plateau? That's actually so smart. Yeah, that's like, that was a missed opportunity. He's a dog. How we feeling, afternoon squad? It's 2:20 p.m. here in my world. How we feeling? How we feeling, PM squad? What's up? Hope everyone's feeling good. Hope y'all are having a good afternoon here. I know some of us are headed home overseas, fam. Well, some of us maybe just got back from lunch. Huh? All right, let's head to Ursula. Let's see if she's actually here this time. Somewhere that I can actually reach her. Oh, yep, here she is. Remember when the game first came out and Ursula would go like super far out into the ocean, and you like couldn't even interact with her.
I mean, just look at this place.
And they had to like fix it. They like made her like swim up to you. I mean, obviously it's not fully fixed because look at this. Come here. I'm trying to talk to you. Get over here. She dipped. Oh my God. Hey, Mimi from Drew Carey. Get over here, Mimi. Stop memeing on Drew and get over here. Come here. Oh my gosh.
You're here, finally.
You're here, finally, she says. I've been trying to talk to you, dude. What are you saying? Why was that such a Mimi thing to do? She really is just Mimi, man. You hear her over there in the distance? Dude, she's going crazy. She's going wacko over there. Ha ha ha! She dropped the Titus laugh. Ha 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 ha. All right, let me try to get all the snippets out. If the snippets are not all in the same section, we should probably try to get them in the same section. All right, this is a good place to drop off some stuff. Beautiful. Okay, all the snippets are in the same chest. Okay, good. All right, let's drop off this salt. And these random fish for now. And these olives.
There's a lot about this valley that reminds me of home.
I know. I obviously should just go buy the legs for her. You think it's a conspiracy? You think they purposely make her buggy so that people are more inclined to buy the Vanessa legs? I think it's a conspiracy. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. They're like, yeah, why fix it?
The sun here is cheerful.
Why pay retail? Why fix it? You know? Boom, boom, ba-da-da-doo. Not gonna get me? Oh, it's not Wednesday, so it's not gonna be a new shop until Wednesday, right? Done. Purchased. Equip. Wait, this is what Ursula actually looks like? Dag, girl, I'm sorry I was talking smack, though. Oop, my bad. Please. All right, back to Flynn's house. She was cursed or something? That's her human form, Vanessa? Do 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 do. Boop, 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 boop. Do 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 do. Did you get the human form? Yeah, I just bought the human form. I'm done with chasing down Mimi. If I would have known she would have... gotten such enhancements, I would have done it sooner. I didn't why does she still look like Mimi on the map though? I don't want that. Yikes. Bum, 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 bum. Switch the picture on the map, yo. Isn't that a bug? The map is a mirror to her soul. Her heart looks like Mimi. True.
Hi.
Okay, Flynn, here's the potion that's supposed to help you with your memory. It doesn't look tasty. Well, bottoms up. Just kidding. Now you're gonna look like Mimi forever. She got you, dude. Just kidding. Flynn, how are you feeling? What do you remember? It's Aurora. She's the princess from my nightmares. Maleficent wanted someone to find her, and I went to do it. But you were cursed. It's not your fault. This was before Maleficent cursed me. I'm sure of it. There's something else going on here. This isn't you. There has to be another explanation. I would never work with Maleficent, especially not to find Aurora for her. There's more to this memory. Maybe Hades knows more.
I'll see you soon.
Hey, Hades! So, what else do you know about this, bud? Let's have a talk. Shiny Gimme Ghoul on Go till July 6th. Ooh, sick. That's dope. The problem is I don't know if I have enough Gimme Ghoul coins to get... Can you get a shiny roaming form?
Huh?
Better get that before it's gone. Yeah, what do you mean? How do I get 999 Gimme Ghoul coins overnight? Okay, you can get a shiny roaming form. Okay, good. And then you can just evolve it later. Good. Okay, I was worried for a second. I'm like, dude, I've only ever seen one Gimme Ghoul ever in the game.
Took you long enough.
Ah, Rob Boss, what's shaking? A lot actually. You're all-knowing, right? Well, I wouldn't say all-knowing. I mean, I know a lot, sure. What do you need to know exactly? Flynn Rider has been on a mission to recover his lost memories so far. It isn't looking too great for him. Okay, go on. The memories he has imply he was working for Maleficent. Ugh, Maleficent. Why would anyone work with her? She's impossible! Look at him. I love that he changes to the fire, dude. Guess your feelings about her haven't changed. Not one bit, or even half a bit. I'm talking zilch. That's good writing for Hades. I like that. Zilch. Okay, all right. The last thing he remembers was chasing Princess Aurora in Mythopia. We thought you might know something about this. Sorry, not ringing any bells. But I have this box in my house that weirdly gathers all kinds of old junk. Could be a clue in there. You have my express permission to snoop around in that thing all you like. Thanks, Hades. You can be a decent guy every now and then. Hey!
I'm the Lord of the Dead.
Yay! An enemy of Maleficent is a friend of mine.
Oh, nice day we're having, isn't it?
This game was one of Pat's last works. Oh, I didn't know that. Bum, 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 bum. Give me some of these snippets so I can convert them to Scholastic book sale points. And I can buy a frog eraser to put on top of my pencil. Doo doo. Oh, here's the chest. It looks like we have a crown. Meet Flynn back at his house. Okay. I feel old. Book fairs? Dude, the book fairs were the jam, huh? Hey, I will save this memory. I know someone in my life who owns pretty much all of the I Spy books from back in the day. Can you believe that? They own those original I Spy books that would be at the library when we would go visit. I'm so jealous of that, dude. I wish I owned some I Spy books, dude. That's a mood, right? They still are, according to my kid. It's so expensive. Yeah, dude, book fairs are probably still a thing, but they're probably mad expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. I wish I still had my Goosebump books. Yeah, same. We used to walk out of the Scholastic book fair. We'd go into the book fair with like $3. I was a poor kid. And I'd come out with like pencils, erasers, gel pens. I'd come out with like a book, some stickers, and who knows, maybe even like a yo-yo. I imagine if you walked into a Scholastic book fair with $3, you'd probably come out with like a half a sheet of notebook paper nowadays. You probably come out with half of a frog eraser. Like that's it. Like you ain't getting nothing for $3, dude. You ain't. But that was the kind of stuff that I had to buy because we just didn't have a ton of cash. Like my mom wasn't sending me into a book fair with a bunch of money. Like I'd have like whatever money I saved up by skipping my school lunch, because that was like the only way we really got cash as kids, was just skipping our lunch for the day. And since we were on free lunch, so my family was able to get free lunch. And that means I didn't have to spend any money to eat every day. But eventually my mom started making more money and they took us off that program. And instead we had to spend 60 cents to get our lunch. That was normally $2. We only had to spend 60 cents. And I would save up that 60 cents. And at the end of the week, I'd have enough money to buy a Yu-Gi-Oh card pack. I just like wouldn't eat lunch. We always buy the multi-tool pocket knife. That's so crazy. I didn't even know those were a thing. Like at a bookstore, at a book fair. Our PTA sells dum-dums for 25 cents each as a fundraiser. Drives me nuts because we find them everywhere. Yo, what's up, Squidgem, dude? Or find a friend that felt sorry for you. They give you a pudding pack. Yeah, we were always wheeling and dealing. I know. I'm having a controller day, apparently. having a controller day, apparently. At some point, I'm going to have to get up and trade controllers, aren't I? We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Who needs to get up? Not this guy. Ooh, it kind of got dark outside. I wonder if it's about the storm. Kind of got a little dark outside. The currency at my school was dry ramen chips. Dude, yeah, it is raining. Oh, it is getting stormy. Ooh. Nothing like a little bit of stormy weather in one of the best Animal Crossing songs ever made. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes and just take a minute. All right? Close your eyes and just take a minute. Picture sitting on your front porch. The rain coming down, not too hard, not scarily hard, just hard enough. Nintendo Switch in your hand, playing some ACNH. Or maybe you don't have a front porch, you know. I don't know. Sitting in your living room, looking out the window. I don't know. Yo, Talnoff, you guys had entrepreneurs in your school as well? Dude, they took all the candy out of our school in an initiative to like do healthier like eating. So they took all the candy out of, and all the vending machines with candy were stripped out of the school. So people started selling candy out of their book bags. And we had people walking around the school with candy in their book bags, and we would sell it between classes. Straight up between classes, you'd go meet the candy dude at the top of the stairs at, in the old building. Hey, yo, dude, yo, you got a Snickers? Man, that kid made bank because he would sell the candy bars for like 50 cents or $1 each. And he was buying boxes of them at like Mark's food store for like $5 a box or something. This dude was killing it. Like, it was not even a joke, dude. He would buy a box of candy. He'd sell them for like $1 a pop. And he would make like triple his money off of this whole box of candy. He was like a literal entrepreneur, man. It was crazy how much loot this kid was making. And he was known, man. He was known as the candy guy. And nobody else even tried to step into his territory. It was just him. Yeah, the candy tycoon, yeah. Hey, you got any more of that candy I've been looking for? Hey, you got any more of those Reese's cups? I need some of them. We had a dude named Charlie, tried for weeks to take me to Candy Mountain. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, Charlie Mountain. Get out of here, dude. Memory lane completed. All right, nice. So we got Flynn. Very nice, very nice. All right, let's get these characters leveled up some more. So now we just have to worry about leveling them up so we can get the next quest for each of them. So we'll start off with Hades here. Let's see what Hades' 3 gifts for the day are, and let's go ahead and give Hades his 3 gifts for the day. That's a good place to start here. All right. I guess I might need some help with some of these recipes, though. Because I feel like I've never seen some of these recipes. Shun the non-believers. So conch ceviche, ghostly fish steak, and blend of the Bayou. All right, let's go around collecting snippets for experience, and then let's go cooking. Hey, thanks, Hades. Take those. Shun! Yo, good to see you though, Townov. Welcome in, buddy. In middle school, we had a couple friends that realized they could go to Costco with their parents and get those bags of bulk variety chips and sell them at school out of their book bags. Yeah, dude, the strategy, man. Especially because some kids, their parents would just buy the chips for them and encourage them to go sell them. So these kids were making pure profit, right? Because like their parents would buy the chips and they would just take them to school and sell them. So it was pure profit. Like that's messed up, man. We can't be out here doing that. Who can compete with that? I've been here. I was asleep, but I've been here. Aw, thanks for lurking on my stream, man. Candy Mountain, Charlie. Nice OG, nice classic. I guess you could say, classic millennial reference. Some of that good millennial energy. I saw a comment online the other day where somebody made this like real goofy comment. Let me see if I can remember exactly how the comment was worded. It was like, something about like, how many generations out there can say that they like used a rotary telephone, but also like that's not even a good example. Like I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but they used two examples of something that you would have only done like growing up through the 90s and 2000s, and then they used an example of like something you would have done like in the 2000s and the 90s. And it was just like the perfect comment for how, like, I've said this before, I think the generation I grew up in is one of the most unique generations because like we got to experience like a handful of things that I feel like not every generation necessarily, I'm sure every generation has their own things that are similar to this, but I feel like the generation I grew up in was very specific because of like how we got to like watch it all like evolve with technology, and like it was a very distinct era to grow up in. I'm not saying it's better or worse or anything. It's just a very distinct era to grow up in, where we got to see like before technology and after technology, but as kids. That's the key. Sure, old people now are texting and they weren't when they were kids. Sure. That's not the point. The point is that when we were kids and when we were in high school, we literally got to go from like rotary phones to cell phones. Like we were in this like insane time slot as kids. And like that's the key here. Because like obviously there are plenty of people still alive to this day who probably saw like the birth of computers, like, but not as a kid though. Like our childhoods were very peculiar. Yeah, we grew up as tech grew up. Yeah, it's just it's very different. Boom, 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 Yeah, absolutely crazy era. But again, you know, if you really sit and think about it, there's probably an equivalent for every generation. You know what I mean? Like, if you really think about it, there's probably an equivalent for every generation to some extent. I just don't know if there's an equivalent to what we experience with technology. But I imagine there's some people out there that went through like the before and after. Like, imagine if you grew up when tape cassettes first got introduced. So you went from the before and after of cassette tapes. That is an insane before after. Like, that's pretty cool, right? Like, that's like, whoa, like, you know, like true cassette tape era.
I'm so grateful that Belle.
I don't know. I feel like that's maybe like a sort of a sort of equal conversation. Maybe. Walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, "You got any grapes?" Island melt vibes. And that's the truth though, right? I would say no one is going to buy a separate system just to play a DVD movie. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like there's definitely multiple times in history where there was a certain evolution of something that was pretty insanely iconic. I just, when I make a bold statement like our generation went through the most unique interaction, I try to take a step back and not get too far into my head about it. You know what I mean? Like, I try to be logical and say, is that just me being, you know, my generation like conversation, or is that true? And I really do think to some extent we have one of the most unique generations ever. I really do think so. I think if you were to like stretch out all the generations from like the 1900s until now, I think ours would be on the list for like one of the most unique ones out there. I think we would be, dude. I think we would be. I'm sure there's a couple others out there that are like pretty crazy unique, like people who like lived through the Great Depression. Like, imagine being a kid and a teenager through like the Great Depression. That was probably a super, super insane, unique time to be alive. Yeah, so like my point is like there's definitely other competitors out there. You know, like it's not gonna just be millennials. Like there's other competitors for most obscure and crazy generation, but I think millennials are definitely on the list, dude. Imagine growing up in a generation who first discovered fire. Okay. Okay, buddy. All right. Okay. It's lit, fam. Oh my God. It's lit. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Don't we have some cooking over here? We do. Okay. Let's see how we make these recipes. All right. We can make the conch right here. Ghost fish steak, no clue. Let me look these recipes up really quick. Ghostly fish steak. And then, why does IGN come up? Get this trash out of here. A blend of the Bayo. I hate that IGN, because they have good SEO, can somehow be the new guide that always comes up when you look up a guide for a game. It's like, get out of here, dude. You guys do not deserve to be the first in the Google queue. You make terrible content, and you're absolutely one of the biggest problems with the with gaming journalism. Yet, because you have really good SEOing, you're somehow at the top of the Google rank. Like, get out of here. I miss game FAQs. Yeah, me too, dude. I grew up in the game FAQ era, big time. I'm right there with you. Yeah, I hate their stupid website. Yeah, me too. Me too. I use IGN. No, I do as well. I'm just being a hater. Obviously, they have some value, or they wouldn't be as successful as they are. Yeah, you know, we're just having a moment of sipping on some haterade cognac. We hate them. Hold on. I got a little. They suck. We're just doing a little sipping over here. Don't mind us. They're not that bad. They have their moments for sure, but they're not that bad. Do bell pepper, oregano, and the here and there fish. I think I got one of those. Let me go ahead and get some oregano real quick. Oh, I got a single here and there fish. Yikes. All right, new ghost fish recipe. All right, next up on the plate here. Rice, celery, butter, and herb. So we're going here. Rice, celery, butter, and some herb, baby. Oh, you ever smoked that like basil stuff, dude? Wait, I just made some crackers. I literally just got, oh, I missed the Prisma shrimp. I didn't see that. It was in a different color on the top. I don't know. Maybe I clicked on this link before. Oop. I don't think I'm going to have a Prisma shrimp. Am I? I have a lot of stuff in this game. I do have a Prisma shrimp. Nice. You having trouble finding the here and there fish? No luck getting them in the morning? You can only catch them like in the mornings, right? That's a very rare fish in that sense. I have something to give you. The fastest blue hedgehog in video game. What is a Danky King? All right, let's talk to you about whatever. I'm just trying to get your friendship up.
Okay, but no.
All right, here's another meal for you, level 6. Hades is crazy looking, man. Hades is kind of uncanny valley looking, dude. I don't know if I like him.
You killed me, not really. I'm the Lord of the Dead.
All right, and then let's go to quests. All right, what's stopping us from unlocking Hades' next quest? I need to unlock the fiery plains. Okay. Now we know what to do there. Now what about Flynn? We need to progress the main story and level up Flynn to level 7. So I don't know what that means, the main story. So probably that's between Hades, Flynn, and what's her name? So let's go to Merida and see what we need to do for her next. We just need her level 7. So that's our goal. Let's go get Merida to level 7. And let's get her leveled up.
Like the rain. It's pleasant.
This valley is just too adorable.
Does Mac interact with Prince Eric? Yeah, there is some special interactions between Max
Hello there.
and Eric and Little Mermaid. Ariel, is that her name? There are some special interactions. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen them all. Also, Max barks at Ursula. He growls and kind of gets down and gets kind of nasty with Ursula as well. So I think there's I think there's a couple special interactions with
That's amazing.
Max. He growls at Scar as well. I have something to give you. All right, let me go ahead and quickly take a screenshot of this next. So we can see what we're doing here next. All right, perfect. And then while we're here, we can go ahead and mix up our album. All right, so we need pulled pork, crab, and a crystal. Pulled pork, crab, and a crystal. Not sure where the heck to get any of that stuff, besides for the crystal. Split 1. Let's go ahead and give her that. All right, just a little bit of snippet catching should probably level her up pretty easily. And then we can gift her some random junk around here that we pick up. Maybe the book flowers are like the equivalent to the flowers. Because like gifting flowers was actually a pretty effective way to level people up. So yeah, let's go snippet hunting here with Merida. Do 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 do. All right, clear this up. Yeah, how we doing? How we feeling, Afternoon Squad? If you guys are just tuning in, how was your weekend? What did you game on? If you haven't had a chance to jump into the chat today. And how we feeling? Let's check in with the chat. What's up? Hitting that midday point, kind of? I don't know, my days are always weird. Like, because I usually wake up and stream, because I don't usually have a lot of time to do anything in the morning before stream. Not really. I can usually sneak a walk in or something. My days don't usually start until my stream ends. That's just like how it's been always. Like my day doesn't really feel like it starts until my stream ends. So for me, it's like I have no concept of time as a content creator. Like I have no clue, dude. Back from lunch, so we're on the downhill slide of the workday. Hopefully it's a fast one. Actually played some Overcooked 2 for the first time with the wifey sauce. And wow, is that game stressful. I've heard Overcooked is a pretty stressful experience, but like usually in a good way. Do 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 do. What's up, Bright Princess? Good to see you. Just back from a weekend wedding for a friend. How cool is that? The weekend wedding vibes. Nice, nice. I hope you had a good time. Did you catch the bouquet? Are you next?
Oh, thanks.
Do 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 do. Just come and hang out, doing packaging in the warehouse. So I'm an unsupervised elf. Good to see you, Sunset Sass. Welcome in, homie. Good to see you. Glad to have the both of you hanging out here, Sass and Gil. Sassy Gills. That's your guys' ship name. Sassy Gills. She handed it off to her sister, but it was the final of 3 weddings in 9 months. Everyone says I'm next, but no rush for me. Yeah, don't let anybody talk you into it, you know? Take your time, Bright Princess. I had this game on PC, but I'd rather have it for my Switch. The devs announced that there would be a Switch 2 version, so I'm just waiting for whenever that happens to buy this for Switch. I think that's a good play. I think the Switch 2 version is going to be worth waiting for sure. I think so. I think you're making the right decision waiting. Because we don't know if there's going to be an upgrade or not. Like, we don't know if it's going to be like, if you own the Switch 1 version, you get a free upgrade. That would be the best and hopefully most likely situation. But we don't know. So until they confirm what they're going to be doing, it would definitely be best to just kind of hang out and wait and see what they officially announce. Right? Like, I can't help but to imagine it would be a free upgrade for Switch 1 owners. And if you don't own the game at all, then you would just end up buying it outright. But we'll see. Right. It could also be like $4. Exactly. Like, who knows? Who knows? I think that it would be best for Disney Dreamlight to not charge, because they already have some pretty rough PR around being greedy goblins. So, you know, I'm no PR manager, but it would be best for this company to kind of keep it cheap. Should I pick it up while it's cheap? I mean, I think so, right? Yeah, !DDV. You can use my link to lead to the sales if you'd like to support. And yeah, I mean, I think this game goes on sale pretty often, Druck. So don't feel pressured to buy it just because it's on sale. I would more so pick it up if you think you're ready to check it out. But if you have the expendable cash and you're okay with the game sitting around, even if you don't get to it right away, I would say, yeah, for sure, pick it up. That's kind of my 2 cents. You know what I mean? If you don't, you know, if you're not going to play it right away, maybe just hold off until you're ready to play it. But I can tell you that, like, this game goes on sale very, very often. I think there's sales for this game that happen almost like every 2 or 3 months. So just keep that in mind. It's not like Nintendo, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're catching the rare sale that happens once in a blue moon or anything like that. So boom, 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 boom. Microtransactions in my game that already cost money? It's more likely than you think. I know, man. I know. I try not to add to the negative dialogue because there's plenty of people that are willing to add to it on the internet. But DDV double dipped, and it was a pretty egregious double dip. They're double dippers, man. They're double freaking dippers, dude. And we talked about that pretty extensively when it all unfolded. They double dipped. Charging for a game, adding microtransactions, that's a fast track to pissing a lot of people off. You really didn't need the double dip. And then they backtracked on making the game free to play. And that just solidified the double dip. Because at least when they double dipped, it was like, okay, but the game's going to be free eventually. So it doesn't matter, right? Like that was like, okay, so it's fine because it'll be free eventually. But once they announced that it wasn't going to be free, it was like, okay, now you just straight double dipped. And that's not that cool. So now, to be fair, they've made effort. They've put in effort making their game pretty approachable without ever spending money outside of the first purchase. So I give them credit. They've put some effort into making the game affordable, but there's no reason to not call them out. That's our job as consumers. We got to call them out. Call them out. I'm not afraid to call them out. Yeah, you can't double dip the chip. No double dip. Exactly. I didn't touch the game for a year after that. Yeah, because it blew. Right. It was a really bad decision on their part. Now, maybe it wasn't bad in the long run because a lot of us have come to grips with it and we've decided to try the game out again. But none of us have forgotten. And when it comes to, push comes to shove, I think, that's a lingering scar on this company and this game's track record. And that scar ain't going away. That's not how that works. So, some of us might have relinquished our negativity about it. Maybe some of us are okay to play the game, but they definitely wasn't a good decision. I've been fine saving moonstones. Right. Like they've made some good effort. The game is very playable free. So, that's all that matters. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm in a long relationship with my bed. Does that count for anything? I mean, yeah. Me and my bed get along quite well. I think they realized how much money they could make. So they had to pull a takesies backsies, right? It all comes down to the bottom line, and when you have IPs as strong as Disney and Pixar, it doesn't really matter, and that's the unfortunate side of the conversation. It's like when you have IPs that are as strong as Disney ones, it doesn't really matter because not everybody is in the news. Think about how many people that bought Disney Dreamlight Valley since then that have no clue what we're talking about right now. You know what I mean? So it's like, it didn't matter necessarily for them because they have the IP. The IP is so important. It's so strong. It's like, it didn't really matter. They could kind of just get away with making a mistake, piss off a couple current fans, but for the rest of time, it's not going to matter. It just goes to show you just how important like strong IPs are, right? We could go into that conversation a little bit with even Nintendo. That's why they can make some weird decisions because they just have super strong IPs. I've heard the phrase Nintendo is the Disney of gaming, and if that ain't the most true statement you've heard today, I don't know what is. But it's a hard truth. You can love Nintendo. I love Nintendo, but they are definitely the Disney of gaming. They are definitely the Disney of gaming. And it's just crazy. When somebody worded it that way to me, I was like, dang it, you're right. You're right.
So, Angelfish, we need to talk. Yes.
I was supposed to be an early adopter, but I ended up having bought the game, but I ended up just having bought the game early. Yo, what's up? What's up, Alto Girl? Hey, welcome back in here, dude. On the lunch break? How's the office today? Is it busy? Are you managing to find some time to relax a little bit? I mean, you know, you don't really get to relax at work, but you get what I'm saying. Hopefully it's a little chill. Yeah, I agree with that, Hearts of Violet. Yeah, right. Yeah, outside of like some of their weird mobile journeys, they've been pretty good about that. Yeah, I agree. And it's cool for you to point out the positive, because too quick are we to point out the negatives but not remember the positives, right? Oh, hey, thanks for the follows coming in, by the way. Welcome to the show today. I appreciate you. We also got a subscription over on YouTube. Thank you very much, and appreciate you supporting the broadcast as well. Shout out to the Lurker Zone today in general. Y'all have been killing it, and I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Do-do-do. All right, let's go ahead and jump this in here. I guess this gold goes back home to the main house, but whatever. All right, let's find some stuff we can gift. Let's find some stuff we can gift over to... Here, let's head back to the mainland real quick. Because what we can do is... Let's head back to the mainland real quick, because what we can do is go to our house. Oh, well, aren't all of my houses connected in that sense? Hold on, my house is right here.
Look at all these poor unfortunate.
Because I can just use like regular old crusty flowers. Stuff that I've collected tons of. I don't actually have to use the new flowers. Right? Because I'd rather use like this old stuff that I have tons of. It's all the same, I imagine. Probably doesn't matter. Been lurking for a few, definitely some good and interesting conversations. Thank you, Cherry Pie. My Monday show's focused on conversation, so I really try to invoke that energy. I appreciate you saying that, though. We always have a good time chatting and yapping here, that's for sure, man. Yeah, welcome in. And Athena Rose, welcome in as well. Figs and Roses, good to see you today, Figs. What's up, dude? Busy as heck. 3 caterings when I clocked in. I'm gonna be relaxing in 2 hours though. 3 caterings, dude, that's nasty, man. Do you guys get a lot of catering stuff there? Is that like a very common thing that you have to deal with? Because I know I've done catering in my day. A lot of times catering, just for those that don't know how that would work, so catering is a term that's used when a restaurant will cater a business or a meeting or like a wedding, right? I'm sure you guys understand. And a lot of times there's different types of catering. There's the types of caterings like a wedding where you and your restaurant or your business shows up at the wedding, you know, sometimes even cooking there. Like I've actually done catering where I use the kitchen at the banquet hall that we were at, and I cooked in their kitchen and made fresh food. And then there's the kind of catering where like you'll cook all the stuff at your own restaurant and you'll bring it to them, usually with hot plates and, you know, chevron dishes or whatever they're called, those metal dishes and the little things with fire, you know, all that whole song and dance. So it can be different depending on what your business is like. It can be different depending on, you know, the type of establishment. I know in most cases, catering just means making a ton of food at once. Right? That's generally, that's what it means. It just means making a ton of food at once in advance, so that you can send it all to some business or meeting or something. We get the most caterings in the state. We're the busiest store too. Today our lunch line went all the way to the door. Yeah, man. I grew up when Chipotle became a thing. Anybody remember the before Chipotle? You guys remember when BC era of life? You remember BC? Yeah, before Chipotle. I don't know about Christ, you know. I'm just y'all remember before BC? You remember before Chipotle, dude? Yo, we'll see you later, Alto Girl. Have a good day today, man. Yeah, because the reason I bring this up is because when Chipotle came out, it was insane. Y'all remember? It was insane. Like, people were lining up for days. Every day, the Chipotle in the city that I grew up in, every single day, the Chipotle had lines all the way to the door. People just waiting 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes for a freaking burrito. Yeah, you guys remember once a year they would do free burrito day and you could wrap yourself up in foil? Yeah. You've never had Chipotle? You've never had Chipotle cherry pie? Really? That's cool. Honestly, you're not missing out on much. I'll be real. I'll be the first to say it. It's good food, but it's fast food. Like, it's whatever. Now, supposedly some Chipotle's source local ingredients. I don't even know if I believe that half the time. There's always some stupid loophole. When a business, especially a fast food joint, says that they source local food, I never can believe it, man. I'm sorry, dude. The AI generation got me warped. I don't believe anything anymore. I do not believe it. Sourcing local ingredients, it probably just means that you robbed some farm in Ohio, stole all their family heirlooms, and you picked like a carrot on your way out, and you were like, we're locally sourced. Like, I don't know, man. I just never believe it, dude. I don't know. It's bland to me. Yeah, I don't know, man. But at the end of the day, you're not missing out on much, man. Yeah, it just means they buy the ingredients from the grocery store nearby. Like, yeah, I don't know about that, dude. When I did Whole30, Chipotle was the only legit fast food place I could get out at. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one because I think Chipotle is actually owned by McDonald's. So it's like, you can't help but ask yourself the question, how much better than McDonald's can you be if your parent company is McDonald's? I just can't. That's the kind of questions I ask myself. You know, it just keeps me late. It keeps me up. I wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweats. Is Chipotle really that good? It tastes so good. Fun fact, they actually sold their stock in 2006 and no longer linked. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. 2006. I'm 20 years behind. How about that? So what are they just like separate now, or do they have some other parent company? Now I'm curious. Now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. Dude. Now I'm curious. I wonder what's going on there. I totally Googled if McDonald's owned them. Yeah, they owned them at one point. Apparently back in 1942, I came home after a long day and took off my shoes to rub my bunions. And I was reminiscing on Chipotle and McDonald's. Apparently I'm way off track, but it happened. It was a thing. Oh my gosh. Any Denver peeps in here? Illegal Pete's over Chipotle? No, Chipotle's not bad though, man. I'll smash on some Chipotle every once in a while. It's not bad food. It's not for everybody, but it's not bad. Now, you know, it's a franchise, so every location's going to be different. And that's the problem with all franchises, is that every location is always so freaking different. McDonald's own 90% of Chipotle. Yeah. See, I remember when that happened, because when Chipotle first came around, everyone was like, wow, it's great food. And then we were like, is it though? When dinosaurs roam the earth. All right, nice. Next quest, let's go. Sometimes you have to make your own adventures. Change your fate. It's good here, Rob Boss. Hades is up to one of his schemes. Oh, it's good you're here. I don't suppose you want to help me foil it. Nice. We're going to foil Hades' scheme. Enter Merida's cottage. All right, here we go.
Sunshine.
Oh, GG. I heard that from somebody else as well. Thank you, Duel Master, for sharing. Yeah, it just goes to show you, time escapes you, you know? I don't know about anybody else, but now I want Chipotle for dinner. I know, right? We just ran a 10-minute free ad on Chipotle, and a good percentage of us know where we're going for dinner now. Not sponsored. Not sponsored, for the record. The Lore Keeper. Find Merida's best friend, a fierce warrior who's good with a bow staff. What? Donatello? Wait. That's not a Disney IP. Oh, maybe it is Mulan. Oh, good call out. It's gotta be Mulan, right? There she is. It's for sure gotta be Mulan. Yeah, get that code, baby. Get your free items. Goo! The last time I charged my Pro Controller, I only charged it for about 10 minutes. So this was my demise, chat. This was my downfall. The last time I charged my Switch 2 Pro Controller, I only charged it for about 10 minutes. To be fair, it lasted me maybe 5 hours. Off of 10 minutes, mind you. So, I mean, I can't be mad, but I didn't really charge it fully. But we threw it on the charger now. We're back to Joy-Cons here. No, the Pride code's different. Yeah, the Pride code's different. How do you use the code? So you want to press start and you want to go to settings and you want to go to help and you want to enter it right here. Do you think the Switch 2 Pro Controller is worth it if you already have a Switch 1 Pro Controller? That's a really tough question. So let me just give you all the information I can. First off, currently the Switch 2 Pro Controller does feel better than the Switch 1. However, both of my Switch 1 Pro Controllers are older. So you got to give me more time, because if you think about it, of course, a new controller is always going to feel better than an old controller to some extent. So I don't know if the comparison is fair until I really break in the new controller. So comparisons are out. Next. The only thing you need to know about the Switch 2 is that it cannot be woken up by a Switch 1 Pro controller. You know how you can take your Switch 1 Pro controller and you can press the home button and you can wake up the Switch? You can't do that on the Switch 2 with the Switch 1 Pro controller. And that sucks a little bit for those that like the fancy technology, and you should know that. Lastly, to answer your question fully, I think if you have the expendable income, you're likely going to be pleased with the Switch 2 Pro controller purchase. It does feel good. So far, I have nothing but positive reports for you. Feels like a good controller. I couldn't tell you if it was worth $80. That's a lot for a controller, dude. And that kind of bites. But if you have the extra money, I will say it was worth it. But like, if you're gonna buy a controller versus buying a new game, or if you're like gonna buy the Switch 2 Pro controller instead of getting yourself like a different accessory that you could use, then maybe the answer is no, because the Switch 1 Pro controller is fine and it's a good device and you're gonna be good to just keep on using it for as long as you can. And that's kind of my take on it. So I hope I helped you better navigate that situation. The best recommendation I can give you is a pretty solid yes. It was worth it for me to buy the Switch 2 Pro controller. Right? Again, you know, no sponsorship, nothing with Nintendo, just an honest, yeah, it was worth it, but I had the extra money for my Switch because, you know, I do this for a living. I was kind of able to somewhat justify the purchase. I don't know if I needed it, but it's nice to have kind of vibe, right? I think I'll wait for a special edition. A special edition wait is probably a really good call. That's probably the best play, because I wouldn't be surprised if we get a special edition within a year or two. It's good to know. I meant to get a Switch 1 Pro controller when it went on sale and I missed it. Can you use it on the Switch 1? I don't think so. What a really good question. I've never tried to do that. That's a crazy interesting question. Can you use... All right, hold on. Let me type that here. The answer is probably no, but you use a Switch 2 Pro controller on a Switch 1. No. So like, that's almost like a weird thing, because like, isn't it all Bluetooth? So it's like, why would it not just work like any other Bluetooth controller? Yeah, interesting. It looks like Nintendo put out an article that confirmed no, it will not work that way, unfortunately. Good question. Glad you asked. Now I know. Also waiting for a special edition. I have the Tears of the Kingdom Switch, OLED Switch right now, so moving from that to a plain black Switch 2 would make me so sad. I mean, that's fair. I'm not usually an early adopter, but you do make a good point. Like what I'm trying to say is, like, I probably wouldn't have picked up the Switch 2 right away either. I usually don't early adopt. I'm usually a fan of letting other people experiment with new technology before I do. So, like, I get that for sure, man. Search for the next clue under the wing of the giant flying horse. Okay. But now I'm the experimenter. Talking about Bluetooth, I felt a huge difference in terms of delay when using the Switch 1 Pro controller on the Switch 2. It almost had no delay. The Switch 1 always had considerable amount of delay that really bothered me. That's an interesting pickup, Bernard. So not everyone is as sensitive to delay as the next person. So that's the first thing to note about this comment is the truth is not everyone's going to notice that kind of stuff. Not everyone's built the same when it comes to noticing delay. But there are some people who notice it to the point of it hurting their brains. So I really enjoy your take on that. I really enjoy your take on that because I am not the best at noticing delay outside of the context of playing fighting games. If I were to install Smash Brothers and play it for an hour, I'd probably notice some sort of delay. That is the one thing that but outside of the context of fighting games, it's not really my strongest suit. I like to wait until they fix the first generation problems with the console. Right, that's honestly the cleanest thing you can do as a consumer is like kind of wait it out for a little bit, but I don't mind being the guinea pig this time, especially because I can be all of your guinea pigs. If there's something you guys want me to check out involving the Switch 2, please ask, all right? Yeah, no problem, Happy26. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, if there's a game you guys want me to check out, or if there's an accessory you guys want me to check out, holler at your boy, man. I will do my best to pick it up and we'll check it out together. I don't mind doing that, man. That's the least I could do to this community. I want to bring value to your life. And I think one of the best ways I can provide that value is, you know, being a little bit of a tech guinea pig. Sure. I don't mind that. I know somebody mentioned Tamagotchi Plaza, and if I was going to check that out, I think we will be poking around that game at some point here this July. So for those that are not too sure about that game, by the time I get to it though, there'll probably be other sources of reviewers. So this time around, I think I will be taking a back seat on Plaza until but we'll see. I might even sneak it into the schedule this week because we only really need about 4 hours to play the game just to see what it's about. We'll only need about 4 hours because I already understand the game. Like I've seen enough of it. So it's not like we need to play it for much more than just about 4 hours. And then from there, everyone will know like, is the game for them or not? So. Is there mouse functionality for DDV decorating? Not yet, but that's what we're waiting for a Switch 2 version to come out. And the developers have already announced that the Switch 2 version will be coming. So currently the mouse functionality will not work, but just keep in mind that, oh, she's stuck because she's trying to, there it is. Just keep in mind that they have announced a Switch 2 version, and the Switch 2 version will likely be doing updates along those lines. We don't have a confirmation on what the Switch 2 version is going to do, but we can assume with other Switch 2 releases, with the knowledge of other Switch 2 releases, that it'll likely be a glow up to the game's performance. Then it could also be a glow up of the game's textures and visuals. From there, we could speculate that they could add features like mouse functionality, which would be amazing. Or they could even maybe add other features such as increasing item limits. Right? Because if you guys don't know, the Switch version of DDV has the lowest item limits for decoration than any other version of the game. Compared to Xbox, PlayStation, PC, you can't decorate with as many items in the Switch version, unfortunately. Now, they've solved this, you know, by giving us the floating islands and you know, and yada yada. But the point is that the Switch 2 version could also add more space for decorations and items and those item limits, those pesky item limits as well. So that's pretty much what we could expect from a Switch 2 version. But not yet. We're still waiting on that. I'm imagining we'll get it by the end of summer. I don't see them making us wait that much longer, but... Have you calibrated your Switch 2 battery to only charge up to 90%? Yes. Take a look. I'm currently plugged into my dock. Take a look. And I'm pretty sure this might apply to the controllers as well. I think so, because I've noticed that my Switch 2 Pro controllers aren't always fully charged. And I was wondering why. Like, how are they just dying? I'm not really using them. And I think it's because they also stop charging. I think when the whole system is not charging, the Joy-Cons are not charging. Therefore, when it stops at 90%, the Joy-Cons are also stopping charging. Now, the Pro Controller would be different because that's a separate charging cord. For the record, that plugs into the dock itself. That's separate. But I'm talking about the Joy-Cons being attached to the console. I've found that those also stop charging, I think. Yeah. Wait, we could stop the charge at 90%? Yeah, there's a setting in here somewhere. There's a setting in here somewhere, right here. So stop charging around 90%. Shortens the amount of time the system can be used while unplugged, but can help reduce loss of battery capacity over time. Now, we could talk about this for a quick second. If you guys never heard, so I actually, when I first bought my current iPhone, I went to the iPhone website to learn about how iPhones work with batteries. And iPhone actually recommends that you keep your phone between 20% and 80% at all times. How about that? So they don't actually recommend that you charge your phone up to 100% every single time you charge it. Straight up on their website, they said you don't ever want to let it go below 20% because that makes the battery struggle. And you don't want to constantly be charging it to 100% every opportunity because that also makes the battery struggle. You want to try to keep it between 20 and 80%. Now, when Nintendo Switch 2 released and I saw that option, I instantly thought of my Apple device and was like, wow, maybe that's what Nintendo's tapping into. This idea that fully charged batteries are actually not that healthy for a battery. Here's another little tidbit that I learned from the MSI company and my laptop. MSI, who made my laptop, over the phone recommended that I do not leave my laptop charged at 100% for too long. They said if you charge your laptop up to 100% and then let it sit there for, like, let's say a week unused, that's really unhealthy. You don't want to necessarily be doing that all the time. You want to use your device relatively frequently, turn it on once a week, every 2 weeks, turn it on, and you keep the battery at around 20 to 80%. This doesn't mean, don't overthink it. Don't stress yourself out about it. These, I guess a good way to describe this is these are like micro-managing levels of battery saving. These are micro-managing levels of battery preserving. It's little things you can do to hopefully make your overall battery life last longer on a device. It's not something you need to stress yourself out about, because, like, at the end of the day, if your device is dying, plug it in and charge it. Right? Like you don't have to think this hard about it. But I just wanted to impart some knowledge your way from stuff that companies have actually told me or I read directly from companies' websites. So there you guys go. You know, take it or leave it. That's fine. But I just wanted to share a little bit of knowledge with y'all because I learned that stuff over my couple years recently, trying to learn the ins and outs of my technology and, you know, how to preserve the battery and whatnot. So my work laptop is constantly docked and plugged in, always at 100%. Right, like that's technically not healthy for a laptop. You technically, for a battery, we're talking about the battery, and we're not talking about the battery, we're talking about the overall capacity of the battery. You notice like over time, your iPhone slowly but surely can only stay charged for so long. That's what we're talking about here, the overall capacity of a battery. And if you leave your laptop plugged in all the time, that's actually not good for batteries technically. Technically, you want to let that battery drain and then refill it back up because that process is healthier than sitting at 100%. For whatever reason, I'm not a tech guy, but that's what they say. They say you do want to let it drain and recharge it, and then and again, you can even go as far as stopping the charge before it maxes out, you know, whatever. So yeah, what's up, L Destiny? Good to see you today. So that's why you would want to do that, but again, I don't think it's that big of a deal, chat room. If you want my opinion, iPhone batteries are probably dying because they do updates in order to kill the batteries so that you have to buy a new phone. And laptop batteries are probably designed to also degrade over time because I'm wearing a tinfoil hat, if you didn't notice right now, and I think it's all a conspiracy. I think it's just planned obsolescence, and you don't need to think that hard about your technology. And I think you just play your stuff and use your compute. Who cares? Yeah, manufacturers obsolescence. Yeah, like, just who cares? Don't think that hard about it. It's probably not all like that. Like, who cares, man? But like I said, you know, maybe you care, right? I'm a bit of a tech nerd, and I don't mind micromanaging things, so... Oh, I see. This is what I was looking for. Look. Something about the wings. There's something tucked under the flying horse statue's wing. Where's the flying horse statue at? Wait, I don't see the flying horse statue. Where's it at? Take a picture of it. I knew the statue would be up. Is that it up there? Oh, whoa! Gamers don't look up. I knew it was gonna be in Mythopia, but little did I realize that it was gonna be in Mythopia. Okay, sick. I was like, raise your head, son. Apple were sued over it. Not exactly the battery, but it's real. Oh yeah, Apple was sued over it. It's because Europe is actually years ahead when it comes to legislation for consumers. I'm not the person to be speaking on this, so if I'm misspeaking, don't feel the need to correct me. There's still some truth to my words. But yeah, like Europe has kind of been leading the charge for consumer rights in a lot of different ways, dude. Of course, you know, again, I don't know a ton about it, but every once in a while you just hear about an article or something here in the States where like Europe is out here like going after these companies. Like, nah, you can't do this. This is not cool. So it's yeah, I believe it, dude. Because America is 3 companies in a trench coat. Out here hitting the Animaniacs special on them, dude. Out here hitting the Animaniacs special. Oh, we're for sure gonna get into this building. It's Tommy Pickles, it's Chucky Finster, and it's the twins in a trench coat trying to get into Grandpa's meeting so they can walk around naked. Oh my gosh. Tell me I'm wrong? No, dude. I can't do that. Oh my lord. Yo, good to see you, by the way, Coco Winning. I haven't had a chance to say hello to you, by the way.
Yes! I need to talk to you.
All right, she's shooting at something with her bow.
There's a
Oh, she probably knocked it down on the ground. Yeah. It's the monsters from Space Jam before they became Monstars. Yo, what up, Marshmelly Melly Mel? Yo, dude, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Dude, always a pleasure to have you popping into my show. I know last week was a little bit of a lighter week for the PS tiers, so I'm gonna do my best to kind of lock into some more traditional you know, kind of PST friendly broadcast. Hopefully I'll be here long enough in the day where you guys can enjoy the show as well. I'm sure some of you are rolling in right now, so I'll do my best. You know what I mean? Obviously time zones suck and I can only do so much, but I'm gonna do my best to be here for a decent amount of time into the PST afternoon. Right, we're an hour into the PST afternoon right now, so I'll do my best. All right, I appreciate y'all's patience. Last week was just a quiet week for me. No details, but just a little bit of a downtime week for me. I needed a breath. Definitely a daily VOD frog. I appreciate you, Marshmelly. Thank you, man. Thanks for VOD frogging it up. Something about a wolf spilling tea. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just going to assume it's down here again, since it was for the other set. Let's see. Nope, maybe not. Okay. Where the wolf drinks spilled tea. Like what? I don't know what that means, dude. Some kind of reference to Flynn? Pick up the clue along the river. Okay, we found something. Talk to Merida. Search for the next clue in the library of lore. The last clue said something about finding one's place in the world. So a map or something, huh? Yo, Jay Kaiser, glad you're vibing, dude. I agree, man. The conversations today have been phenomenal. I absolutely agree. That was such an accurate comment. Been a great day today. Thank you, everyone. How was the weekend? It was good, man. What's up, Toon? How was yours? How was yours? Good to see you, buddy. It was a good weekend, man. Well, I watched a lot of Iron Chef. Find the location from Merida's memory in the bind and obtain her family's artifact. You gonna make me actually go and look at these memories? Cause like, frick. All right. I guess I'll actually put some effort in here. Nope. I'm absolutely lost. No clue. It's probably somewhere in the bind though. Oh, it literally just said that. Okay, yeah. Do 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 do. Do-do-do-do-do. My scholarly take. It's probably somewhere in the bind after the game literally just told me. Me proving that I can read on a 5th grade level. It's okay, you're probably smart in other ways. Yeah. I'm a smart ass like you are. Better watch it. No, I'm just kidding. Probably. Yo, what's up? How you doing today, Girl Pop Final Boss? Hi, Chad. It's been a while since I've been here. OG name was Peachy Keen Jelly Bean. I wanted to pop in and say, hey, since last time I was here, I got married. Holy heck, dude. So, I mean, does the lucky individual know about the Highly in Descent show? Have you introduced them? No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't expect you to have done that. I'm just joking. What's up? Good to see you, Peachy Keen Jelly Bean, man. I always loved saying your name. Peachy Keen Jelly Bean. All right, I mean, we're in the bind. I do not see anywhere where this secret might be. I have no clue, chat. It's got to be the left side, right?
I have the most
I feel like it might be here. Maybe there's a secret behind this bookcase. Yeah, nice. I'm a legend. Should I change my name back? Nah, girly pop final boss is just as cool.
what a body bright day.
Talk to Hades. Oh, Hades is causing some trouble again. Okay, buddy. Where you at, dude? Where you at, dude? Hades is hanging out with Ursula. Oh, here it goes. Here we go again. Oh, dang. Oh, thank you, Renegade. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to say that. Thank you, homie. Yeah, it was good. It was a good week. You know, just a little on the lighter side. Sometimes 5-6 hours is just feels like a good point to stop, you know? But if I could, I would be here for 12 hours a day. And I guess that's why I make those comments, because I just want to let people know that, like, I like that too. It's not always, you know, something I can do, but I'm gonna do my best, you know. Thanks, Highland. Yeah, no problem, Talonov. Thanks for playing alongside me, man. It's fun. Yeah, enjoy a sub, dude. Always nice to have you in the chat. All right, Hades, where'd you hide it, punk? I don't feel like reading any of this. Let's go, buddy. Check inside Hades' house for the Clan Dunbrush treasure, okay? I probably just butchered her thing. Clan Dubrock. Maybe it's a hard C there. What's up, Mandus? Hey. And congratulations again on the marriage, by the way. That's exciting stuff. Hope you and hope you're doing well on your journey.
Bye-bye.
Throw a log on the bonfire, and thanks for popping in today. Thanks for thinking of me. Bam, 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 bam.
There's adventure to be had.
Nice.
I'm gonna find it.
All right, we got the next quest done here, so let's go see where we're at now. So we need Flynn to be level 7. We need Hades. The fiery plains opened. And Merida requires level 10. So we're going to keep hanging out with her to get her to level 10 so she can wrap up her storyline individually. Meanwhile, we got to go unlock the fiery plains next. And we're pretty close. I think we're at... All right, the fiery plains is here. And what are we at? Dream Light. Okay, we have 4,700. Let's go cash in a couple snippets that we have on us maybe. And let's see if we have enough to get 300 more. And we could go to the fiery plains right now. I think this is where I do my exchange. No? Is this not where I do the exchange? I thought so. Oh, is this like a part of a quest that I'm doing that I didn't realize I was on? Okay, I guess we're gonna pretend like we're paying attention to Olaf here. What's up, Steph? Yo, welcome in. just hanging out. Okay. I want to reorder stories. Oh, I forgot about this whole story reordering thing. How does this work? Is this how you unlock Dream Dust? Or is this just for like reward? This is just for rewards. Look at this. There's like a house in here. Holy heck. I forgot about this whole system. Crazy. What is all this loot? Yeah, how do I trade in? How do I trade in snippets for Storybook magic? I don't remember how that works. I just saw it the other day. It was a crafting table. That's how I saw it. Nice call out. Let's get it. We got to get 300 Storybook magic so that we can quickly go and unlock the fiery plains, our newest area. All right. Bam, 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 bam. You got mail? Yeah, it's like a bunch of stuff that the villagers are always trying to send me. All right, what is this? 15 Storybook magic. So are they all worth 15? All right, this is actually nice, dude. Look at this. It only took me 20 pink demons to get 300. Oh man, this is gonna be this is how we're gonna unlock all of this loot. Yeah, nice. Yeah, all of my mail is a bunch of stuff that like it's like all these random items that they're always trying to give me. It's like, I don't want your trash. I mean, it's very nice of them to want to send me stuff. Is there not a mark as read option? Yo, Yahoo Mail figured this out on dial-up internet 3,000 years ago, and you can't give me a mark my mail as read option? Anyways, I digress. If there's something attached, you have to take it. You don't tell me what to do. Oh wait, no, we want to go to the fiery plains. Ooh, we almost went to the wrong area. Yikes. Take the loot, brother. Take the loot. Do you know the trick for gathering snippets? Turning the dreamlight into traps? Yeah, I know. I kind of know the trick. I know what you're talking about.
What's on your mind? I'm listening.
We'll probably be looking into it this week.
Loads of new people here.
Nice. We've entered the new zone, the fiery plains. Nice, dude. The fiery plains, dude. I'm so excited, dude. New zone, dude. Look at this. Ooh, is this a bridge over here? Let's go unlock this fountain real quick. I'm sure we got some money for you, Scrooge McDuck.
Just so you know, I've got some new goods at the store.
Boo, 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 boo. All right, let's see what this one's gonna cost. Probably 75. 10,000. Woo. All right, I'm sure we have to grab these memories as a part of the quest we're on right now. So we'll do that eventually. I'm just gonna continue running around for a minute. So it looks like the things you're gonna be collecting here might be... Okay, so more olives, stone, more flowers, more snippets. I'm assuming we can maybe... Oh, what the heck? I have to go twice for the blue ones now? What? 3 times? Okay, what is this? I'm assuming we could maybe watering can these fire pits. Nope. Maybe we can shovel them. Nope. Oh, maybe that's just like a whole new ability we're gonna need to get. Maybe we're getting a tool upgrade. Dang, look at all this up here. Yeah, we're for sure gonna be getting some sort of tool upgrade. Oh yeah, dude. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, chat room. On that note, I think we'll go ahead and we'll wrap it up here today. I am out of here. Thank you for coming and hanging out here. Appreciate you all. We're going to call it here. I'll be back, I think, tomorrow. I was thinking about taking tomorrow off, but I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'll just leave it up in the air and I'll post in the Discord and let y'all know if I do decide to take the day. I'm thinking I'll be here though. Maybe instead we'll take off Thursday or something. I'm thinking I'll be here. So if you're ever curious about my next broadcast though, you can always join the Discord. If you're not a Discord user, I'll do my best to leave some breadcrumbs here on the Twitch channel. Like I'll literally change the title. You can come to my stream offline and it'll say it in the title. Like I'll try to leave some breadcrumbs, all right? For those that don't use Discord. I'm out of here though. That's it. That's a wrap on today's broadcast. And a beautiful broadcast it was. A beautiful broadcast it was. Stream so we can celebrate when the new direct gets announced. Cozy's got some insider information that we don't know about, huh? Yeah. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much everyone for coming and hanging out today. It was an absolute blast, of course, and I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I know I had a lot of fun hanging out today, and I hope you all did as well. We're gonna go ahead and drop some love off to a creator that I've been looking to maybe connect with and network with, and they go by the name of Rotten Poppy, and they are currently playing Claire Obscura Expedition 33 for the first time. And we're gonna go drop a raid off on Rotten Poppy. All right, they've given me some love here, and I don't know, I'd like to network more and branch out. And there's somebody that I've watched for about a couple years, and you know, I'd like to try this out. So let's go ahead and drop a raid off over to Rotten Poppy. They're pretty cool, good content. They do a lot of retro focused stuff. They even have like a CRT Thursdays where they put a TV in front of the screen and play old games. It's really cool, man. I think you guys might enjoy their broadcast. So check them out. Check them out. Join the raid, grab yourself a raid message, and we're gonna go ahead and see what they're all about here. All right. Of course, you're never expected to join raids, but it's appreciated when you do. So thank you for considering grabbing yourself a raid message, and let's go drop into Rotten Poppy's channel. All right. On that note, fam, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow or Wednesday, throughout this week, I'll see you when I see you. All right. Don't forget to game on. Take all these good vibes that we've cultivated and disperse them into the universe. Don't keep them to yourselves. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We're going to get this raid locked in, and we're going to get going. Tima, Ash, Kylie, I see you in the chat. UK Net, Trips 14. Yo, supporter shout out real quick. Sister Honey, Kells. Holy heck, dude, the support today's been real. Jess MP, Pats, Rabies, M and Beyond, Raccoon, for peace. Mike, Travis, anybody else I missed out there, y'all. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. I'm honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.